Series, our class summit, and we are really excited about having you on board. We're going to be here till later this afternoon. For those of you that were with us in day one, we have heard nothing but great reviews, and that's exactly what we want. So thank you, everybody that was a part of it. Whether you were a spokesperson, whether you were an interviewer, an interviewee, or maybe one of our incredible sponsors, we thank you all very, very much. And certainly to those of you that were viewers of what we shared with you yesterday, we're glad that you're back for day two. My name is Scott Murray from Murray Media. We're here in our Murray Media studios in Dallas, Texas, and we're going to be here again, as I said, throughout the afternoon. And seated to my right, the man who started this all. Gosh, how many years has it been now, for Pete's sake?
13 years.
That's yeah. This is the birthday time, right?
This is the birthday month, if you will.
The lucky 13 birthday. I'm talking about David is just above and beyond. He's the one that created this. He's the one that David Hamilton created this, and of course is the CEO of America's Future Series, and continues to do all the incredible things that this organization does every single day. So to you, first of all, happy birthday on number 13.
Thank you.
It is a lucky year.
We're a teenager.
It is a lucky
Tween.
year. All right.
Whatever.
And America's Future Series, for somebody that might be tuning in that was not a part of what we did yesterday, what would you share with them?
So the America's Future Series tries to provide a forum for a nonpartisan, collaborative discussion on issues that impact U.S. global competitiveness and national security. So our benefactors, our mentors, people like Ross Perot Sr., T. Boone Pickens, Randall Stevenson of AT&T, Herb Kelleher, and others. They wanted to have this this forum for a discussion where people could have honest discussions about serious matters, et cetera, and create an ecosystem. So we created the America's Future Series to do that, and also to raise money and awareness for worthy causes that we care about. And so these, through the proceeds and from donations from benefactors like T. Boone and others, we raised about $7 million.
That's awesome.
For different charities, and in particular for our military. We're really big supporters of our military and their families.
Well, I was going to ask you that, David, before we move on with our program today. I just wondered, as you look back, I mean, this was your vision. And even though you talked about some of those incredible men that we've all come to know, I just wondered, what is it that you're proudest of, or that you cherish most about what you've been able to do over the last 13 years? And as you look back, you say, you know what? I'm glad we did this. We're moving forward. What comes to mind? Just kind of your legacy.
So, I'm really happy that we were able to connect people.
Okay.
That this is a ecosystem that connects people who want to get something done, right? Because there's a lot of innovation theater. There's all kind of talks about it. Gosh golly, this is important, and we give lip service to that, right? But by connecting some of the people we've connected, we've either raised money for a worthy cause, we've raised awareness for them, or we've connected people in the military with the private sector, great companies like Comtech and others, and figured out better ways so they can work together. Entrepreneurs, people who have a better mousetrap, and get them with investors, et cetera, to put capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster. Because we don't believe in fair fights. We do not want our warriors to have to be in a fair fight ever again, right? So I think we've accomplished that by bringing people together. It's the connectivity, right? Helping people grow their business, people support the mission of our national security apparatus and all those organizations. That's what I'm proudest of, that all the volunteers who believe in this mission have come together to try to connect people so that something good happens. We like to say that we don't want to move the needle. We want to break the needle off in the backside of our near-peer adversary. So we want to make something happen, and I feel very good about that.
Well, let me simply say congratulations. Well done. It's an incredible legacy you've created. So let's move forward with day two of our class summit. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready, and I think we have to start, like you said, with recognizing and appreciating Ken Peterman of Comtech for being our title sponsor.
Absolutely.
Leaders like Major General Kim Kreider, who've helped us put this thing together, bring a lot of people together, all the volunteers, Meredith Walker, our staff. We've got, of course, you. Murray Media wouldn't be possible without Murray Media. Appreciate your being a partner with us and all of that.
To be a part of it.
So anyway, with that, and so we always like to start the day to give people a sense of what happened yesterday, what's coming up. Because Ken Peterman, who's with us, who is not only a friend, but a brilliant executive leader, et cetera, he's a deep thought leader, and he does a really good job of summarizing. No pressure on you, sir. Does a great job of summarizing things and summarizing at the end of the day, what did we learn, the takeaways.
Right.
So,
well, I called him a rock star yesterday because indeed he was. He was above and beyond.
So welcome, Ken. How are you this morning?
I'm fine. Listen, David, it's great to hear you speak to the the origin, the genesis of this event. It really is a quality event. It provokes collaborative thought leadership and dialogue across so many different diverse but related communities, DoD, industry, the industrial base, and all of that. It's a fantastic event. So thanks. Comtext, thrilled to be part of it. Thrilled to be a sponsor. We had a good day yesterday. I can summarize it a little bit, but I'll tell you that I think you, Scott, and David should be commended. This is a great event.
Well, thank
Good.
you, sir.
Thank you.
So yeah, we'd love to hear what, maybe some high level takeaways from yesterday, and then what you look forward to today.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks. I'll tell you, I thought yesterday was really interesting. We spent time, there were some common themes that throughout all the events. The Ukraine situation is on everybody's mind, the emerging, what we learned from the gray zone threat vectors like cyber, what we learned in a kinetic context, what we learned in a peer adversary kind of a context, how some of our equipments faced off. I think you know that the Comtech donated equipment that went into the Ukraine, and it resulted in the sale of a lot more, both to the U.S. as well as to the Ukrainians, because it demonstrated that carried the mail, did its job, okay, even in that type of environment. So the Ukraine situation was a good thing. That theme, the China, the new space era, capabilities and threats, the importance of cyber, the role of AI and machine learning. I thought all of those things are very relevant topics to talk about. General Petraeus, I thought he kicked off the day in a brilliant way, talked about transitioning to a new era of great power rivalries. He talked about, again, the independence, the war for independence for Ukraine. He talked about China and Taiwan. Interestingly enough, he talked about a concerning situation that's emerging in Latin America, and I thought that was compelling. It was thought-provoking because I hadn't really turned our attention to that part of the world. I thought General Shaw's discussion of the third space age was particularly interesting. He talked about the conjunction of all the space sectors. He talked about new threats. He talked about debris and the role debris is playing in the decision calculus, tactics as well as strategy, and how we have to deal with that. He talked about the importance of space in a JADC2 context. And I thought that was really interesting, especially on the heels of the various strategy documents that have come out recently talking about the key role that space plays as the backbone of JADC2. I thought General Alexander was particularly compelling in his discussion with Kevin Mandia on cyber, but also when he talked with Major General Kim Kreider on machine learning and AI and how this helps us understand and report and respond to a cyber threat vectors. These threat vectors are diverse in their nature. They're diverse in the geography and their attack vectors. And he talked about building a radar picture for cyber that a blended situational awareness picture for cyber that we could all see. And then Kevin Mandia, of course, one of our awardees spoke to in his Shields Up concept, and he talked about the fact that cyber defense is a team game. He talked about the fact that when a cyber attack is successful, it should only be successful once. And then across the board, we should be able to engage in a team concept in order to defend against that threat going forward. So I thought that was really interesting. Lastly, I'll mention that Nina Schick was an author that frankly I personally wasn't very familiar with, but her discussion about deep fakes and the information warfare associated with synthetic media and the way AI is creating that. The fact that we're moving into an age where as much as 90% of media information could be synthetically developed, even by amateurs, using tools that are becoming rapidly available, and the need to authenticate material at the time it's authored or the time it's captured. And I thought that was a particularly thought-provoking interval. So I thought the whole day was good, David. I thought it's one of the most compelling days I think we've had in the American Future Series through the years. I thought it was a great day. Today's going to be fantastic too. Today we've got our 5-star award, Jeff Bezos. That's going to be a terrific event. And then our John Hyten awardee is also, I think that those are obviously the flagship events today. I'm really looking forward to those.
Well, thank you for summarizing that. It helps give people some perspective of what to look forward to, and I hope from that people get an understanding that they should be inviting their friends. We appreciate you all being here, but let them know that it's available. Send them the link. We don't care if they pay. If they're a friend of yours, they're a friend of ours. Because you registered, please give it to people so people can join Ken and all the other great people here. And we did have a couple of great additions. We've added the most recent Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, General Todd Wolters. That's coming in at the end of the day. We've added National Security Advisor KT McFarland. So these are recent additions that people may not be aware of, et cetera. So some really interesting things to look forward to towards the end of the day. Unfortunately, Dr. Kissinger couldn't join us. He'll hopefully join us next time. You know, things can come up. And the gentleman is 99 years old, so I'm not going to worry too much about that sort of thing. And we'll be honored if Dr. Kissinger can join us here in the future. Ken, this has been great. Your support's been fantastic. I do want to say one thing that people really need to hear about. Everything we're talking about here has to do with U.S. global competitiveness and national security and in relationship to our near peers, and in particular to China. So we're going to be talking about China. We're going to be talking about what China is like, what China does every day. They wake up every day wanting to control the world, and we've seen recent events. We're going to talk about those. But these are serious matters. None of this is not child's play, and this is important. And I feel it's very good to have everyone that we can hear these messages, hear from people like you, people who have solutions, people who have recommendations, people who don't just wring their hands saying, hey, gosh golly, this is important, that people hear that we're talking about serious issues, et cetera, in a way that people can consume and understand, and so that they can connect on and maybe do something about. And this would not be possible at all, Ken, if it wasn't for your patronage, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I'll tell you, your remarks about China are right on. I mean, China's playing a long game, but the tactics and the toolbox that's in play is being applied against us every single day. And it's really important that we have an awareness of that. It's really important that we're diligent about that. You know, we in the West can have a shorter kind of a 2-year or 4-year mindset because our political system operates on that kind of a timeline. And we need to be particularly attentive to the strategic inflection that's going on right now. How is China watching the situation in Ukraine? How are they learning from that? How is that affecting how they're going to move and adapt going forward? These are issues that are not just timely. They're critical to the survival and the continued sovereignty of our nation. It's an important dialogue. We need to be attentive to it. Thank you for American Future Series for bringing it forward and creating the venue. Comtech is proud to be your title sponsor.
Thank you, sir. And so with that, sir, we're going to say goodbye for now, but we'll have you coming back, of course, throughout the day. And we're going to start here with a conversation with a personal hero of mine. His name is Feng-Shou Zhou, and I always butcher his name. But he is one of the original Tiananmen Square activists, et cetera, living in exile in the United States. We're very proud to be partnering with Epic Times, who's helping us broadcast, stream all of this content. And everyone, you can find it all on YouTube. It's all going to be on YouTube if you missed it. But I personally am very excited that Feng-Shou Zhou is going to be joining us and with Jan Jekielek of Epic Times for a wonderful interview. And so we'd like to turn it over to them. And thank you, Ken, for your time. We'll be talking with you soon.
You bet.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jan Jekielek, Senior Editor with the Epoch Times. We're absolutely thrilled to have this collaboration with the America's Future series, the National Security C.L.A.S.S Summit. We're going to do an American Thought Leaders episode here live to you as part of the America's Future series. And I'm absolutely thrilled here to have Feng-Shou Zhou, one of the leaders of the Tiananmen Square protests in 1989, here to discuss.
Thank you for having me. It's my honor.
So let's jump right into it. There was this national People's Congress summit. There's been Xi Jinping has now in his third term. This is unprecedented in Chinese history. And there were even some theatrics in the hall, which we know were deeply choreographed as things work at the NPC. Why don't you tell us what you think happened over there?
I think what is clear is that Xi Jinping has consolidated his power, that was demonstrated at the end of the meeting, with the humiliation of the previous leader, Hu Jintao, on stage, removed definitely by force against his will. We don't really know the reason, but it's a great signal that now Xi Jinping is only one person who has absolute power over this party and the country. But Hu himself was not a reformer by far. He made his name in 1989 because of his crackdown in Tibet. That's how he was promoted, handpicked by Deng Xiaoping, the butcher of Tiananmen, to be, the next leader after Jiang Zemin. So, I think what's important is that what happened today is not just Xi Jinping, his personal ambition. It is a trajectory that was set from 33 years ago when tanks rode on Tiananmen Square to kill innocent people who are calling for freedom and democracy in China. And that's a challenge for China's future as well, and we must confront it as a center issue for foreign policy against communist China. And we cannot avoid it like we did for most part of last 33 years.
Well, that's really interesting. I actually want to dig into that, right? There was a precedent set in terms of how the West responded to Tiananmen Square. I want to talk about that. But before we go there, you were actually there. And just tell us about that moment when you realized that the tanks were coming, that the CCP was actually going to, do this dirty work.
I was there during the whole night of June 3rd, and I was the last one to leave in the morning of June 4th. It was like a war zone. Tiananmen Square was at the center, and we were protected by Beijing citizens from all directions, and the troops were pushing in with machine guns, tanks. We are hearing gunshots from every direction, and the flares, military flares, lighting up the sky. It was like a war. And later we knew that about 250,000 troops were deployed in this massacre, and unknown number of people, probably in thousands, were killed. Even today, that remained a secret. I was really shocked at that time. I couldn't believe this was happening while the world was watching, and it's happening in the capital city of Beijing. For me, that was the beginning of my journey as an activist. And to date, I'm still proud of my role as a student in this protest.
So, a little bit more from history. After the massacre, you actually made it to America, but there was a few steps for you to get there.
After the massacre, I was number 5 on the most wanted list of 21 student leaders. For me, that was a shock. That was also a source of pride because this was the most inspiring experience for me as a Chinese to witness such hope, such devotion from so many people. It was like a volcano eruption, so spectacular, but it ended so tragically. I see it as my duty to carry on as a survivor.
Well, so now let's jump back to, the way the West responded to this. There were some people, some leaders that expressed that they had some issue with what was going on. We know that behind the scenes, George Bush kind of said, well, actually, let's keep relations going as usual. We know we have that information now. But in general, pretty quickly, there seemed to be little actual serious response to such a terrible event from the rest of the world.
Right. I think the Deng Xiaoping and the communist government, they were very afraid at that time. But President Bush gave what he needed. Like within a month of the massacre, he sent a special envoy to Beijing to tell Deng that he was just doing a show. They wouldn't cut off China, and that's what gave a much needed lifeline to this monster who survived and thrived today with the help of American technology and the free trade that has hurt America for the last 33 years.
And when you say monster, are you talking about the Chinese Communist Party?
Oh, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a monster that thrives on fear and violence, and it has no regard for human life. And that, I think, was manifested on Tiananmen Square. But the United States didn't do what it should do. Instead, such a regime was embraced and given the most favored nation treated for trade and later allowed to enter WTO. And especially now with global reach of digital technology, they are even forcing multinationals like Facebook, like Zoom, like LinkedIn, to follow their orders. I was censored on LinkedIn. We were censored on Zoom and many other places because this is a message that Beijing doesn't like, the message of freedom for China. And that's what we are fighting against. So at that time, we were all hoping that technology and the free trade will change communist regime. But now it's the other way. They are changing the world, and there's no going back. Xi Jinping is their best person for this expansion globally. That's why they have this policy on Taiwan. That's why they have this One Belt, One Road initiative. That's why they are trying to control technology.
So you would think, right, we've been in the middle of the COVID pandemic for a number of years now. And we saw how the Chinese regime essentially one way or another weaponized this virus, let it out into the world, while locking down internally to try to stop it. You would think that the world would notice that this was a problem, but as far as I can tell, and I've been talked with a number of experts on this show and personally, people are telling me that foreign direct investment is increasing into China even as we speak, even after all of this, even after Tiananmen, even after the genocide documented by many, many entities in Xinjiang and possibly 2 others, Tibet and against the Falun Gong practitioners. How is this possible?
I think for now, unfortunately, United States has no restriction on investment in China, even in very key areas. I think the recent policy on semiconductor is a good initiative to cut off supplies from investment technology to China. But there are many areas, for example, artificial intelligence, big data, biotechnology, that we are still supplying China with much needed power. Eventually, every trade with China done now, with the help of this firewall that separates China from the world, basically enslaved Chinese people, spiritually and morally, politically, is providing this regime with blood and with power to conquer the world. So that's where we must awaken and must confront the reality now. I'm glad that for last few years, the policy has changed to the right direction, but there's a lot more to be done. I hope it's not too late.
Well, this is the question. Like, what would it take for there to be, the Pearl Harbor moment or the Sputnik moment, however you want to call it, that would help American society or Western society collectively understand this threat that you're describing?
I hope we will never see that kind of moment. I think we were talking about history and the strategy of communist China regime today. Pearl Harbor, that's actually in a way fortunate for American because it didn't really hurt United States fatally. But if in the future this happened to United States, we may not have such an opportunity to push back. That's what we are facing, because today China is top trading partner for probably most countries in the world, and in many areas it's very advanced. Not only in controlling people, but in, for example, hypersonic missiles. That's a combination of nuclear and space technology. It seems that they are even ahead of United States. Now, that's a kind of reality we must see clearly right now, and no delay.
There, of course, are lots of people in China that don't like what the regime is doing. Most recently, we saw this also kind of unprecedented because it was so public, what's been called the Bridge Man protest, right? There's big banners put up very explicitly criticizing Xi Jinping. And the guy very kind of, I guess, smartly kind of created this smoke that actually prevented people from taking them down too quickly. It was a very interesting and kind of sophisticated protest. Yes. So, I have the best person in front of me to tell me what's going on here and what the significance of this is.
This is an amazing story that the world has to know. The bridgeman, the tankman reincarnated after 33 years. And even the bridge itself has a deep connection because it's Si-Tong Bridge that was built by the company which was the most active company on Tiananmen Square in 1989. And I'm just glad that this bridge still exists. And what this guy, I think his name is probably Peng Lifa, he did was just truly amazing. Not only he created these spectacular protests, while the world was watching in the center of Beijing's political scene, while the meeting was going on, with all the high-tech surveillance cameras, and he could do it. It's so inspiring. He also has like a full-blown platform of his policy, that address the concerns of people. He wants democracy, he wants freedom, dignity, citizenship against the arbitrary confinement that's going on now, and the forced starvation of people. That's why his story quickly spread, even within China. There are many people who were arrested, I believe in the hundreds, simply for trying to spread his message. But still, his message was shown within 24 hours at a few miles just from where these CCP was having their meeting, and all over China, from the north, Heilongjiang, to the south, to Shenzhen. And people as young as high school students, they were spreading his message. And what's extraordinary also is that outside of China, this is the first time after Tiananmen protest that hundreds of universities have seen Chinese students protest, spreading his message. So this, to me, is the hope of China. This is the voice of people that was repressed for so many years now, and all of a sudden, it erupted in this person. Of course, where he's now, we don't really know. I hope more people would follow on his whereabouts, and we want the whole world to rally to his support every day. To me, he will be like the future representative or the future president, even though we have no connection with him, but his idea, his thinking, and the way he planned everything is exactly what we want. That's the citizen for a free democratic China, and people will win this over from communist regime. That's kind of hope that this guy ignites there.
Well, and it's kind of amazing, the ingenuity. We're of course talking about a technocratic totalitarian state that the Chinese Communist Party has created. All cell phone activity is monitored, text messages. It's very, very difficult to basically even communicate with the long arm of the regime studying everything you're doing, right? So I know that people have been using this airdrop, for example, on subways and so forth to surreptitiously pass on the message. Even in this climate, there's ways, and that I find that incredibly inspiring. But this is a crazy world, right? We're looking at everyone needs in these cities that are locked down needs their green pass updated every 2 days. They get charged for the tests they have to take. If their green pass isn't green, they can't do many things. They might not be able to work. And it's all basically digitally managed, AI controlled. It's a crazy dystopia we couldn't even imagine. Right. So why are they still locking down in all of this? This doesn't make any sense to me.
Because just like any dictators, they live in fear. They are fearful of people walking freely. And that's the main reason. They are fearful of losing control, losing their credibility. That's the main reason. But in China, what happens is that once Xi Jinping has made his demand, there's no turning back. And people would push to extreme. His underlings would use their power to brutalize people in many ways, just to show their loyalty to this one person. That's exactly what happened in Shanghai, the most prosperous city in the country, probably one of the most prosperous in the world. And people were starved to death. These are well-to-do, wealthy people. They are imprisoned in their own home with barbed wire and starved to death. And for that, Li Qiang, who was the mayor, who was the leader of the party in Shanghai, was promoted. Now he's the second-hand person to Xi Jinping. That was my prediction then. I said, the bad publicity, the outrage against Li Qiang will become his credit in the eye of Xi Jinping. That's exactly what happened. That's why this kind of policy could be implemented because of this mechanism, this perverse mechanism that rewards personal loyalty against people's well-being.
Well, and brutality, apparently, right?
Definitely, it's just very, it's just senseless, beyond the imagination. We are seeing just recently there are such disasters in everywhere, in Xinjiang, in Zhengzhou, in Tibet. There a mother and possibly his kid, they fell off the building, crashed because he was so hungry. They didn't have food. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that's happening everywhere. But because of the digital totalitarianism, we don't really see it every day. We only can have a glimpse of it from the brave people who broadcast the message. And that's the kind of model they want to have, not only in China, but in Hong Kong, in Taiwan, and all over the world, because eventually it's their end goal to be the engineers of the souls of human being, every human being in the world. That's explicit in the party's ideology.
So, everything you're talking about now makes me understand better what happened at the consulate in Manchester when the protesters were basically outside peacefully protesting. The consulate people come out and basically, brutalize them. Right. And then you have the consul on record basically saying, I'm proud of this. I mean, I'm embellishing it a little bit here, but he's basically saying, I'm proud of this. And now from what you're saying, this is because he's showing his loyalty and he's showing his brutality. It's kind of a chilling thought. So given all of this, okay, given everything we've just talked about, we're going to be closing up fairly soon. What is your advice to free world leaders in terms of engagement with China?
We must confront, de-link, decouple. Business as usual cannot keep going. That's my advice. We must cut off China from key technologies, investments, and human capital. That's very important on every aspect. That's why I think the recent Semiconductor Act is a good model. We should follow up on that on many industries.
But there's still, as we're speaking, there's still a huge push to put more money into China, even as we know there's all these structural problems in the economy. We know the housing market is sort of, collapsing. We've got all sorts of evidence of that, but the CCP somehow still finds a way.
Well, they are masters of lies, and they are very skillful at buying off the elites of Western society. That's why we are keeping hearing this from the policy circle, the appeasers who want to embrace such a brutal regime. And that's where we must change. We must confront this. There's a Chinese saying that 饮鸩止渴, drinking poison to quench your thirst, that may have some temporary effect, for example, for inflation or environmental issues. But this is an existential enemy that just thrives on violence and lie and controlling.
So we have just, maybe half a minute left. And any final words for just, the typical person that might be watching about how to approach this very difficult reality?
China without democratization cannot be a force of peace and prosperity in the world. And we must center in our policy around China's democratization. That's China's future.
Well, Feng Zhuo, it's such a pleasure to have you on the show, and we'll send you back over to the American Future Series.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Zhou and Yan, great conversation. We can't thank you enough. Great way to kick off our day 2 of our class summit here in the America's Future Series. So thank you to you both for all the great information they shared. Really, I sit there and I listen to some of that stuff. You go, really?
Yeah, Feng Zhuo's perspective, having lived through the Tiananmen Square massacre and being in exile, et cetera, he's actually very, very reserved, in my opinion, in terms of how he comes across these things, which I appreciate. But I don't think you can underestimate sort of the enormity of the Chinese threat
Mm-hmm.
and the Chinese perspective, their persistence in wanting to be the #1 power in the world, and their willingness to do whatever it takes in any walk of life.
To go over everybody.
And the last thing Jan asked is, how should a regular person think about that? And I just say, you just can't underestimate every aspect of life that the Chinese leadership hasn't thought about and how to control it. The control of the lives of their own people, markets, commodities, intellectual property, et cetera. And I think people have woken up to this, but to the extent, I don't think it's really got an understanding. Many people want to think of China as this friendly, cuddly panda. It's a dragon. It is not a cuddly panda. So these kinds of forums, et cetera, give an opportunity for people to talk about those sorts of things, with the idea being that America has to be so inventive and so innovative and cohesive, because there are 1.8 billion people over there who are very, very smart and very industrious and hardworking.
Right.
So our little 330 million and our allies, the other 330 million or whatever in Europe, et cetera, and around the rest of the world, we have to be smart, we have to be focused, and we have to be able to unleash the innovation of our large companies, our small companies, our entrepreneurs, et cetera, so that we have a chance to compete with China.
Yeah. No easy task.
No easy task.
Just be smart.
Be smart about it.
Be smart.
And we have smart people that can talk about these things. So really happy to be joined.
Couple standing by, huh?
Yeah, standing by. So our friend Steve Shipley of Deloitte, really honored to have you here, sir, and that you'll be having a brilliant conversation with somebody I happen to know, Chris Benson. He's the chief strategist for AI at Lockheed. Someone I've been trying to get to join us for some time. So this is a coup for me, sir. I'm glad you're here. Steve, it's wonderful to have you. If you would, just tell us a little bit about yourself, your role at Deloitte, et cetera, and then if you would introduce your guests, we look forward to your stimulating conversation.
Awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Certainly excited to be here today. Again, my name is Steve Shipley, principal at Deloitte. Been with the company for about 24 years. I spent almost all my time serving the aerospace and defense industry, and really my focus is helping companies, harvest the value of a lot of the digital transformations that are going on. Some of those exist out on the shop floor through improved connectivity to machinery, some of those in and around the data space. And that'll be a little bit about what we're talking today in our conversation. And I'm very excited to have Chris joining us today. Chris works in the Chief Technology Office at Lockheed Martin as a principal strategist. His expertise is really at that intersection of artificial intelligence, autonomy, and software-defined warfare. Chris actually conceived, designed, and is actively developing JADFAB, which is a revolutionary approach to battle space data fabric logistics for JADO and JADC2, as well as expanded maneuver. Before joining Lockheed 4 years ago, Chris was the inaugural chief scientist and artificial intelligence leader for Honeywell. Chris is also a co-host of Practical AI Podcast, which has about 200 episodes currently released to the global audience. So we're certainly happy to have Chris with us today. Chris, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, I'm very well. Thank you for having me today.
Awesome. Well, maybe to warm us up a bit, this topic of AI can be confusing to a number of folks. What was your first interaction with AI? How did you actually get involved in this space?
So that goes back a long way. I've been with Lockheed Martin for only 4 years and never anticipated being here at this point, but my parents were both full-time employees for their whole careers at Lockheed. And way back in the early 90s, when the YF-22, the two prototypes that were brand new for what would become the F-22, were being tested at Edwards, one of those prototypes had a crash on the runway. Unfortunately, the pilot survived, but there was a number of problems to solve, and my dad was the person that had to do that. And so he brought what was AI of the day, which was the neural networks of the early 90s, to bear on trying to solve that problem. And so I was a college student, and he would come home and he would leave all the classified stuff, of course, out of it, everything that was proprietary, but we would talk about the mathematics and the data science of it. And I learned about neural networks. And by the time we got to the end of that year, I had been doing them. We were, he was busy writing neural networks in C, and he kind of brought that home, and it was a father-son thing for a while. So it was a pretty special point in my life, but we're talking 30 years back now.
Yeah. It's an incredible story, and I have to imagine for most of the listeners, many of them didn't experience AI probably until more recently, when individuals have been interacting with it. So it's great you have such a long purview into the topic, and maybe that'll start us with our first, discussion topic. Given the advancements in AI over the last 30 years. Chris, how do you think it's going to impact jobs, and maybe specifically engineering jobs? We were on this topic of innovation from the last panel, and maybe even more broadly, human life in the future. What do you think AI is really going to do for the masses?
So what we're seeing is not necessarily what many folks were expecting to see as this field was progressing. People got caught up in things like AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which is essentially the idea of the super intelligent, self-conscious AI that's dominating. That's not what we've seen. What we've seen is the ability to do deep learning, which is what AI is realized at this point in time. And there's a set of different types of models that are really impacting a variety of industries, including our own industry in a big way. And they give us the capability to do things like pattern matching and analysis and generative or creative things that nobody 10 years ago, when this wave started going, was really anticipating. And so that's certainly, as you drive forward in these technologies and they become less expensive and more powerful, and as the hardware on them is driving down, it becomes very, very appealing to put those into a variety of situations to improve what your output is at whatever kind of company as well as drive down cost. And so that obviously impacts human workers. And so we're going through a transition, and we're still fairly early in that process where we're going to, in our industry, we like to talk about crude and uncrewed as being the way forward. But in general, people are going to have a relationship with many AI tools in their lives. Some of them are visible and some are invisible. And those AI tools are going to be really good at some things that a human had been doing. And so going forward, we have to find a new future. We have to find a new way of valuing our productivity so that we can fit into that equation very well. And so for engineers and for technical people that are looking at that forward, instead of being worried about the AI, I would embrace it, look at it as a new set of tools, just like we have with so many before us, and find places where your human brain, which is still an incredibly unique tool itself, is able to bind different aspects together, so that if you have a particular model that's really good, better than the best human in the world at doing one particular task, you don't want to compete with that. What you want to do is combine all of those capabilities across those tasks in different ways and be very creative. So I have a 10-year-old daughter, and what I am trying to do as she's coming up is to teach her about creativity and about thinking outside the box. I'm teaching her that when she's in the classroom and eventually when she gets into a job, be the person that thinks differently from the rest of the folks in the room. You don't need another person saying, yes, and I agree, and going, be the person who is throwing out something unusual and different and bringing a different solution. And I think that if we have lots of people doing that, then there's a huge value for humans in the workplace for a long time to come.
Wow, great perspective. And I think really good guidance when you think about future workers sitting alongside AI and how it augments their day job, and then really where the human adds the most to the equation on that creative side is really unique.
Indeed.
So let's get deeper into AI. When we think about AI, what do you think its impacts will be on the future of warfighting? How is it going to change, the mission of our warfighters and what war is like?
So at Lockheed Martin, I spend pretty much all of my time thinking about this, and we have this context that you might align with these things that you see from DoD and the IC. We call it 21st century warfare, which is a collection of all the sciences and technology areas that need to go forward and put together the solutions for that future battle space. And so what we're seeing here is if you take these things we're already discussing, AI and its realization in the form of autonomy in terms of both robotics robotics and flying and ground machinery and undersea machinery, things that we are tools for the battle space. The ability to put those out into the battle space is going to increase dramatically. It will drive the cost down on doing those. And what we'll see is the word I often use is we're going to flood the battle space with autonomy. So you're going to have the warfighter in a very, very busy battle space with many, many more tools than they've ever had before. And some of those tools will be very big, advanced, sophisticated tools like F-35s. And some of those tools are going to be very small drones that are essentially one-time use, disposable, cost a couple of $1,000s, and yet have models embedded within them that do one job or a couple of different jobs really, really well. And so the future battle space is so busy that it's a level of scale that we've never seen before. And that is going to create an orchestration challenge for us that we're busy working on right now. So lots of data at massive scale, everything is communicating, everything is being organized so that you can satisfy the mission at hand. And the mission may evolve very rapidly in the battle space, and you have to be able to react to that in real time. So you're really looking at what is software-defined warfare, which I know we have some speakers that are going to address specifically in a little bit, so I'll stay away from that. It's a hugely important topic, mixed with massive amounts of data, artificial intelligence, and all of these warfighting platforms that will be working together to accomplish the mission in real time, very, very rapidly, and at a level far beyond a human brain's ability to grasp it all at the same time.
So go a little bit deeper into that piece. So as you have numerous nodes now all connected, and largely today some are connected, some aren't. What role will the human play in the decision making, or will the human's role change where they're simply picking from a suite of options proposed by the AI, or does it work perfectly autonomous until some type of pivot point? How do you really see the role of the individual in this crowded battle space?
So it's going to be an evolution, and it's starting from where we are today to where we're able to control, most of what's happening there in real time with humans in the loop. As you have many things, you will have to automate that just to be able to manage it over time. And so I think you've kind of hit on those points even in the question. And there is governance, and there is the ability to roll up a tactical situation, to understand to both sense it, to understand what the tactical situation is, and to be able to initiate action again, for that particular situation that you're looking at. And so that will require quite a bit of automation that rolls up to humans that are in the loop, but you're going to have to begin in the years ahead, you'll have to begin aggregating that command and control and having automation that does that. And that will be an evolving thing. We're also at a point in history where we're not yet very trustful of AI tools. We haven't been using them long enough, but as they become more pervasive in the battle space and in our lives in general across the board, it will become just very second nature to use models in every capacity of our lives. And that will leak back into how we approach the battle space, and that we'll have tried and true autonomy. It will be, kind of going back to our DoD ethical standards. It's responsible, it's equitable, it's traceable, it's reliable, and it's governable. And that will give us confidence to use that and to be able to manage that at the scale that the future will take us into.
Do you believe our adversaries are more sophisticated, less sophisticated? Where do you think they are today on this front?
So there is a lot of opinions out there, back and forth, a lot of conversation. And I look at that not only from my job at Lockheed Martin and the work I do there, but also in the practical AI sense, as in terms of the podcast. I'm talking to people from all industries. So, clearly there are many players in the AI space all over the world. The US and China, if you were to measure based on the number of research papers published, we are both leading the way. The US, by that metric, I believe, is still out front, but not by very far. And we'll get past probably in that fairly soon. I don't think that alone, I don't think it's a simple question to answer. I think that there are some things that we do better, and there are some things that the Chinese do better, that play into the values of each culture that are a little bit different in different capacities. And so that's a complex mesh. I actually think it's the wrong thing for us to be thinking about. We should assume that they're incredibly capable, a full peer adversary in that capacity, and play to our strengths. And try to produce novel, creative solutions. I know the last speaker was talking about this, that can get us into competitive advantage in the battle space, even for short moments. And then we can exploit those and take advantage of those with all of the capability that we were just talking about a moment ago.
Fascinating. In your overview, you touched on another, pretty interesting topic. You talked about the reliability of AI, but also the governance that has to sit around it. Can you talk a little bit about some of the importance and then maybe some of the challenges around ethics in AI?
Yeah, we're very early in general in ethics. Over the last few years, ethical principles, which are kind of the highest level, have been addressed, and DoD published theirs, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, out there, and Lockheed followed suit, staying closely aligned to that. And in general, the defense industry and intelligence industry has done likewise. So after that, you start getting into the details of how do you do it at a tactical level with models. And the challenge there isn't just doing it, it's doing it with the most rapidly evolving field on the planet. So if you look, and I get a very clear view of this in the podcast role that I play, because I'm always talking to whoever is doing the latest, greatest thing. And it is, we do it every week, and we often have to choose between different topics. And I'm not talking about the podcast so much as just, there's that much amazing new things coming out in this field. And so if you're going to apply ethics to that, you have to allow for your ethics to be, grounded in the principles, but fluid enough in the way that you execute so that you can track the evolution of these models. And so you're never done. That's the bottom line. You are going to take your principles and reapply them with different tool sets that are going to evolve rapidly to track the new capabilities. And we're right on what I believe is the cusp of a whole new set that are coming out in the months to come. What research papers I'm expecting based on what I'm tracking so far. So that job, the AI ethicist, and the job of applying values to that, that is a very secure career.
I could imagine. And what's your perspective? I don't see a lot of those jobs existing today. Are you running into folks who are starting to shape position for those?
Absolutely. There's a whole sub-industry within the larger AI community for ethics. There are now conferences on AI ethics. And there's a lot of different perspectives on what that is, and different ways. And that's good. The diversity of ideas contributing to that is important because of all of the complexities that we were just talking about. So we're going to be figuring our way through this for a long time. We're going to develop very sophisticated, just like every other industry, very sophisticated tools. There will be large tool sets that you can go buy from vendors that will help you manage your AI ethics approach, that will evolve as the models and the technologies underlying those approach. So this is a big thing. This is the start of an effort that will pervade all industries to keep us in good alignment with our AI tools and not diverge to where we have conflict.
Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense. Clearly, ethics will be a big challenge area as we move forward. You talked a little bit about your podcast and just some of the broad exposure you get from the questions, the conversations, and whatnot that happens in that venue. And I certainly know you do every day at your job with Lockheed. What are some of the other big AI challenges you see out in front of us, beyond the ethics topic? You see hardware, software limitations, how we're training folks, any of those other broader challenges. I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
Well, to hit the ones that you're starting to allude to, from a training standpoint, the fields, and it's not one field. AI is a whole collection of different fields with a bunch of distinct jobs. So it's no longer just a data scientist. There are dozens and dozens of job roles now that are in this, and it is moving forward so fast because the technology and the science and mathematics are moving forward so fast that that training people becomes a challenge. So you kind of have to jump in, be very self-motivated, get some baseline, and then very rapidly start tracking what's happening going forward. To transition over to the next challenge, being able to manage it from a security standpoint, which is another big topic that we're talking about here in this conference, is also a challenge because recently we've seen a whole series of models evolving with new capabilities almost by the week. People were talking about DALL-E and more recently Stable Diffusion in terms of what they could do with images. That will very soon, we will be seeing releases in the video space, I'm quite sure. And it takes the idea of things, traditional topics, I say traditional meaning the last year or two, of things like deep fakes, and evolves those dramatically in terms of what's possible, which makes it really hard if you are up against an adversary who is out to spread misinformation through these technologies. That will make it very hard to understand what's real and what's not, what's generated, what's there, and what the mixture of those things are as we blend, because there are both positive and negative uses to blend the technologies into our reality. So the security industry is going to be highly challenged to do that. The defense industry is going to be highly challenged, and we really need folks who can track these going forward and be incredibly dynamic and pivot. If you for a moment feel like you got it, then that means you've already fallen behind. You have to be going, got that. What's next? What am I already missing going forward? So it's going to take a lot of very highly motivated people in these industries to keep a hold of it going forward.
Now that certainly makes sense. You mentioned that notion of creativity and how AI actually starts to play a role in potentially coming up with creative options or options the human didn't think about. Where do you think that intersection is ultimately going to lie? Do you think part of the creative process will be supported by AI? Do you think it won't be? Do you think it's the right spot for AI to help spur some of those moments? Is if AI recommends something, is that creativity? What's your thought on that, Chris?
So that's evolving, obviously, and what I would have said a year ago was not the same as what I would say today, because like everyone else, I'm evolving as we go forward with this. I have redefined that for myself. I was limiting the idea of creativity, and I used to give talks talking about we have our creativity and the AI doesn't, but I've come to realize that the nature of creativity is fairly complex. And there is a diversity of ways to be creative. And we are seeing creativity that come from not only generative technologies in the AI space, like what we just talked about, things like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion recently, but from reinforcement learning. You have the ability through reinforcement learning, we've been seeing this for years, for a model to become more expert than the best human at a given task on the planet, because reinforcement learning is all about gaining experience. So you and I may have to do things at least 10,000 times, according to the classic rule, to become an expert in something over many years. But I can go and spend a very short amount of time and run a model through 10 million iterations of that instead of 10,000. And that model, if it has a robust enough data set that's applicable to that problem, will be better than any human on the planet at a given task. So that's a form of creativity too, being able to learn from experience and apply. And then the thing that we're seeing right now in the space that definitely affects us in defense and intelligence and national security at large is a merging of the different technologies. So if you look at the fact that previously you tended to see things that were convolutional in nature, or natural language processing with large language models, or they were generative, you saw DALL-E and Stable Diffusion, or you saw robotics and gaming and reinforcement learning. What's happened in the last year is they're merging those all together. And that's creating a whole new set of capabilities that don't fall neatly within any one of the subfields of AI. And so you're getting a lot of amazing capability that is both creative from the human people in terms of who's putting those models together, but also driving what is potentially AI creativity going forward to be able to achieve some incredibly complex capabilities. So it's a bold new world that we live in right now. When I hear people talking about the decline of kind of humanity and people, I'm like, this is the most interesting moment in human history right now. And we're not yet, the next one will be more, and the next one will be more. It's a pretty cool time to live.
Yeah, I definitely echo that. We've talked a lot about AI. Maybe one last opinion here. AI is the algorithm in the machine, and you talked a lot about all sorts of different learning mechanisms. But what feeds that is data. And
Absolutely.
there's always a lot of challenges out there with the quality of the data that feed it, how you feed the data. And I find a lot of people get paralyzed with AI because they're too worried about the inbound data. How can people better balance the amount of time they spend focusing on the cleanliness and quality of data versus the power of the algorithm? How do those two work together? What are you seeing in that space?
So I think people get a little bit freaked out about the challenge, and the approach that I found has worked best in my own experience and a number of other experts that I've had the privilege to talk to is to recognize this isn't a thing. You have, presumably your organization has a software process, and before AI became big, you were doing some data science at some level and having to bring data in from different use cases, and there's a cleaning process. You want to automate these things, but the key, and this to some degree it goes back to your challenge question a moment ago as another challenge that people have, is to start recognizing that data is one of your biggest assets, maybe your biggest asset of all. Integrate that in with your software story. In our industry, that's why software-defined warfare is becoming so important and will become ever more so going forward, because you can't separate the AI and the data that you're training upon and data that you're inferencing from your software. So, within our industry, when we talk about things like JADO or MDO in Europe, JADC2, and the idea of executing on expanded maneuver, it takes all of those working great together, and not stick AI off as its own thing, not stick software in a separate thing and fund those differently. You need to integrate them all together and have a good system that pulls the data in, lets you train the models, has fantastic automation for deployment, getting things out to the edge where the battle is, and getting the data from that back so that you can continue to train and learn. And that's what our future is going to be. It's going to be the challenge of orchestrating all of those together.
Certainly not a trivial one, that's for sure, Chris. Well, I think that exhausts all our topics today, Chris. Any other parting thoughts you have for this group?
No, just stay optimistic. We are so privileged to be doing what we're doing here. And we're turning toward a time when I know the nature of our industry is changing dramatically in a bunch of different ways. But it's a joy to be able to work in these areas right now. And rather than be fearful of the future in the various capacities and worried about the downsides and the security risks, I would encourage everyone to embrace it, to recognize those challenges as something that you want to work on, and move forward with a positive mindset, because we're going to do some pretty amazing stuff in the near future and in the intermediate term. So keep going.
I couldn't agree more. Chris, thank you so much for your time today. Your insights are invaluable. And I will hand it back to the studio team.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're back. Gentlemen, outstanding. Thanks again. Really appreciate it. Enjoy your Wednesday, and thanks for being a part of America's Future Series and our class summit. We really appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you in the future. Stay well, stay safe.
Thanks to both of you.
Yep, great stuff.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
So I think I may have mentioned I've been trying to get Chris for some time.
You did. That's great.
He's been one of my gets.
He finally got the memo, did he?
I got them and finally was able to secure him, so I'm very, very happy with that. He's very brilliant. I've had some great conversations with him and some communications. Great thought leader. So he's just an example of some of the great people we're blessed to have, and
Well, we already talked about yesterday. You know, that was a grand slam. Hit that out of the park, and then today we've hit it off out of the park as well. I think so.
Right, and now we've got this 2-hour conversation with Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, isn't that something?
No, I'm just teasing.
I was just trying to go with the flow.
Yeah, go with the flow. So yeah, now we're gonna get a chance to honor somebody for extraordinary support of our military. So I'm thrilled about that.
Yeah, anytime you get a chance to thank those that support our military, you know, it doesn't matter what branch of the armed forces anybody has been involved with, we simply say thank you for your service. Thanks for being there. Thanks for keeping us all out of harm's way every single day. And a lot of times I think, excuse me, in this world today, we sometimes forget that.
Yeah, and
I
our first
remember my dad was
responders,
in the, you know,
absolutely.
in the service, and it was very important, and he was very proud of it, and everybody, oh, you were in the service, thank you, thank you, thank you. But it's not so much like that anymore. You know, it just I was post-Vietnam War, and I remember some of my, you know, people I knew that went, you know, you went to Vietnam, you had people running off to Canada and try to avoid the draft. It was a different world. But I hope
So yeah, there was a
realize
lull
today-
there in sort of our patriotism, our support, or
Yeah.
our appreciation. I think the Iraq and Afghanistan wars changed that.
Turned that
It
around.
turned
I
that
totally
around.
agree.
It gave a chance for us to sort of pay homage and respect for the people who served in Vietnam. My dad, who did
Right.
3+ tours.
Right,
and
there you go.
So that was, I guess, a silver lining out of that.
Mm-hmm,
And I have something to say that I want to say to the folks that served in Afghanistan.
Oh, please.
Okay. You know, the way we withdrew from Afghanistan was
Mm-hmm.
clearly not good, and I won't beat that to death, which I've been known to do. But okay.
Okay.
That said, but there's been a response from a lot of Afghan veterans feeling like that their time there was wasted. That everything they did, the sacrifice they made, their friends, the people they lost, that sacrifice was for naught. That it was there was no value in that, and that is emphatically not true. Because for 20 years, because of their service and sacrifice, that region experienced a level of freedom that it had not in centuries.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd been forever.
Forever,
really.
right.
Yeah.
So women and minorities experienced a level of freedom and tolerance that they had not, enjoyed a better life. Terrorism was not exported from that region for 20 years. And we were able to project power to the Iranians and to the Russians and others, et cetera, from the bases, those 3 air bases that we had there. So I don't want any veteran who served in either the Afghan or in particular the Afghan war to not feel like that their service meant something, and that the people that they lost that were nearest and dearest to them, that sacrifice was in vain.
for naught.
It was for naught.
Yep.
They made a huge difference,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
that can never be thought of. And people in that region who aren't the totalitarian types, the ones that those citizens value that. And so I just want to know from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank every Afghan
Absolutely.
veteran, et cetera, for their service and
absolutely.
what they did for
Yeah.
the entire world.
Yep, for sure. No question about it. And I think a lot of people would feel much the same way. I think everybody was just really surprised, disappointed, just a little embarrassed by how that all happened. So it is unfortunate. But
Well, so their sacrifice
learn from it and
meant
move
something.
forward.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So we want to support and showcase those who serve, and that's really what the America's Future Series 5-Star Award is all about. It's given for extraordinary support of our military and their families, and in a large part, that's not just philanthropy. In a large part, that has to do with hiring practices. The single most important, I think, thing we can do for a veteran when they come back from service is give them another mission. They're mission driven. They want to belong to something. We've heard people talk about that yesterday. Major General spoke about Crozier, et cetera,
Right,
about that,
right.
give someone who belongs. So Amazon Web Services, and its various businesses, Blue Origin, companies like that make a very concerted effort to focus on veteran hiring and development, and it's selfish. They're wise enough to understand that it benefits them. They don't see themselves as doing a veteran a favor. They think it's smart business, and it's one of the reasons they're thriving. If you look at companies that succeed and that have a culture of can do, get it done, show up on time, stay to the end, mission focus, team over self,
do it the way you should do it.
they have some veterans working for them. Funny
Yeah,
that, right?
yeah.
So I like to say, if you don't like your culture, hire a Marine. It'll all work
It'll
out.
change real
it'll
fast,
change.
won't it? Yeah, it
Absolutely.
sure
So-
will.
So anyway, that's what the America's Future Series 5-Star Award is about, and we're honored to have Ken Peterman joining us here. We're going to be he's going to help us present this. I want to bring Ken on, and he'll probably echo maybe someone with the same say it more eloquently
Right,
than I
what you
would.
just shared, right.
Because he is more eloquent than I am. Hello, Ken. How are you, sir?
I am fine. Thank you, David. Good to see you. Scott?
Good to have you back.
Great to have you here.
So that's what we're here for, and I thought you might want to share a couple thoughts about this 5-star award and recognizing Mr. Bezos and the team at Amazon.
Yeah, I'm really glad to do that. One of the great privileges of being a platinum sponsor of this event is to be a participant in this 5-star award and discuss a little bit about our young men and women, our veterans. And David, when I think of our veterans, I think it's important to also think of their spouses. When some of us choose to go through this life with a partner, and when one of those partners chooses to serve, chooses to, as my good friend General Bruce Crawford said one time, adorn themselves in the cloth of this nation and serve. Okay, their spouse is serving along with them, they're sacrificing along with them. So the first point I'd like to make is just, I think it's a team game in that regard, and we have to think about it that way. The second thing is just a couple of statistics about what a significant resource this is in our country. I think the Bureau of Labor Statistics last year in 2021, 18.5 million men and women are veterans in this nation. About 7% of our population that's above the age of 18 are veterans, and 1 in 10 are women. Importantly, about 200,000 service members transition from military service to civilian life each year, and that's according to the DoD. So the one thing, I think the second point I'd like to make is that this is a significant resource for us. Now, the last point I'll make is that I've been in this aerospace and defense market sector for 40 years. And I am honored to have worked alongside, partnered with, and employed veterans throughout my career. I have been fortunate enough to lead some of the fastest growing defense businesses, organically growing defense business in this country. Sometimes for 5 or 6 consecutive years, we were the fastest growing. And I'll tell you that we did that in large part because of our the veterans in our workforce. In some positions, we had $1 billion business, and I'll tell you, more than 50% of our employees were veterans. And the reason that that's so important now more than ever is because, in the first 20 years of my career, DoD was inventing technology that didn't exist, inventing capabilities that didn't exist. Mobile networking, satellite communications, cybersecurity. These things were born in the defense sector, and they were born in an acquisition process predicated on invention. And it took years. It took years to validate a requirement, years to budget the money, years to develop the request for proposals, and then years to execute the contract, because invention was hard. But the second 20 years of my career, these technologies that I've spent my career in transitioned to the private sector. Leadership transitioned to the private sector. So now these technologies are accelerating rapidly, and the trajectories are so steep and so rapid that frankly, veterans become really important, because if you're going to put technology to work for our warfighters, you have to know the problem to be solved. You have to know what it feels like to be in a foxhole or to fly a helicopter or to execute a mission and those kinds of things. And so our veterans help us define the problem to be solved. They help us create technology-enabled capabilities that bring warfighter value, that increase warfighter safety, increase warfighter mission effectiveness. Because I think the second 20 years of my career, the reason we were the fastest growing in so many cases is because we behaved entrepreneurially. We did not, we put technology to work quickly for that warfighter, because frankly, the acquisition process was too long. They would end up buying a 2G capability in a 5G world. So what we were able to do was put technology to work in a matter of months and solve a problem or create a capability that warfighters could use immediately. You were exactly right a few minutes ago when you talked about how Amazon is selfish in the reason they hire veterans. Yes, because it benefits the company, and it's extraordinarily rewarding if you're passionate about our warfighters and our veterans the way I personally am. It's extremely rewarding to put technology to work in a way that saves a life, that helps a young man or woman come home to their mama at the end of the mission and get that hug, and maybe avoid the loss of a life or a loss of a limb because of technology-enabled capabilities. That's been my passion for 40 years, and veterans have played a huge role in that. At Comtech, we are a team of veterans, former warfighters, creative thinkers. We focus on the warfighter's mission, apply our technology innovation to empower the warfighter in new and different ways, in ways that sometimes as customers didn't dream was possible. It's an exciting time. Veterans play a huge role.
Thank you for those comments, those insights. Well put.
Well put.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And so with that, On your behalf, as our patron sponsor, we're going to announce that Jeff Bezos and Amazon, he wanted it to be about Amazon. Amazon is the 2022 recipient of the America's Future Series 5-Star Award, and it's for extraordinary support of our military and their families. And so we've got Jeff joining us here for a few comments.
General Petraeus, General Alexander, thank you. I am honored to receive the 5-Star Award, and I do so as part of a tradition the military knows well, as part of a team, both at Amazon and also Blue Origin. I have long held the belief that corporate America has a responsibility to support our women and men in uniform. Every day, our military steps up for us. They do so selflessly, and it is the noblest of callings. So what can we do to step up for them? The answer to that question is simple. Think of them as leaders. Understand them as leaders. Leaders who can invent, think big, leaders who have a bias for action, and leaders who have incredibly high standards, and leaders who will deliver. These principles look very familiar to the men and women who serve our country in the armed forces and are looking for a new calling. And the same can be said for their spouses. So in 2016, Amazon made a commitment to hire 25,000 veterans and spouses over 5 years and to train 10,000 more in cloud computing technology. 5 years later, we had far surpassed our goal and hired 112,000. And we did not just dump them in the deep end. We set up programs and peer groups to help bring them successfully into the private sector. The initiative was so successful that we made a new commitment to hire another 100,000 in the next 3 years. And I am happy to say we're on track to meeting that goal too. At Blue Origin, the mission is bold and Blue leaders are mission driven. The military veterans at Blue Origin share their passion for this mission every day and are grounded in the leadership principles of ownership, humility, and technical ambition. Blue Origin is dedicated to being a preferred employer of the military community, and we recently formed a new partnership with the DoD's Skill Bridge program to help military members transition to civilian jobs and recruit candidates. As of 2022, more than 10% of the Blue Origin team is former or current military. With our new recruiting partnerships and support from the Blue Origin Veteran Resource Group, we're going to bring even more members of the military to Team Blue. And through it all, at both Amazon and Blue Origin, we learned a few things. We learned firsthand that veterans flourish in the private sector, that military service, including as a spouse, is a significant life experience that fosters resilience, teamwork, collaboration, and integrity. Learned that our veterans and their spouses are well suited to lead people in our fast-paced work environments, and that their values align with ours. I want to close by saying something I've said before, but that bears repeating. Hiring our veterans is right for the country, it's right for Amazon and Blue Origin, and it's the right thing for businesses across the country. We accept this honor with humility, knowing there is always more we can do. So thank you so much for this honor. But most of all, thank you for your service.
And most of all, certainly thank you to Jeff Bezos. He is the recipient of our America's Future Series 5-Star Award. Ken, I'm just kind of curious before we move on, what did you think of his comments? What do you have to say in response to what he just shared with all of us?
Jeff's comments are right on. I mean, you'll notice that he spoke about the spouse aspect of it. I think that's really important. Thank them for their service. They do bring in enormous insight, enormous leadership. If you want to build a strong culture as an organization, David said earlier, if you want to check your culture as a company, hire a Marine. Yeah. I'll tell you, you put veterans in your workforce, they get it done. Okay, they're mission focused, they get it done. Jeff's right on.
Well put. Well put. I totally agree, too. I thought he was great.
Well, one last thing, because I've done a lot of military transition work with a lot of commercial companies.
Right.
Large hiring fairs and all that. I want the commercial world to understand that this idea that the military mind is very linear and you need to tell a veteran how to get something done
Right.
is completely wrong. All you have to tell a veteran to do is what good looks like. Give them a goal and give them the resources. They will figure it out.
They'll get it done.
Okay. So no one ever told a sergeant, hey, here's how you take that hill. Go up here, go there. No. So take that hill. Here are your men. Here's what you've got, whatever. And they get it done. And so if you want that in your organization, hire a veteran.
Yeah, it's done.
So
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you. Let me augment that, David. Veterans know how to collaborate. You think of a team of 10 or 12 warriors, soldiers, okay, that are collaborating together to accomplish a goal. And I'll tell you, when the stakes are high and the lives are on the line, every voice counts. Diversity of thought matters, and those kinds of things. They know how to put that to work to get the best outcome possible when the stakes are the highest. It's an enormously valuable asset when you're trying to run a business in an environment where technology is dynamic, the customer experience is dynamic, the competitive landscape and the threat vectors are dynamic. In that kind of a complex environment with enormous ambiguity, the voice of the veteran is critical.
Well said. Couldn't say it better.
Yeah, no, totally agree. Well put, Ken. Well put. Well, you ready to move on?
With that, sir, thank you very much.
It's all yes, sir, for sure.
Yeah,
Thank
ready
you.
to move on. We're going to talk to some of the folks that put capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster and make it all work together. So I'll let you take it away, sir. So we're joined now by our friends at Deloitte, right? Susan Calway?
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Susan, hello, Susan. How are you? Good morning.
I'm well. Good morning. It's great to be here.
Well, we're delighted to welcome you back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. She was a part of our program yesterday. And Jennifer, is it Krisher? Is that right, Jennifer? Kreischer or Krisher?
Krisher rhymes with Fisher.
Oh, I love it.
There you go.
Vice President of NGA Programs. Maxar, we're delighted to welcome you as well. Thank you for being here on this Wednesday.
Happy to be here.
All right. Well, take it away. It's all yours, ladies. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And Jennifer, I want to thank you so much. I think our careers have wound back and forth a few times, right? So it's terrific to be here at this fireside chat with you. And if you don't mind, I'd like to do just a short introduction so that our audience knows a little bit about who you are and how who you are then influences our conversation that we're going to have, which I'm looking forward to. So first of all, I'm going to start with your professional experience. You lead a multidisciplinary team of data scientists, developers, geospatial experts, and meteorologists who deliver intelligence geospatial solutions to the US government. I almost feel like that's similar to the role I had as director of analysis, although I didn't have the meteorologists. But it's terrific. And you not only support the US government, but also international and commercial companies and customers as well. Your experience spans work at both BAE as well as the US Air Force, where you enjoyed a 25-year career, retiring as a colonel, and you were specifically an intelligence officer in a variety of roles. Your education background includes a master's degree in African Studies from Howard University and a bachelor's degree in Geography and History from the US Air Force Academy. Thank you so much for your service, particularly in light of the last discussion. So personally, you also shared with me that you identify yourself with these three very important roles. One is being a wife and mother to two teens, and that's probably your toughest job of all.
For sure.
Second is being what you referred to yourself as an innovation Sherpa, and I love that. And then finally, being an authentic leader. I truly look forward to sharing with our audience how your professional, your academic, and your personal identities all influence your perspectives on the commercial geo industry. And I don't know if there's a couple things you want to, say before we get into some questions, or I'll right into the first question.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sue, for that great introduction. I'm really excited to be here and to get to know you a little bit better as we converse here. And I appreciate Ken's comments about the importance of hiring vets. As a vet myself, my transition has been nonlinear and it's been fantastic. And I've enjoyed it every step of the way. I did want to just offer a few introductory comments about how we at Maxar are working to transform how we work with the U.S. government and how we are working to help the U.S. maintain a strategic information advantage in this time of great power competition. So obviously, Maxar, if you've never heard of Maxar, you've probably seen Maxar in the news and CNN, the imagery that's there. We're a high resolution data provider with satellite imagery. We own and operate the most advanced constellation of commercial satellites. We're about to launch our next generation of satellites called Worldview Legion, and that's going to really rapidly increase our revisit rate, which will give us more consistent and improved analytics. And we deliver a lot of this data through what we call Global Enhanced GEOINT Delivery, or GEGD, which serves up not only our data, but also other commercial data from other commercial electro-optical providers and synthetic aperture radar providers. So we're serving this to the warfighter and to around 300,000 U.S. government customers and 800 partners and allied users, which to me is fantastic because we're getting that data and that information to the users who need it now. We also work on artificial intelligence and machine learning, which we'll talk a little bit more about. Particularly, we're providers on Project Maven, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is helping to reduce the DoD sensor to engagement timelines. We've got some low latency, tests and exercises down to like 45 minutes from image collect to exploit engagement. So that's pretty incredible. Still working to get that faster and faster. And we use our 3D data capabilities, our 3D technology, to improve what Project Maven is doing by giving that geolocation accuracy so that it's really useful to verify and validate the point on the ground where that Maven detection is giving you. And what's, to my mind, incredible about Maxar, and I'm kind of a fangirl. I've only been with Maxar for a year. Yesterday was my Maxar-versary. What we do is we use commercial, we develop things commercially and then we take those to the government. So we're getting that dual use capability that really, I think, is what makes America's military complex better than many other countries, where we are able to exploit that commercial capability.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jennifer. And, truly, Maxar has been, one of several, but a very key partner, I know, to NGA. When I was the director of analysis there and during the pandemic, GEGD was a very critical component of our workflow on the unclassified fabric that we were able to continue. So thank you for that. Let's start talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, computer vision, and geospatial and the wealth of data. So that idea of geospatial and everything that comes with it and AI are definitely two fields that are just experiencing explosive growth, both parallel but also combined. As government and commercial entities look to harness the capabilities that are being developed and growing so quickly, where do you see these fields having the strongest impact when they're used together in tandem against the mission?
This is such a great question. To my mind, computer vision is just such a game changer. Just a decade ago, when I was deployed to the Middle East, analysts would spend countless hours watching full motion video, reviewing imagery from the ever expanding number of sensors flying over Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's too much. Analysts couldn't possibly get through all the data. They couldn't possibly find those nuggets. And what computer vision does, it gives us the ability to apply machine learning through programs such as Project Maven to provide first level analysis to the vast volumes of data. So I think when Maven first stood up, there was this whole idea, well, they're going to replace the analyst. But I don't think anybody thinks we're going to replace the analyst. What this does is it finds the detect and then gives the analyst the opportunity to do second and third order analysis, that deep why question and the how question that is only going to come from an analyst's mind, and allows them to really focus. Of course, computer vision is not a panacea. We don't need to, it's not going to solve world hunger tomorrow, or solve all of the analyst problems, but we need to continue to work to improve the algorithms so that analysts can build trust. And that's really kind of where we are today, is that building trust. And so we can't just say, trust us, it's a great algorithm, everything's great. We really just sit side by side with the Intel analysts. We need to understand their workflow. We need to understand what's important to them and how they're ingesting this data so that we can make sure that we build that trust. Computer vision is really the only way we as an Intel community will be able to keep pace with the data deluge, which is a great phrase that Admiral Whitworth uses, with all of the sensors and even the non-traditional data sources. Without computer vision, we're not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, and I love how you talk about the fact that these smart machines are helping to increase speed in the analytic workflow, and specifically decreasing that early stage of just finding out what should I look at first.
Absolutely.
Right? Getting right to the heart of that so that the cognitive abilities of our smart humans can be raised. So I definitely love that and definitely appreciate that. You started talking about, trust as, something that has to be built. And right now, perhaps a limitation on the use of AI in the workflow. Can you talk more about, are there other limitations that you see right now in these technologies that we're working on overcoming?
So I think a big hurdle is interoperability and getting the detects where the analyst is working, right? So we have, unfortunately, a lot of stovepiped efforts in AI, machine learning, and computer vision. And analysts aren't able to very easily transition between the 2 or the 3 or the 4 to get that detect where they need it. And so getting us all the providers to speak with the same computer language, to use the same ontology and the same catalog, to build a catalog of algorithms, I think is where we have to be headed towards. And I'm really excited about the transition of Maven to NGA, because I believe that this is going to give an opportunity to bring that holistic approach to computer vision and learning.
Yeah, I think it is an exciting time for NGA and for the community writ large, with Maven now really being integrated with the rest of the GeoInt AI ML CV architecture that's being built. And that sort of relates into my next question. And I'll caveat this question by sort of hearkening back to the National Security Commission's report on artificial intelligence that was released not too long ago. They identified, and I know I personally have identified that, there are proactive solutions that we as a country need to take in order to be AI ready by 2025. And part of that is developing the necessary data and technical infrastructure to deploy AI at scale. And you were starting to hint at that in, the discussion about Maven and where NGA, can go in taking Maven. Can you expand on that? In other words, sort of what resonates with you around this need to really build a larger, an infrastructure at scale? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a great question. So one point, again, just to hit home, we have to have that standard data standards, standard ontology for labeling, for developing our algorithms. But I also think, the previous speaker, Mr. Bezos, cloud compute is super important. And whether it be a Microsoft cloud or an Amazon cloud or any other cloud service provider, this needs to be trusted. This needs to be on JWICS and SIPR and UNCLAS. It needs to be available and not cost prohibitive to the government to be able to do the kind of multi-image analytics that we're trying to do with machine learning. various commercial vendors are developing these AI and ML algorithms that the government can employ. Personally proud of my team and the EO and SAR stuff that they're doing, but we have to work together to put this into a toolbox. And that toolbox needs to be, again, where the user needs it, where the analyst needs it. And the important aspect of knowing that they are geospatially precise is going to be important. Not all data that we're going to do computer vision on is going to be an image. It's going to be different kinds of data. And so we need to make sure that we know where that data is coming from. We need to be very precise. Precision 3D data allows us to ensure precision in the Z-axis also, which is becoming increasingly important as our weapons and our ability become more specific. And the crisis in Ukraine has really laid bare the ability to share what we do, right? You can't have this exquisite machine learning algorithm that resides only in the SCI environment. You have to be able to share it with our partners because they've also got to trust what we're doing.
Yeah, I think about this no walls environment that you're talking about, right? Multi-domain, no stovepipes across classified fabrics, no stovepipes on nations, really everybody operating in one integrated and one team, one fight sort of way.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you're really emphasizing precision, and you're talking so far about precision in place. There's also a notion of precision in terms of quality, which starts to get to some ethical standards. So I want to ask, for you to share, what is Maxar doing to promote trust in your solutions from an ethical framework or guiding principles standpoint, in ensuring, again, that the algorithms are trustworthy?
Yeah, that's such a great question. And it's so hard, right? So we have our values, we have our Maxar values, and one of them is we put mission first. And we approach all of our work as partners. We are constantly trying to help understand what the problem is and how we can help solve it. Not, here's our solution and you better take our square peg and put it in your round hole. That's not our approach. We want to understand the problem. Additionally, many of my leadership team and the leadership team across Maxar are prior military. And so we have this work ethic aligned to the mission where even if we aren't prior military, we have people who've spent years working side by side with the IC and military analysts who understand what it's doing. And, it's our reason for what we do. Maxar is a commercial company, but public sector service is a big part of who we are and what we do. So when we develop applications, we're partnering with the government to ensure we're meeting mission needs. We aren't developing these niche applications. We're helping to solve problems. And we believe in this approach builds trust as we build solutions. But more importantly, at least as importantly, rather, we try to adhere to the Intel community guiding principles for AI, which if the audience hasn't read these, they're out there on the interweb and you can read them. But act and employ AI with integrity. Be transparent and free from bias. AI should be tempered by human judgment, as we talked about, right? Secure, resilient, and represent the pinnacle of science and technology. We really have to think ethically about how we approach AI ML and not try to find just the most expeditious solution to the problem.
Yeah, I love that focus on ethics and values, and that sort of grounds Maxar is what I'm hearing you say. I'm also curious about sort of reaching back to comments that I made earlier about the team that you lead. You have a multidisciplinary team. And, I've often talked with my team about the importance of different perspective, different skills, different experiences, and how that helps also draw bias out of the solutions that you're creating. Can you talk a little bit more about the importance of your multidisciplinary team to this ethical framework at Maxar?
Sure, absolutely. So diversity is diversity specifically is very important to me personally. And so as we built our team, we've worked to include people from all backgrounds. We're not just trying to hire the MIT AI/ML expert. We want people from all different walks of life who are passionate about what we do: data analytics, machine learning, imagery analysis. We also have GeoInt analysts. We do a lot of work that isn't machine learning based, but derives from machine learning, and it leverages the tools we use. And so we bring different perspectives. My team is geographically diverse. We really love our St. Louis team. They have really been growing by leaps and bounds, and we are super engaged with the NGA West team and Harris-Stowe State University, trying to build that groundswell in St. Louis for the GeoInt community, which has been so awesome to see. We also have a team in Ypsilanti. The Ypsilanti team comes at it from a completely different perspective. So they are part of the team. Their heritage is the generation of SAR, the creation of synthetic aperture radar. And so they solve problems around SAR in a way nobody else. They know the details of why it was created that way. And that brings a great solution set. And so actually my team is downstairs in the skiff right now, and we're talking about how to solve a couple of problems that we're facing for the coming year. And we're bringing this diverse perspective because it matters and because perspectives matter. And today we started off the conversation with, this is a yes and environment. There's no buts. Everybody's ideas matter. Let's talk about how they can both exist in the same idea.
Yeah, I love that approach to humility. I think it is the winning combination, certainly, to supporting our national security and all of our clients. I too also just wanted to put a plug in for St. Louis, the geospatial ecosystem that's growing out there. So exciting.
Really?
Yeah, we're really happy to be part of that too. So I think I saw the cue that maybe our time is up, or maybe there's some questions from the audience. I just want to pause for a moment to check. Any word on that? Otherwise, all right, let's do one more question. And you hinted at this before when you offered your opening remarks, but I'll emphasize a little bit more. The war in Ukraine, right, has been dubbed, the Russia-Ukraine war has been dubbed, quote, the first commercial imagery conflict, making it clear that satellite imagery has become a critical component to our nation's security, and it's here to stay. So my question is, as it also helps to shape a public opinion in times of conflict, et cetera, what do you see as the long-lasting effects of this sort of, I'll say it's an evolution, some may say as a revolution, right, of commercial imagery in the public domain, providing these kinds of insights as it has?
Yeah, so I agree, it's an evolution. It's been there. We've been doing this. Commercial imagery has been part of what we do for at least 20 years. And, what Maxar has done, and our peers, our competimates, if you will, and Planet and Black Sky and ISI and, the other SAR providers, what we've been able to do has been incredible, because not only are we providing imagery to our partners on the ground, but we're providing to the State Department, and the State Department can say, well, that's not what you said you did, and that's not okay. And holding people to account with imagery, because people believe what they can see. And the high quality of commercial imagery today makes it impossible to say, well, not impossible, but it makes it really hard to say that that's a doctored image. And we can show with certitude the background for the image. We can show that this has not been doctored, that this isn't a deep fake, which, there's a lot of accusations coming out of Russia that might be what we're doing with some of our imagery. And so building that trust, again, building the trust and ensuring that our networks and our systems are secure and safe, cyber safe, has become really our gold standard right now. And one of the things I really applaud NGA for is bringing the community together. Back in February, we started a cadence of meetings where all of us came together and talked about, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it, what can we do better to support the NGA mission, to support the DoD. And it was not about who's making profits. It was not about who's got the best stuff. It was about, let's help this problem. And I think that that's the way we're going to be going in the future. I honestly believe that commercial imagery will continue to be a part of what the DoD and the IC uses for their mission. But I think that there will be State Department, USAID, all of these other governmental organizations will continue to increase their demand for commercial GeoInt as we move forward.
Yeah, I hear you talking about the start of that no walls environment, everybody, one team, one fight, working together around using and leveraging the commercial imagery for our national security. So I'm very excited about the future, very positive on the future. And thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining me at this session.
Thank you, Sue. This was really delightful.
Yeah, very fun.
Let me thank you both. I thought you did a great job. Susan, well done. Thanks for coming back again today. Very much appreciate your involvement. And Jennifer, did you have a good time? This was your, I think, your maiden voyage, was it not?
It was good. It was really interesting and exciting to get ready for this and to talk about this really important issue.
Yeah, what'd you enjoy most about it?
Talking to Sue, because she's awesome.
Yeah, amen. Amen, absolutely.
Understand. Well, again, ladies, well done. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your week. Stay well, stay safe. Thanks so much.
Thank
That was
you.
great stuff, huh?
That's fantastic.
Well done.
It's an honor to have both of them.
Yeah, it really
we've
was.
had Maxar here before, of course, Sue and her organization, Deloitte, with Major General Kim Kreider. Have to thank them for all their support. They're helping carry the load here.
Yeah,
that's great.
No, it was good stuff.
Yeah, and it dovetails very nicely with the next conversation we're going to
Go
have.
for it. I'll turn that over to you. Go for
Well,
it.
that's great. So, NAN is joining us again.
Right.
We're honored to have Lieutenant General Jack Shanahan hosting this discussion. He's joining us, and they both have a lot in common, and they've actually had the same role before, et cetera. And so they're old friends, and I think we're going to in store for a really brilliant conversation. So, Nan, it's wonderful to have you back, and congratulations on your new role with the CIA.
Thanks.
That's wonderful. It's great to have you back. So, General, we'd love to turn it over to you, and we really look forward to hearing what you guys have to say and learning a lot from you.
No, thank you very much. And good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to everybody that's joining us online for this conversation on software-defined warfare, which we're going to talk a little bit more in just a second. I'm Jack Shanahan. I'm joined by Nan Mulchandani, previously the first Chief Technology Officer, the CTO of the Department of Defense Joint AI Center, or the JAIC. And as was currently discussed, he is now the first CTO of the CIA. We only have 25 minutes for this conversation. It's going to go by very quickly, but I thought it would be important to provide a little bit of framing remarks before we jump deep into the conversation. I retired from the Air Force in the summer of 2020 after 36 years in uniform. My final two positions were in the Pentagon, and I was tasked with standing up the DoD's first and still only two dedicated AI fielding organizations. The first one was Project Maven, also known as the Algorithmic Warfare Cross-Functional Team, and the second was the JAIC, the DoD Joint AI Center. Based on all the experiences that I had in Project Maven and the scars that I incurred along the way, it was pretty obvious to me that at the top of my priority list when standing up the JAIC was to find somebody from the outside, not within government, somebody with extensive commercial technology industry experience to come in and be the first CTO for the JAIC. It would have to be someone who was willing not to get rich and to work through government bureaucracy, both of which were detractors for some people. The way that Nan's world and my world intersected is a fascinating and somewhat humorous discussion all by itself, that conversation for a different time and different day. Suffice it to say that when Nand accepted the position, as I've said many times before, I'll say today and I'll say many times in the future, that Jake changed pretty much instantly the moment he walked in the door because of what he brought to the table with his commercial software experience. It only took him a couple of months to learn how to speak the incomprehensible language of the Department of Defense and to get his arms around what we were trying to do, which is bring AI at speed and scale throughout the entire department. But after just a couple of months, Nand would come down to my office and we would have a recurring conversation. That conversation would go pretty much something like this. General, I get it. I know how important AI is to the future of the department. It's critical, no doubt about it. Our adversaries are moving very quickly, AI. Their intent is crystal clear. I know we need it. We need it yesterday, but here's what we can't do. We cannot bring AI at speed at scale to the Department of Defense unless we fix the underlying architecture. What you see is this beautiful tip of ice. The sun is shining. It's a cold December day. There's this blue glow to this piece of ice. It's gorgeous on top of the water. What we're not seeing is the dirty 90% rest of that iceberg below the water that we have to take care of, or that blue, beautiful piece of ice on the tip of the water will mean absolutely nothing. And my question back to Nand was, what does that mean? What do we need to do about it? And we would get into this conversation. The whiteboard would come out, the dry erase markers would come out, and we talk about what it would really take to fix the architecture of the department. So with that as the backdrop, Nand, here's the first and most obvious question. Why did you write this report? Why the title? Software-Defined Warfare, Architecting DoD's Transition to the Digital Age. And then what are the key themes in the report that you think are worth this audience hearing right now? So I'll turn that over to you, Nand, to answer those questions.
Well, thank you, sir. And first thing I've got to say is I think you completely overstate my contribution to the fight. Obviously, you as a leader and a mentor and someone who, you know, I've learned a ton from, and obviously you co-authored this paper. So this is not credit to me, this is credit to you. I think this exact dynamic of bringing the best of, hopefully the best of thinking on the software and technology side, melded in with obviously incredible experience that you and all of our colleagues had together, I think is really how we're going to win this game. So to answer your question, the big picture is that this was meant to be provocative in some way, which is we have to set up, in the technology world, we call these, you know, big, hairy, you know, aggressive goals, as you have to set up a future and a vision of where we need to take things and then work our way towards it tactically over time. And I think a lot of the discussion that I thought we were having was, there was obviously strategy and tactics together, but this was a culmination of, I think, the work that you and I thought about and did there, which is how do we set up the big broad future of kind of where things needs to go. In the tech industry, we talk about software defined as a core technology pivot that happened over the past 25 to 30 years, which is this idea that I think things like virtualization, which then led to things like cloud computing and then to containerization, et cetera. This has been a natural evolution of moving away from hardware centric design points, which tend to be slow moving. You know, the idea of a hardware design cycle, which takes months, years, and is slow moving in some way, versus the software design cycle and iteration that you can get. Obviously, the two are tied together from a computer science standpoint. Anything you can do in hardware, you can implement in software, and vice versa. It's a trade-off of things like performance and cost and other pieces there. But in general, the idea is, as you move to a software-defined network or architecture, where you pull state and complexity out of the system, and all of a sudden you can get to the two key things in technology, in the technology world that we talk about, which are scale and leverage, right? Which is, how do you actually create insane scale at the right cost point and driving the complexity down to a point where computers can then take on the complexity piece. And this is actually where I think the next part of the discussion that merits, and this is something I'd love for you to comment on, because that's the domain expertise and breadth that you bring, is what is the role of the domain expert in this whole thing, right? Which is this idea of you software define everything, you push complexity down, You hollow out the hardware, you build orchestration, you build vertical scaling, horizontal scaling versus vertical scaling, you eliminate single points of failure, et cetera. Well, you've got this incredible software-defined network now. You've got this warfighting system that's there. The question becomes, and as co-author, the idea is what does the commander, what is the domain expert, what is that person doing in the middle of the software-defined system? Does it move all the way to software and hardware, and then the systems themselves take on that role? Or the question becomes, what is the role of the commander? But just to answer your question, sort of the piece was to set up something very provocative, very big, very big, giant, hairy goal that all of us need to work towards. And this is an architecture. It's not about implementation. We first need to agree that this is the direction and systems that we need to build. And then we can start aligning our investments and work towards making that happen.
Thanks, Nand. And I will answer that question, but you also said something that reminded me of, I think one of the most important pieces in the beginning of this report is the idea of the DoD has this great advantage is it's had a monopoly on warfighting since it existed. That advantage also becomes a serious limitation when, as you point out, as we point out, the Department of Defense didn't have to go through the same Darwinian capitalist journey that startups have to go through and get threatened by other people and then force them to get better. Because I think if anybody from the outside reads this report, they almost, I think, would be shocked to say, you mean the department doesn't do things the way that you're calling for? And the answer is no, we don't, because we've got away with it for far too long. Right. And as we see in this explosion of AI and all these other emerging technologies, we're in a place now where that is a recipe for disaster if we keep going down that path. And then to turn that conversation into the implementation piece of it, we say this very directly towards the end of the report, maybe in even more than one place. We're not claiming for a second that hardware is irrelevant, just the opposite. What we're trying to do is say, take the hardware that exists today and make it 1,000 times more effective. Just like in Maven that we said, we don't want an AI solution that's 5x or 10x. We need something that's 100x. That's the same principle here is what can we do to make existing hardware so much better? But equally important, how do we start designing hardware differently in the future that accounts for the principles that you put in here? And then now into the sort of the implementation piece of it, you and I both have agreed that maybe JADC2 is the best framing reference for what we're trying to do here, at least a good one. JADC2, for those not familiar, Joint All Domain Command and Control, is an acronym many people say and very few people actually understand. I think Nand and I would say it's a way to make better and faster decisions and to accelerate sensor to shooter timelines. And so if I'm in a service and I have hardware, what I'm trying to do is figure out how I architect my service piece of this in JADC2 to be interoperable with what the other services are doing. JADC2 cannot succeed without interoperability. We're trying to get interoperability right between the different military services, never mind allies and partners who have to be brought into this discussion as well. And we can't do that, I think, unless each of the services brings these tenets in and says, this is how we re-architect. So in answering my question, Nand, I turn around and ask you another one, because I love what you do, and I couldn't have thought about this, but your references to, say, the analogy of Apple OS. Each of the military services should be thinking in those terms to start architecting their service pieces differently and being interoperable with the rest of the Department of Defense and with allies and partners. So do you want to say maybe just a little bit more about that piece of it, the OS piece?
Yeah, absolutely. And so not to stretch the analogy too far, but I think these types of ecosystems that you see getting built in front of you, right? The idea of the Apple ecosystem, the Android ecosystem, platforms, things like operating systems, the Windows franchise, the SaaS clouds, for instance, whether it be things like Salesforce or others. Every one of these large systems is built with constituent parts that all connect together, right? These systems, like your phone and your piece of hardware, is tethered to cloud services on the back that provide data intelligence services, control, crowd data that allows AI to be delivered on it. And the action actually happens on the endpoint. So this idea of the endpoint being the sort of piece there, and we do talk about things like Tank OS and Plain OS and other things that may seem tongue-in-cheek or trite. But the idea is that the winning team in the next generation of warfighting or any sort of conflict or business is the organization that knows how to deliver technology and change at scale incredibly quickly. So the idea of being able to turn code very, very rapidly and drive change and code changes out to the endpoint, to the tactical edge, pull the data in from the sensors, bring them in, process them incredibly fast, make decisions on them, and then affect a kill chain or close a kill chain or have an effect using hardware at the end or people is the key game. It's the decision-making cycle, it's the intelligence, it's the richness of information, it's the awareness. The human and the commander are not going to go away. It's the piece of the information and the judgment and inverting the process. So in some sense, for instance, today in government, what you see a lot of is what we call swivel chair integration, right? Where you've got these disparate one-off applications, and you've got, unfortunately, many of our service members sitting there transcribing information off of a screen onto PowerPoint or to Excel spreadsheet, and then taking this to a commanding commander or a commander 3 days late. This is unacceptable at the scale we operate today, and it will become even harder to do. It's as if Jeff Bezos were still hand packing, Amazon boxes today, based on inbound, fax machine orders coming in. This stuff doesn't happen. And to point and to an earlier point, sir, that you made, we don't have a monopoly on math, right? So the issue is that the Department of Defense, we've relied on spending and hardware and scale to stay ahead of our adversaries. And what everybody has now figured out from an attacker's standpoint is that technology is the great leveler, right? Math is the great leveler, where at very low marginal cost, people can now match or improve the productivity or effectiveness of the investments that they've made. And all of a sudden, with cyber, with command and control, with better decision-making, they can now level the playing field where we can outspend them on hardware and size and scale, but they can outspend us on or outthink us on decision-making cycles and timing. And so if we don't get our software and command and control and other game figured out, we're going to obviously be at a disadvantage in chasing these folks down. So anyways, that's sort of a broad piece of talking about the systems, the cloud services, the endpoints. They need to be thought of as one giant collective system, as opposed to individual pieces that we fund and deal with in a non-systemic way.
Yeah, and so on this point of leveling the playing field is critical to me, and that's why I think this report is so useful. And if we look at what's happening in Ukraine today, we're seeing, to me, I think, a very positive example of what a relatively small force facing a much bigger, on paper, a much more impressive force, and the smaller force is winning the fight. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but one of them is the speed at which they're able to move on new technology, integrating commercial technology, military technology, government applications, that these apps that were built for an entirely different reason, but now being able to report things like battle damage or potential targets that need to be reported and everything else, something suspicious going on. If people did not believe that software defined warfare is real, just take a look at what's happening in Ukraine today. I think we can see the beginnings of what we're talking about here. I'm afraid that if we don't recognize the level the playing field thing, that somebody is going to get an advantage in the future, because software agility is going to be some kind of determining factor. Not trying to say it's going to take a bigger role than saying morale and commanders' intent and how forces perform on the battlefield, so on. But it could become a determining factor to the side that has greater agility, and as you say, as we both say in the report, to move much faster than the other side is moving. So the whole OODA loop piece that you bring in there. Now, Nand, I know we've only got about 8 minutes left, but there are a couple of things I want to ask you as we get closer to the end here. First of all, you've been in the Department of Defense. You're now in the intel community. When you write about the problems and that you saw personally with Jake, is this unique somehow to the Department of Defense, or do you think the same problems exist across the rest of the government? And I'm not trying to make this a leading question, but if the rest of the government wasn't built as a digital age company, so to speak, my guess is we have problems elsewhere in the government that this report would also be very helpful in solving. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, without getting into specifics, I think this is a generic problem, not only across government, but I think buy-side companies. So, when you think of the dynamics of the tech market, you've got the sell side, which is the startups and the large tech companies that try to sell products to end customers. and us as end customers on the buy side, the dynamics are very, very different. The first point that you made, right, which is the broad point, which is for every Netflix and Blockbuster type situation, what ends up happening is when Netflix puts a Blockbuster out of business, there's a reset of the tech stack, right? Which is, it was current as of the point at which Netflix took over from Blockbuster, and that became the new tech stack. When you look at government organizations, there are obviously issues and problems where we don't get to completely clear cut our tech stack and start from scratch, right? And at some point in time, Netflix's tech stack is going to age and some other company is going to take over from them. We don't have that luxury. And this is a generic problem among companies which don't take technology at the heart of their business model. The point that I keep making all the time is when you look at category killing organizations and companies in any vertical, whether it be in warfighting, whether it be in financial institution, financial market, transportation, energy, whatever, drugs, drug discovery, et cetera, at the heart of it, that's a tech company. The category killer company is a tech company that happens to be operating in a particular vertical. And I think we need to take that level of seriousness and focus and game to bring to the table. And I know it's crazy to think of the Department of Defense as a technology company first, and then a warfighting, that happens to be in the warfighting business. But I think this is the level of seriousness that, this is Mark Andreessen's software and technology is eating the world. Anything that technology touches, it completely transforms and breaks open whatever monopoly or company or organization or model that it has and remakes it. And the point that you made, sir, in the paper, is that we can't let this happen to us, because it's one thing to not get mailed tapes and videotapes or DVDs. It's another thing to lose or be behind the 8 ball in the next war. And we need to take these shifts and stuff very, very seriously at a macro level.
Yeah, and that gets to what worries me probably more than anything else, and I know worries you as well, which is why you're continuing to do what you're doing and serve the government, because we have a level of maybe overconfidence, sometimes approaching hubris about we're always the biggest and the best. As we say in the report, we have the most, the biggest, the best capital investments. Yeah. But those capital investments are now jeopardized. The $10 billion capital investment could be jeopardized by a $1,000 drone that happens to be weaponized, and there are 1,000 of those drones approaching a carrier battle group. That period is on us now. We have got to wake up to what's happening in the rest of the world, and we will be the best until we're not. That's what's going to happen. And it will happen very quickly, and it will shock us, and it will stun us, and then we'll have to rebuild as a result of that.
I view this as we're in a pond, and we're the biggest frog or fish in the pond. That's great. The problem is that looking at our peer group and seeing that we're the best does not change the fact that there are environmental things that are actually draining the pond, or other big predators and things looming that could change the game. It's the forward radar problem, right? Which is, if we're only looking at the stuff that we know about and looking for the keys under the light, yes, we could be number one. That's fine. But the real stuff that kills and boils organizations alive at this scale is not the stuff that you see or the forward radar that you deal with. It's the environmental conditions around you that change, that then fry the entire pond and change the game. And the fish that, I guess pushing this too far, is develops legs and crawls out of the pond and figures out how to get to the big ocean. That's the one that wins the game then.
Yeah, it's hard to top the frog piece of this, but we really do have to. There's a reason Agile became accepted everywhere that was working very quickly in software, in the hardware business as well. Waterfall's not going to cut it in this day and age. That's maybe one of the biggest lessons we have to take away. And as we get ready to close out, we have 2 minutes left, and the last thing I want to do is interfere with my successor, Mike Groen, who will be coming on next to talk, and I don't want to take away any time from him. But what I want to say, Nand, and then I'll give you the last word, is to say thank you. Thank you for what you did for the Department of Defense and the JAIC, your willingness to keep carrying the flame in the government. And as you said earlier, to me, this is an outstanding example of somebody that comes in with technology experience, commercial software industry experience, working closely with somebody that's got a whole bunch of time in uniform, knows bureaucracies, organizational design, how to get things up and running. We need that example multiplied 1,000-fold across the rest of the government. And it goes two ways, bringing people from industry in, and likewise people from government going back out into commercial industry. It's what will make the difference of the future. I don't want to say, but I'll use it because we just had Halloween. For those who remember the commercials, Reese's peanut butter cup, it's the peanut in the chocolate or the peanut butter in the jelly. Whatever it is, it's how we work together to sort of make progress in the government, which can feel like it's far too slow at times. And it does feel that way, but it does matter when you get the right people working together. So with that, Nand, I'll turn it over to you for any final closing comments.
Well, thank you, sir. And not to turn this into a complete love fest, but in a weird reversal of roles, I'm the one who's now in government, and you're actually the change agent on the outside, who is continuing the fight, on the sort of big thinking, really sort of bringing and helping commercial land to do a better job of serving the government. So we're now, I guess, inverted roles here, and it's really good. To your point, having that mix of experience and blending is incredibly important. It's very, very rare, still very rare, which is a surprise and unfortunate. And we do need to be building this sort of next generation of what I think you and I were calling the technology industrial complex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this idea of whatever, we have incredible companies that serve us on the hardware side and traditional vendors that have served the government in an incredible way, right? All the systems we have, et cetera. We need to either not only have them starting to meld the tech and the AI and the next generation pieces into the systems that they have. So they've got to get incredibly on top of the tech piece, but also this next generation of potentially tech companies that then serve government, which I think we're seeing small parts of, but I think there needs to be a broader movement, because that actually becomes a limiting factor in also our ability to actually engage and work with the outside world to make this happen.
Couldn't have said it better. What a great way to close out. So Nand, thank you very much. I know you're a little busy yourself right now in your other job, but thanks for joining with me today to talk about something that is so near and dear to both of us. So thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And on to General Groen.
You got it. Exactly right. Jack and Nan, outstanding. We expected nothing less. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your Wednesday. Stay safe, stay well. And thanks for being a part of this.
Thank you very much.
Nope. Outstanding. And for those of you that might just be joining us, this is the America's Future Series Class Summit. We started yesterday. We continue on till about 4 or 5 this afternoon, Central Time. Cyber, land, air, sea, and space. That's what we're all about today. And this is the gentleman that created it all as we celebrate our 13th birthday, yes, indeed, of the America's Future Series. David Hamilton, the founder and the CEO. And thus far, everything above board today?
Everything's going good. Well, it's the swan and the duck thing, right, with the pond and all that. It's all that. But these guys are doing a great job.
They sure are.
And in particular, Lieutenant General Mike Groen, I hope I'm saying that right. I know it's Dutch for green, but I'm not sure how I say it properly, right? You can make sure I get the pronunciation right. I want to thank Mike in particular for helping put this thing together, because the panels are always the most interesting, right? You get to connect with people, find out what they're interested in talking about, et cetera, and making that cohesive. I want to thank Mike for his work on this and et cetera, and I'm really looking forward to a great conversation. And I think we've had a trifecta here. We've had 3 Jake guys, right? Right. So this is like an old home week. We're having a reunion, right? Yeah. So great to have you. We'll let you take it away. And again, thank you for putting this together.
Yeah, thank you very much, David. And I have to tell you, the conference has just been fantastic to date. It's really great, and it's great to follow Mr. Mulchandani and General Shanahan, both visionary change agents who've really made a huge difference and are continuing to do so. So it's a real honor to follow them into the queue here. Hey, I'd like to start with a conversation about digital transformation. And we intentionally use that word in this conversation. It's not digital modernization. It has to be digital transformation. And the era that we're in creates opportunities to not just do what we did before in maybe new ways, but it gives us opportunities to meet our mission, our warfighting mission requirements in completely new ways, in ways that we are not used to thinking about. And I think to really understand it, you have to go back to a really important technologist, Abraham Lincoln, in 1862, said this: "As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country." And that is such a powerful quote in an era of transformation, because what disenthralls us, what drags our eyes away from the target, what drags us away or inhibits our ability to actually make the changes that are required, the kind of things that we just heard in the last brief, are really important. And so, the premise of all of us on this panel is that, our warfighters deserve the same kind of competitive advantage that AI and other digital technologies have enabled in the commercial space. Our warfighters deserve competitive advantage, and they deserve it now. So how are we going to do that? We're very lucky on this panel. We have 3 superstars to help pull the threads on this, each one representing a different segment of the broad enterprise addressing this problem. First, we're going to have Stacy Kubasek. She's the Vice President and General Manager for the Mission Solutions line of business within Lockheed Martin Space. In this role, she's responsible for approximately 4,500 or 4,600 employees and a multi-billion-dollar portfolio focused on delivering and operating mission-critical hardware and software solutions for government, defense, and intelligence agencies. She provides end-to-end thought leadership for the business and is growing key capabilities in areas such as 5G, from space, cyber, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and joint all-domain operations. It's really exciting to have Stacy here. We also have Brian Barrett. Brian Barrett is the CTO at Illyria, an early-stage Google spin-out, where he supports the back-end infrastructure for orchestrating networks across land, sea, air, and space. Prior to joining Illyria, he's just got a wonderful background. He established a new industry consortium for 5G, non-terrestrial networks, and supported open source connectivity at Meta. Brian was a senior staff software engineer at Google and the founding engineer of the temporospatial SDN infrastructure that powered several terrestrial, high altitude, and satellite networks at Alphabet and its partners, including Loon. And then our third panelist is Major General retired Alan Day. He's the Vice President for Logistics and Sustainment Strategy at Salesforce in their global public sector organization. He's responsible for delivering customer success through digital transformation strategies focused on cloud adoption and software as a service solutions. Alan joined Salesforce after retiring from a 32-year career in the United States Air Force. He did some dramatic things. In his final assignment, he served as the Director of Operations for the Defense Logistics Agency. And when you think about the scope and scale of what that agency does, it's just absolutely incredible and global. He directed global mission execution for 28,000 personnel to support all of DoD and 40 government agencies with all of the things that DLA provides, which is pretty much everything. He also managed business operations within the $41 billion Defense Working Capital Fund. So with these 3, I think we're really going to get down to what are those things that enthrall us? What are those things that we need to overcome? And how do we actually bring a digital transformation to bear from 3 very distinct lenses? So we're gonna just crank right on with questions here. So Stacy, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's begin with you. So when we talk about digital transformation, I mean, you bring the perspective of a major defense prime. So from that viewpoint, the viewpoint of a defense major, like what are you doing to advance digital transformation and AI programs at scale?
No, I appreciate it. And thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today. Truly appreciate it. When we look at it from a scalability standpoint, that's really kind of how we look at it. In digital transformation, AI is a piece of it. You hit on the AI piece, and I can hit on that for the purposes of today's discussion. But it is definitely not an if or a when, but where can we? Where else can we? How are we thinking broader, bigger, the impact, kind of to your introduction as well, Aaron, the needs of what we need from a warfighting standpoint across the board is so critical now. And so we really need to be thinking bigger picture and how we can start integrating a lot of the things that are already there into the things that we need for the future as well. You know, you brought up we're a large defense contractor, absolutely. But what that brings is the diversity, right? We bring a variety of capabilities and products. And so with that, even just internal to Lockheed Martin, we needed to find a way to drive synergies across the corporation, which is actually the precipice. We created something called a lake within Lockheed Martin, which is Lockheed Martin AI Center. The center leads our AI factory, which is kind of an internal ecosystem for developing and productizing AI solutions at scale across multiple domains. And that's really where we see a lot of the crux of why we need AI, is to be at scale, to be able to get things faster to the warfighter, right? So what benefits does this really provide for us? That AI factory really streamlines access to computing support, data, software, AI security by eliminating complexities in the infrastructure and some of the machine learning operations that we have that can sometimes burden teams, right? Add time to development. So specifically in space, which I work in, business area, we're advancing AI both in hardware and software. I think sometimes we focus on one or the other. Really, it is that critical integration of those, specifically software, which aligns with my line of business. You know, there's a lot of contracts where we have research and investment where we're operationally deploying AI and ML algorithms with our customer mission data to support real world events, real time, and really help to drive a decrease in the analysis or sensor to shooter timelines. So in other words, we're definitely trying to figure out how do we become more effective and faster in the quote unquote fight that we have, and really focusing on how we can advance our AI capabilities for our customers. You know, you mentioned in the introduction, our customers are really fighting those critical missions and they need solutions faster. And that's really getting at the crux of why we need AI at scale across so many things and driving those advancements into our process so we can decrease those timelines. We actually just were awarded a really unique contract, a little bit outside the box of what we're talking about here today, but it's with NOAA. So this just highlights how broad spectrum AI is becoming and how important digital transformation is, where Lockheed Martin's actually building a digital twin that's fusing together multiple satellite and ground-based data sources to provide the agency with a clear picture of current global conditions. So how do we continue to look at opportunities to fuse data to make decisions faster, no matter what environment it might be in, right? And so, you know, when we look forward for AI advancement, you know, that's really, how do we get this capability to the leading edge to the fight and bring the most benefit to our customers as quickly as we can? And that's what's going to really start opening up a lot of possibilities for us from a digital transformation standpoint.
Awesome. Thank you, Stacy. That's great. So Brian, I'd like you to pick this up if you don't mind. So Stacy talked about a lot of integrated of large systems, and like data is coming from all points of the compass. So you bring an amazing software perspective, and the DoD has historically been a hardware-based organization that now really struggles with how do you handle software-based capabilities? How do you transform the way you do business from soup to nuts all the way through? So we think a lot about individual software applications, but how do you think that we should be thinking about scaled requirements for defense? What does software at scale mean in this digital transformation?
Yeah, I think software at scale looks different if you're looking at it happening in what many of us would think of as the top software organizations in our country versus the way we typically see it done in DoD or groups supporting government agencies. It might surprise people to learn that, at Google, right, where we're running massive software services that support the world at scale with a massive network and data center fleet. Software is deployed continuously without any disruption or outage to Google Search and Google Maps and the things that you all would use every day. There's deploys that happen daily or weekly to the underlying infrastructure, and no one knows it. We tend to have a philosophy of achieving high availability services not through bigger, thicker walls, but by assuming the underlying infrastructure ought to be ephemeral and building software that can kind of survive any kind of outages to underlying systems. It might also be surprising to know that you won't find an ICD document anywhere in Google for interconnecting large-scale software systems with each other. The entire organization, and this is true for Meta or for other FANG companies that are doing software at scale, that the software interfaces between systems are defined in formats that are both human and machine readable, that can auto-generate code stubs for software jobs to talk across each other. So that's a key difference in operating these systems at scale. So I think there's things that we can look for the best practices there, even on quality assurance. Most of these organizations don't have QA teams testing software. Developers are responsible for writing automated tests at the unit level and getting a lot more coverage of the underlying software than people that think maybe a little more hardware centric about building a box, delivering a box, and then doing formal requirements verification at a black box level against the box. That tends to get you much fewer lines of code coverage from a QA standpoint when you test something as a black box than when you shift all that testing left and have the developers that write the code write a lot of the instrumentation that makes sure every line does what it's supposed to do. And then you do black box testing at the end. So I think all of these things are examples of the kind of transformation that I'd like to see kind of move in to DoD organizations as well.
That's excellent, because I agree with you 100%. I mean, the way we think about software has to be different. We can't think about software as just buying a package like we do in through a hardware lens. And so just like that transformation alone, where we really took the bull by the horns for software and software architecture, I think would make a massive difference. Hey, Alan, I'd like to shift to you. So, you have broad and deep experience in one of the most data intensive enterprises in defense. And so, you and I talked about see more to manage more. And so what do you think about the future of data informed supply chains and, all of the other goodness that's derived from a digitally transformed environment?
First of all, thanks. What an opportunity to be a part of a great forum. Really appreciated Nand Mulchandani's discussion previously, because I think he hit on a few really good points. But so first of all, I have to start with a quote, and I think it's still relevant. It was by Alexander the Great, who said, "My logisticians are a humorless lot. They know if my campaign fails, they are the first ones I will slay." It's interesting. That was just that was pretty much a 2 or 3 domain kind of fight. We're in a 5 domain world now with cyber and space involved. And I think we still have a lot of folks that are thinking in a 2 or 3 domain mindset, right? Air, land, and sea. And logistics can't think that way, right? I mean, we can't get anywhere without space. I would argue we can't get money out of an ATM, not that we probably do that. You can't transfer commerce in any way, really, without precision navigation and timing provided by space. But even greater than that is the cyber piece and working in the cloud environment. We need to get the mindset to shift, right? Because we will never be able to leverage the possibilities that a lot of folks have been talking about in the cloud environment and the SaaS environment, getting to these spaces where Brian just talked about with the mindset that we have today in many cases. And so we need to go from, just-in-time logistics. I think a lot of folks have talked about just-in-time in the past. 2019, it was all the rage, right? Today, we're just trying to figure out how to get, 60,000 Ford trucks off of the Kentucky Motor Speedway and into the hands of consumers, because they're still missing some things, right? So what we're trying to figure out is how to go from just-in time, which is a kind of a scarcity mindset, logistics is a cost center, supply chain is a cost center, to, hey, maybe it could be a profit center, but we have to think differently to get it there. And the mindset that needs to shift with that is we got to go from just in time, which is where we were, to I would argue we are just in case today. We're buying as much as we can. We're increasing our buffers, which is very costly. But it's what we have to do to be able to react a little faster to the unknown constraints that are coming along our way, to a place where we can get to just right. And that's where I think digital transformation can take us. And the way it happens is through connection, right? We need to be able to connect to the data systems that we have today. I think a lot of folks have the mindset, well, I can't really do anything. They're kind of stuck in this mindset of, I need to rip and replace all of my old legacy technology and to be able to make any gains at all and put in these large systems. And I think we've had a shift in thinking. Rand came out with something called a postmodern ERP approach, where it talks about connecting first, right? Connect those systems, connect your people, resources, processes, systems, and then be able to leverage that new view that you get out of that to be able to make decisions in a different way. So you take that connected ecosystem and you're able to use that data in a new way, right? So if you can see people, inventory, and process flow, you can actually improve. I would say the next level is making your supply chain network not just a bunch of transactional pieces, right? I do business with you, I give you a dollar, you give me a part. In the future, I think the concept that has to be our supply chain network is our business proposition, is our value, and the ability to turn on a dime. So to do that, you got to be able to see deeper into that supply chain, right? We talked about, at some level you have 100-ish or so many tier 1 suppliers. That leads to several thousand tier 2 suppliers, but at the tier 3 level, that could be 100,000. And that becomes less of a kind of a chain idea, but more of a mesh idea. And those disruptions can happen from any of those tier 3s to tier 2s to tier 1s. And we need to be able to understand that better, but we're going to need vendors to be able to say that that's a value idea that they want to jump in on, because privity of contract and different things restrict us today. But I think that's where we're going to see businesses go. And I think that's where DoD needs to get to, is to be able to see more, to be able to manage more, to be able to gain the insights, to be able to have success in the future.
Awesome. And one of your metrics of success is the future leaders, they'll slay the coders first and then they'll slay the logisticians. Is that kind of the
it might happen, but I think logistics in the Stacy brought up space. I think logistics is going to have a challenge with that. I think if you think about supply chain, it's a digital supply chain today. That can be disrupted just as much.
Absolutely. Great, Stacy. So great thoughts, I think, from all three of you, and I'd love to just take advantage of your experience here. So all of this digital transformation, especially in the department, really touches on like how do you actually acquire these capabilities? Like what between defense providers and the Department of Defense as a consumer. Like, what kind of things are there ways that we can come together and to share best practices or ensure everyone is aligned on objectives? There's so many, people throw so many rocks at the acquisition system. I think that's a way too simple of an accusation. It's much more complex than that. Could you give us any insights into that complexity? Like, how is it that we could actually come out of this hole from your perspective?
That's a great question. It's an interesting one, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's easy to point, right? It's easy to poke at things, but it really is a holistic. And even to the prior response, I really respected what was brought forward there. We're in a multi-domain challenge here, right? And how do we? I like the word, the mesh network of it. Everything's becoming a node in that system, right? And for it to all operate effectively and to get the desired effects that we need, we absolutely need to be able to bring all that together, space included, with cyber, everything, air, land, sea. It's all got to come together to create the desired effects that we need to continue to move forward. And likewise, you bring up a good point. When you're talking about industry, customers, acquisitions, how does that all come? There's a lot of piece parts and there's a lot of existing systems that need to come into that as well. So how do we bring that all together to align to those objectives? If I were to take a step back and think of it, I guess a good analogy I could use is, we always talk about, teams are always stronger. It's not an individual part. It's a team that really makes, something strong. It brings in the diversity. It brings in the diversity of thought. And so similarly, for this challenge, no single company is going to be stronger alone versus a team, right? Look at the diversity just even on this panel today. It brings a lot of diversity of thought. We're thinking about software differently than we normally would with, I liked your analogy of we don't even have ICDs. It's a different way of thinking about what we do. And this team environment really needs to include the bigs, the smalls, the historical A&D commercial, type companies, all bringing their unique perspectives and also their diversity of thought and their solutions, right? And then how the challenge then is, how do you bring that together? So, that's when we look at it from Lockheed Martin standpoint, where do we bring in the different partnerships, right? Really being that key critical component and allow us to bring the best solution forward for our customers. No single contractor is going to be able to do that alone, right? For what we're trying to solve here. And the other thing I love about the partnership aspect of that is it really breeds the transparency, your open architectures, and thinking about what we can do to make sure we're getting the best of the best and integrating those and no longer being a black box, trying to plug into another black box within the system, right? And so, or throwing something over the fence without any coordination and really hoping it works, when we go to a launch. So we can't expect to get to the required speed and agility in that model without shifting our behavior for that and looking at how we can partner to be faster together and work together to remove those obstacles and barriers. And actually hitting on the previous discussion as well, another area I think we really need to focus energy on is supply chain to accomplish this. We're all feeling it right now, absolutely, and I'm not saying that I've got any silver bullet that's going to go speed this up or remove some of those hurdles that we have or those daily discussions with our supply chain, but it's something we as an industry and customer community absolutely universally need to address. And how do we think a little bit differently about supply chain and fill some of those gaps and remove some of those dependencies within our designs to make sure we can move faster as a result as well. So those are a couple of thoughts to your question.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I think that is one of the most, I think the things that Nan and General Shanahan talked about that last conversation, really about viewing this enterprise is really important, but implementing the enterprise, it's so important that we actually have a team of insiders and outsiders that are working together and kind of reaching across the boundary, because we just can't make that happen today. And I'm never sure why that's true. Brian, maybe you can help us with this, because what I really wanted to ask you about, especially your experience at software at scale, in the department today, each individual service is busy cranking away on their own capabilities, on their own infrastructure, with their own data. And tribalism is a pretty powerful force, right? And so the ability to actually gain shared awareness, the ability to actually have a software enterprise and a data enterprise that crosses all domain boundaries, what actually take these miniature enterprises service by service and actually turn this into delivering data and code at scale across the larger defense enterprise. Any help you can offer there?
Yeah, so we had a very similar problem, I guess, at Google for building an all-domain network at scale. I think in Google's history, the challenge made to connect the next 3 to 5 billion people to the internet meant that the organization over the last 8 years worked on everything from low Earth orbit satellite constellations to high altitude solar UAVs to balloon-based internet to terrestrial millimeter wave meshes. And kind of rather than having each of those systems think of themselves first as a satellite project or the next as a balloon project or the next as an unmanned aircraft project, building their own bespoke software backend designed to solve their problem, we kind of recognized that from a networking standpoint, those 4 projects had a lot in common. They all had highly directional steerable beams of different frequency bands. They had a variety of altitudes. They had things that were constantly in motion relative to each other. They had highly directional links that would face different obstructions or impairments in different weather environments. And so we kind of put the network architecture first and built a common solution that went across all of these domains from the ground up. And that's the basis of the Google project that spun out into Illyria today. I think a lesson learned that we're starting to understand even from the commercial space operators is that when you think about your network as something subordinate to the vehicle you're procuring, right? If you think you're going to your satellite manufacturer and asking them to provide the operating system for your constellation, and they build something bespoke to that satellite, you might end up with something that only works with that satellite from that vendor. And you want to add a 2nd generation satellite constellation later from a different satellite manufacturer. A bunch of stovepipe things that you have to integrate later is a bigger challenge than if you think from a systems standpoint that my network or my architecture might be at the top of my work breakdown structure. And maybe what I should be doing is issuing contracts that ask other people to please be compatible with it, right? And I think that was less important in a world with geostationary satellites, because each one was kind of independent of each other one. But when you think about inter-satellite linked and inter-vehicle linked and inter-network systems that span land, sea, air, and space, I think it's all the more important to think network architecture first and procuring things that fit into it than the reverse.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian. And I wonder, if, is it too late? When is it ever too late to start to take that mindset, so that you can actually start change right away? And that's, I think that's a real challenge for all the services that are developing their own capabilities. When do they jump and take risk, by jumping with another service? You can chime in, please.
Yeah, and just to add, I think it goes back to something Alan said, which I think was quite wise, is that when you at least start to put together a software platform and framework, and it should be one based on open APIs and open standards, but one that gives you visibility into the network holistically across all domains. And then you can understand and see that, well, right now, I may have a bunch of partitioned graphs because I have certain network protocols that aren't interoperable with these other networking assets over here. And that's okay right now, but you can take stock of the situation. You can see the kind of connectivity paths you can build today. And then you can understand that if only I were to make this incremental change or make that incremental change or modernize this piece or that piece, now I start to bring these disconnected graphs together and they start to internetwork and interoperate. But it's that at least giving yourself not only a holistic view, but the customers that are going to request dynamic transport across the network, that holistic view, and then to be able to model out different scenarios and different programs where you might make things interoperable incrementally. That's really kind of your way to bootstrap in and to have a software mindset that makes you open to do this continually and in a spiral development fashion, where you continually iterate and incrementally kind of move your way towards this interoperable future.
Excellent. So, Alan, I'd like to shift gears just a little bit. So the National Defense Strategy just came out last week. I'm sure you took a look at it. So, the newly released NDS talks about a decisive decade, and I think that's great. I think it really will be a decisive decade, and we need to get working on decisive change. So in a transformed environment, like we have this opportunity, right, to actually make ourselves competitive in a decisive way, right? What advice do you think industry would offer to DoD and industry writ large? And you've touched many of them to accelerate our partnerships, to actually become decisively competitive. How do you think we ought to do that?
That's a great question. I agree with you. I think if we were to project ourselves in the future 10 years and look back on today, you think about the decisions we need to make today to make that a successful future. So we can't be stuck trying to climb our way to tomorrow and crawl our way to tomorrow. We need to project forward and go, what is going to change about that future, and how do I make sure that I'm successful in that future? I think about the Jetsons. That was set in 2062 or something like that, right? I mean, there's some things in there you kind of go, why? Somebody in the 1950s was thinking differently. Where do we get those different kind of thinkers to help us think out that future and go make sure that we are putting our money now and making sure we're getting those innovation curves, accelerated in the right directions? So one of the things I think about, two challenges I saw when I was in the military, a place that, we need to think a little differently, right? We have we want it to be an away fight, right? We want it to be an away fight. Unfortunately, cyber and space can bring it right home to us. So we're going to have to fight our way to the fight in many cases. That's a conversation that we had a lot. The other thing we talked about is an OODA loop. And the first O is observe, and then it's orient, decide, and act. We use that four word acronym a lot, but that first O, observe, with the amount of space capability, probably 3 or 4 years ago, we were talking about what happens when the entire Earth is imaged multiple times a second, right? Our ability to hide our ability to, and I think of it from a logistician perspective, I mean, the big buildup of stuff that we have to fight the war, that's not going to happen. We can't have that happen. It's not, our enemies can see it and they can see us coming. So how's that going to look in the future? Well, we're going to have, and that, I don't even know if it's going to take 10 years. We're going to have that future where we push logistics to the place and space that we need to have it delivered. And we do that very agilely. We need to be able to understand. We got to get away from the connect to protect mindset. Or disconnect to protect mindset, where we, build a moat around the data system, and that's the only way we try to find protection. Because we're going to have to get that capability all the way to the edge. We're going to have airmen, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and potentially contractors of some sort at the edge. But these have to be empowered individuals that can actually not necessarily code in Python or something, but to be able to move the data around to be able to see what really is. And they need to be able to do that so they have the relevant decision-making capability at the edge. That to me is going to be the difference. And logistics and supply chain, supply networks, they need to be able to think that way. Well, that means they have to be connected, right? And today, some of our business is built on being disconnected, and that's our IP. And I would love to get Stacy's view on this, but I know in the government, that was one of our biggest challenges. The data is the new oil, but the mindset needs to be, our business proposition needs to be, if we're connected, we're better. If we are able to make decisions, see each other's situation, become a sensor net, not just a supply chain network, right? Be a sensor net for the good of all. And how do we make that happen? It starts with connection, API-led integration, those kinds of concepts, to be able to bring the data together so that we can have the right kind of conversations and the timing that's necessary. I think first mover advantage in a cyber and space environment is critical. And I think if you take away that first O, because everybody can see everything, the ability to ODA at machine, observe and then orient, decide, and act, that has to happen at machine speed. You can't be sending emails, digging into shared drives to be able to get to the decision material you need. And we sure can't put that burden on our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I mean, but it seems to me though, like when we talk about this, just like reading the NDS, for example, it talks a lot about how our enemies are gaining advanced capabilities. But yet it seems like we should have inherent advantage, right? Because like we're an enormously innovative ecosystem, and with big problems and a good level of resourcing, we should be able to do this. And so sometimes I don't understand why. And maybe Stacy, I really love to ask you, because I know like you're a master or mistress of JADO, Joint All Domain Operations, and JADC2. And like to me, that is like an area of real potential progress for us. Joint All Domain Command and Control. Any things that you would offer? Like how can we, space-based or any domain, how can we actually start to bring Joint All Domain Command and Control into being?
No, I appreciate the question. And just to piggyback off of what you were mentioning, IP is absolutely a critical component of that. And really what it comes down to is how do we get that decision advantage, right? It's how are we getting in front of that and move faster, to be able to adapt quicker and to get the data to the warfighter faster, and also let them trust it, right? They've got to be able to trust that data. So that gets into the whole security side of it, which brings in the whole cyber piece. So it really is that all domain operational standpoint. And, this is where I get really passionate about the space side of it, obviously, since I'm very much attached to that, but it's a critical component. And every single one of those domains is now a critical component for that kill chain moving forward. So when you think about space enabling that to help shorten that kill chain where we can in denied environments, to your point in earlier conversation, there's plenty of denied environments, and we're having to think differently about how we transport data, how we process data, how we get in front of what we need to do with data. And so bringing all those different domains and nodes into the command and control side of it is really going to help to drive the desired effect that we're talking about here. And you're absolutely right. We should be able to do that. There's a lot of challenges, and we all also need to identify where we want to take risk as well, because risk is going to be a critical component of that discussion moving forward as well. When we start thinking about what do we need to trust, what pieces, and where can we trust certain types of data, or maybe commercial data is perfect for this because it's going to get quick information out. But for this particular activity, we need to make sure we've got some really important data that's trusted that we can take to the edge, but it might take a little longer to get there because of the protocol that needs to go behind that. So, but again, it's about that interoperability and being able to think quickly and move forward quickly with those capabilities.
Awesome. Thank you, Stacy. Hey, Brian, so just kind of picking up where Stacy left off here, and we talk about joint all-domain command and control. As if we're bringing more software-derived capabilities into the department, we struggle with legacy artifacts of software development and how the department does actually do software. And you and I have talked about some of the just amazing things that you've been able to do in the commercial environment for multiple companies at scale. Any thoughts about, okay, we're not looking for a software lesson, but like best practice. I mean, how should we be thinking about bringing integrated software, into the Department of Defense, or developing it within? Like, how do we get to where you are used to being in the software sense?
Yeah, I'll do one shameless plug, and then I'll zoom out and give it another level. I mean, on one lens, I will say that our country has to start having the best and brightest software engineers helping with the mission that you all are here for, and not like helping to serve the next cat video or doing stuff with like social. I think great software developers are worth their money. Sometimes I think maybe some of the way contracting is typically done may in the past have had typical expectations for certain compensation bands for software engineering talent based on certain GSA rates or other things like that. And in these kind of cost plus mindsets or places where people have to disclose how they're compensating their engineers. But if you look at what levels.fyi is a great site to kind of get an insight for what top talent in software engineering is going for in Silicon Valley. The companies aren't paying this for the top talent because they're like to waste money. It's because a great software engineer can be worth 10, average ones, or 4 average ones, or somewhere in between. Not when you're doing something that needs to be 10% better than the old thing, but when something needs to be 10 times better than the old thing, when it's really like radically innovative type development. So I would say that one thing the government can do is maybe to be open to partnering with those kind of companies and bringing that kind of talent to help solve the problem. I think for the vision of connecting everything to everything else, there's been like lightning bolt diagrams and slideware for like 24 years in the DoD, if I understand correctly. Like this vision of like connecting everything and drawing lightning bolts between planes and ships and things has been talked about for a very long time, and hasn't really happened so far. So I'm not claiming that any one company is going to do this themselves or has a one-size-fits-all solution, but we do have a capability that was developed in Google for all domain networking. It has been deployed and used at scale. It has over 2 million flight hours of communications payloads airborne that have been used with the system. It's available, and I think avenues like the Defense Innovation Unit, who we're partnered with, and initiatives like the hybrid space architecture are a way for people to get these things and try them out. Working software, kind of one of the agile philosophies is that working software is more important than comprehensive documentation. And I think we have working software, and it's great just to try things out and iterate.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree 100%. We need to get those lightning bolt factories like up online. It might be a supply chain issue. I'm not sure what the deal is, but all those lightning bolts are just screaming to be created. So
right.
Agree 100%. Hey, shifting to you, Alan. So some of the biggest AI driven or data driven enterprise are in the logistics space, and so anything you would add, like from those companies that are presumably using digital technology and modernized software environments to actually deliver at scale on time. Are there lessons there that we just haven't picked up as a department in our own defense industry? Like, what do those kind of companies have to teach us about transformation?
Wow, so much actually. But let me, me take a cue from Brian. I'm doing a shameless plug for the logistics world here just a little bit. I think, I don't know if it was specifically stated in our national military strategy or national defense strategy, but I really think logistics, and we're seeing it in the current war in Ukraine, that logistics should be a strategic deterrent, right? In a sense, it's a line of effort. If you can prove that we can get there and execute, right, at scale, then that is a deterrent, has a deterrent effect on our enemies, right? And I think, so we currently have DIME, diplomatic, information, military, and economic. I think we should make it log DIME or something. Because I think in the future, I think our enemies are counting on us not being able to get there or being able to see us go. And I think we need to be able to find a way to message that logistics is a strategic capability and we can do that. And you may not be able to because of some of the things we can do. So with that as a kind of a forefront, I think the AI piece, the ability to do AI is built on, I think, a platform of making sure you have the right machine learning models. Obviously, I mean, AI, you can't just sprinkle in AI, and you know this in spades, Mike. You can't just sprinkle in AI on something. You've got to have some data structure. You have to have some data modeling that, or data models that make sense. They're not biased. They will give you the answers that you need to get, not necessarily a biased answer. And so what I think logistics has done, I mean, I know in my previous experience, we were talking about additive manufacturing and how do you make sure that these massive models that the data models it takes to build a particular part, that somebody couldn't come in and have an effect by putting an occlusion in a bad place or something like that, being able to check these, and we were actually using AI to do that. I mean, that's a very simplistic idea, but this idea of knowing what you know about something, how do you know that that is true? And to Stacy and Brian have brought this both up. I mean, it's this idea of being able to trust what you're getting. We have these deep fake capabilities, is that a real person or is that not the real person? Is the messaging real? Is this what we, at the wrong times, we can be getting messages from places that look real, but are they? And I think AI can help us in some of those spaces as well, but specifically from a logistics space, right? We need to figure out how we can use things like, if you think about the logistics, when I was in high school, if I got a letter, in 2 to 3 weeks, that was fine. If I ever got, I lived in another country and I got letters sent to me and it was 2 to 3 weeks later and I get something. Today, if you don't get something in, 10 seconds, sometimes you're not happy. And I think Amazon has taken us from a perspective of, hey, it's okay to get something in a couple of weeks to, hey, if I don't get it in 1 day or 2 days, I'm not happy, right? So this mindset, we can learn a lot from these companies that have taken these logistics networks and built out AI-enabled capabilities that will shift, move, and distribute without the help of humans. Humans don't make all those decisions. Those are machine level. The key is we got to understand how they're doing it. And to try to bring that into DoD is going to be a challenge. But maybe that is a place where we can literally write a partnership contract to help them take over our warehousing, take over portions of our business and make it Amazon-like, if you will, right? And we were actually exploring some of those constructs in DLA as an opportunity space to take some of these bigs that come in and say, hey, why don't you just take this over? How much could you save over time? We've done it in energy, and I think doing it in logistics is potentially a good thought experiment, if not actually doing it. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think this is all about thinking anew and acting anew, right? And for all three of you, I mean, this has just been an amazing panel. It's really great to learn from all three of you who have just wonderful perspectives. And I keep coming back to Abraham Lincoln, right? We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. Clearly, the technology exists, the capabilities exist. What things are enthralling us today that prevent us from actually being the most competitive nation on the planet in this space? It's a problem that we just can't relent on. We have to keep working on this. But I for Stacy, Brian, Alan, all three of you, hey, it's a real pleasure to have this panel with you, and really appreciate your contributions to our national defense. And David, with that, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks to you all, and really, really great stuff. And Michael, you were very complimentary of your trifecta panel there. You did a great job, too, my friend. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you jumping in and leading this thing and
Yeah.
bringing this together, because you've got such a great panel with
Oh,
so
for
much
sure.
experience, and being able to bring all of that together. There's an art to that as well as a science.
Yeah, this you got to take this on the road right here. This is good stuff, folks. You're outstanding. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very, very much. Have a great day and continued success. Good. Thanks again. They were wonderful, weren't they?
Absolutely.
Oh
So,
my gosh, that was great.
Yeah, they deal with some very complicated topics and some very sensitive information and challenges. And
Absolutely.
it just makes me feel better about where we're at.
Yeah. Oh boy, you got that right. Yeah. Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. Well, what do we got coming up now?
Well, we feeling better about a country and the leadership that is securing our nation. I'm very, very happy that Ken Peterman is back
Ken's
with
back.
us.
That's great.
And he's going to have a conversation with Rear Admiral Watkins and Brigadier General Feltman.
Perfect.
These are a couple of folks that we've been wanting to have on for some time, and we're really glad we could bring them together. They have a pretty interesting wide breadth of experience and interest, and so I know, Ken, you'll have a great time visiting with them. We appreciate your leading this conversation, and we look forward to hearing the insights from these two great Americans and two great protectors of our nation. We appreciate you both being here.
Certainly. Thanks for your service, but thanks for being here today, too. This is great.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, David. Actually, this is a great panel that leads into the Heightened Award presentation that we have in about 50 minutes, I think. So that's going to be a great lead in. I'm looking forward to this panel because we have two leaders with us today. One is from the U.S. Space Command. The other is from the U.S. Space Force. And I think across the industrial community, across part of our audience, I'm sure there is it would be helped to have some clarity about the companion roles and the way these organizations fit, collaborate together, and the different roles and responsibilities. There's a lot we can talk about. It stretches through the Ukraine. It stretches across technology change. It stretches across how we engage with industry and how industry engages with the Space Force and the Space Command, et cetera. So let me get to it. We have with us first Rear Admiral John Watkins. John serves as the U.S. Space Command Deputy Director of Operations, Training, Force Development, and Director of Information Warfare. As the Director of USS PACECOM and IW, John focuses on conducting operations in the information environment that involves the integrated employment of multiple information forces to affect drivers of behavior, of informing audiences, influencing foreign relevant actors, their information networks, and information systems. He began his career as a surface warfare officer. Following completion of his Master's of Science in Information Technology Management, he laterally transferred to the information professional community in the year 2000. Prior to being at U.S. Space Command, he commanded the Naval Computer and Telecommunications Station in San Diego, had a variety of other significant assignments. Admiral Watkins, John, good morning. How are you?
Hey, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
That was a kind introduction. I hope that under the information warfare depiction that we're actually doing all that. It's quite a mouthful, but hey, I'm very excited to be here today. I think this is a fantastic venue, and I would tell you up front that I am a tremendous fan of integrating and collaborating with our commercial partners. I think it's absolutely imperative for us to be able to go at pace, or perhaps what we really need to do is excel and outpace our potential adversaries, namely, our NDS, most recent NDS that came out, the PRC. So again, Ken, thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion. I'll turn it back over to you.
Very good, thank you. And we also have with us Brigadier General Damon Feltman. He's the mobilization assistant to the Deputy Chief of Space Operations, Strategy, Plans, Programs, Requirements, and Analysis at the U.S. Space Force in the Pentagon. As a member of the executive staff, General Feldman leads the development of the service's Future Years Defense Program, international partnerships, space system requirements, strategic planning. That's a tall order as well. He leads collaboration with other services, with the Joint Staff, with the combatant commands in support of the Space Force's role as the Department of Defense's Joint Space Requirements Integrator. During his career, Brigadier General Feltman has served in a variety of command, staff, and unit positions. He's led operations crews for 3 different satellite programs. He was the senior crew commander for an intercontinental ballistic missile squadron and was the space strategy and plans officer for an air operations center squadron. So as a member of the Office of Secretary of Defense, he managed training and education policy affecting over 1 million guardsmen and reservists. Fantastic background, fantastic resume. General Feltman, good morning to you and welcome.
Good morning, Ken, and good morning, Admiral Watkins. Great to see both of you again, and looking forward to the conversation. I too am just super thrilled to be part of this conversation that's going on today, and it's a noteworthy day in the space community, given that today General Raymond, first Chief of Space Operations, is retiring, and General Saltzman is ascending to become the second Chief of Space Operations. So, Ken, back to you.
Yeah, it's a big day, isn't it? So, so listen, thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. I'll offer this as a kind of kickoff question, and I alluded to it in my introduction. So since we have leaders from both U.S. Space Command and the U.S. Space Force, let's start with each of you providing some background on the difference between the combatant command and the service. I'm going to start with you, General Feltman, so that our audience, maybe you can speak also to the best pathway for industry to partner or engage with each of these organizations. Damon?
Sure. Yeah. So we kind of touched on it just a little bit at the very beginning with the introduction. So within the Department of Defense, broadly, the space enterprise has 2 major activities on the military side. You have the Space Force on the military service side, and you have U.S. Space Command on the combatant command side. So I'm attached to the Space Force, the service side, and inside of that, the Space Force is part of the Department of the Air Force. So while Air Force and Space Force are 2 separate services, they both report to the Secretary of the Air Force. We have our own service chief, as I mentioned just a moment ago. General Saltzman is the second Chief of Space Operations, being put into place today. And we like all the services, we have assigned missions under Title 10. So for the Space Force, we are here to provide the freedom of operation for the United States in, from, and to space. We conduct space operations, and we protect the interests of the United States in space. Generically speaking, we organize, train, and equip space forces to present to the combatant commands. Primarily, that's U.S. Space Command, but we do present space capabilities, space forces to other combatant commands as necessary. We have our own field command structure that is similar to what the Air Force has with its major commands, but we have 3 field commands out there. And as you touched on just a moment ago, we also have a couple of unique things that the Space Force does. One is we are the Joint Space Requirements Integrator. That task was assigned to us by the JROC back before General Hyten left as the Vice Chairman. And then the Secretary of Defense recently assigned us as the Force Design Architect for Space Systems. So broadly speaking, that's what Space Force does. And I'll give it back to you, because I think you want to ask the similar question, but over to John for the
over to Admiral Watkins. John, your companion perspective kind of bookends this first question.
Yep, it's essential that obviously Space Force and Space Command are partnered, and there's no daylight between our 2 organizations. As Damon alluded to, that presentation of forces into the combatant command. We are the 11th combatant command, by the way. We're just a little over 3 years old, and kind of from a C2 organizational structure standpoint. Damon alluded to the fact that the Chief of Space Operations reports to the Secretary of the Air Force. Secretary of the Air Force reports to the Secretary of Defense. As a combatant commander, our commander, Army General Jim Dickinson, reports directly to the Secretary of Defense, as is the case with all other combatant commands. Generally speaking, we think of combatant commands, we think of geographical combatant commands and functional combatant commands. Ironically, for those that don't know, U.S. Space Command is a geographical combatant command. 100 kilometers and up, everything beyond that is our AOR. So it's vast, it's quite lengthy. So those forces that are presented to us from Space Force, we inculcate that into the command, and then we execute our UCP assigned missions to be able to deliver space effects at our time and choosing. The combatant command, it consists of all flavors of services, right? We have soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and now Guardians from the Space Force. It's important that we maintain that joint flavor, right, so that we have all perspectives across the services. Very important. I mean, case in point, I'm a Navy flag officer. We have one other Navy flag officer, our chief of staff, but obviously we have Army generals, we have Space Force generals, Air Force generals, and from time to time we'll have a Marine Corps general on the staff as well. Very important because it brings all that perspective, all those different domains, the expertise, the skills, the experiences, and how that contributes and integrates with space. As you can imagine, all those domains, frankly, are heavily reliant, as we all know, on space. So, the fact that U.S. Space Command was stood up roughly a little over 3 years ago is significant. Long gone are the days of non-contested, non-congested space operations. We know now that the domain is in fact contested and in many cases has been weaponized by potential adversaries. So that's a quick rundown on the combatant command structure. Over to you, Ken.
Yeah, so we have a new space economy. We have a number of, I think we talked yesterday with people like Swami Iyer and Tori Bruno, who are in launch. We've talked to people that are in the the satellite business. Obviously, the space economy is booming. The technology is on very steep trajectories. I'm going to reach back on this first question and say, from an industry perspective, with the technology trajectories that are in play, with the rapid pace of technology development, with the commercial capabilities and imagery and communications and stuff, do you each engage with industry directly? How do you keep, what's the lens through which you keep track of these trajectories and put it to work? Okay, I'm just interested in, and maybe this time, John, I'm going to come back to you since you're the combatant command. Give me a perspective on some advice maybe, or some perspective on how industry engages with you and can help you be effective.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Happy to do that. Again, I would tell you, Spacecom is very committed to working with industry and our commercial partners. We see and clearly understand that it's a significant component in going forward with our mission, right? If and when the day comes that we need to fight in that domain, we see commercial partners as a key piece of that. So to that end, we have, it's ironic, we just recently had our first commercial integration strategy document that was published not that long ago, a few months ago. And in that, it kind of stipulates sort of 3 key themes for how we're going to integrate, collaborate, and coordinate with industry under the context of commodities, services, and collaboration, right? So I would encourage folks to take a look at that. That's publicly releasable. And in that, if you want to engage with the command directly, I would ask you to go through our Capabilities and Resource Integration Shop, otherwise known as the G8. We have a process for doing that. And if you are interested, you could talk to the folks there at the AFS panel. They should have the information to be able to provide to you for you to subsequently contact U.S. Spacecom, and we'd love to arrange and set that up so that we can explore possible partnerships and capabilities and bringing them on board. So hopefully that answers your question, Ken.
Yeah, and let me stay with you just a minute since we're on your side of the coin. What are some of the priorities that are at the top of your list with respect to drawing capabilities from the private sector in terms of technology or turnkey services?
Well, let me say up front, there's a known threat out there, as evidenced by, well, I'll hearken to the NDS, right? The recent National Defense Strategy that was released that talks about, the PRC vis-a-vis the Communist Chinese Party and what they're doing in space today. We're all aware of their direct descent anti-satellite capability that can impact us at LEO, at GEO. They have co-orbital threats. They have spacecraft at GEO that can go up and grapple another GEO spacecraft and super sync it, 300 kilometers up. They're really moving out at pace. So up front, we need to partner with industry to be able to stay at pace or outpace the adversary. And I would tell you that probably our top priority right now is maintaining space domain awareness, having that full enriched, what I would call battle space awareness of what's happening in space, along the lines of what I just articulated, being able to see TTPs and tactics and and get as much SA and insights on the potential threats and threats known that are up there is very, very important for us. So to have commercial industry partner with us along those lines is very, very favorable, and we would love to be able to do that. I'll give you an example. We have an entity called the Joint Commercial Operations Integration Center. It's tucked up underneath our Joint Task Force Space Defense Command, which is out here at Schriever Space Force Base. One of our very, very valued partners, if you recall, back in January of this year, Chinese spacecraft SJ-21 did in fact at Geo go over to Beidou G2, literally grapple that PNT device, right, and supersync it. Our valued partner was able to, through their means and through their capabilities from a commercial perspective, they were able to view and to record that entire event. And we did not have that capability or the resources at the time. So it's augmenting our ability to maintain exquisite space domain awareness. That's an example, right? So to the extent that we can continue to do that, space domain awareness is number one. I would tell you a very close second is if you think of a scenario in which we all know that it's contested, it's congested, it's degraded, and then it becomes denied, we need to be able to fight through that. And so think about SATCOM, just throughput, right? With our commercial partners, the ability to be able to be resilient and redundant. And in the event that we lose that throughput from a military satellite capability, we'd like to be able to seamlessly integrate with commercial. And there's a lot to be had there because, quite frankly, at that point, the adversary may not even know where that traffic is emanating from, which satellite to go after next, that kind of thing. We could talk about that a little bit later, but I mean, there's, that sort of conceptually from a concept of operations, there's a lot to be had there, right? So that seamless integration in the ability to be able to move IP traffic is a very close second. And then of course, ISR, the ability to maintain that situational awareness would also be critical because it's highly likely that we would have degraded ISR as well.
Mm-hmm.
Back over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So from a Space Force perspective, John Feldman, Damon, can you speak to kind of the same question? Is how does industry engage with you? What's the best pathway? And then speak also to the priorities that you would like to see industry work toward from your perspective.
Sure, thank you, Ken. The Space Force does the majority of its commercial contact and commercial integration, if you want to call it that, through Space Systems Command out in Los Angeles, the former Space and Missile Systems Center. And Space Systems Command has several major activities that they have put into place that have kind of started to come to fruition this past year. The first one is Space Systems Command, what they call the front door. And it's basically their approach for simplifying industry's initial engagement with government. So what it does is it unifies the various mission owners and the various incubators that are out there. Think SpaceWorks, think some of the other lab activities that we have across the Space Force and the Air Force. It pulls all that together under a single umbrella, and the intent there is to help new non-traditional vendors find the right contacts for their products and simplify the discovery process for new capabilities that are out there. It also helps vector these vendors to the most appropriate innovation efforts within the acquisition ecosystem. I mentioned SpaceWorks, for example, the Space Enterprise Consortium. So they work to get people going in the right direction at the very start. Stepping it up a level, you have the Space Systems Command Commercial Services Office, COMSO, and it's intended for what we might characterize as fully capable, contractable services. So the first example is the old Air Force Commercial SATCOM office that was inherited out of DISA into Air Force Space Command before the Space Force was established, and now that is kind of the seed corn for this commercial services office is the SATCOM office, and that office has actually that office is actually has awarded and will award about $2.3 billion in contracts this fiscal year, and it projected into the next fiscal year. So a vibrant economy just in the commercial SATCOM services right now. It has added space domain awareness, a space domain awareness marketplace. It is awarded about $135 million so far since it's been established. And then there's the augmentation of the former Air Force Satellite Control Network. We've dropped the Air Force name off of it. It's just the Satellite Control Network. And there's been about $22 million awarded for that to augment the spacecraft control network. Then you have things such as the Reverse Industry Day, where we basically open the doors and ask for industry to come in and pitch to us, not in response to any specific RFI, but come in and pitch their ideas, the types of services that they think we might be interested in. So that's kind of the formal way that we are engaging with industry, but also there's the classic ways. I'll point back to just recently the Air and Space Force Association event in DC, National Harbor. That event went on for several days, and Lieutenant General Garant, my boss, and I both met with over 20 industry representatives while we were there. So about 30 minutes per industry rep, going out and seeing what they had, what they wanted to talk to us about in terms of their capabilities, and where they were hoping to take their technology and insert it into Space Force operations, Space Force activities. So that's the interaction part. As far as the priorities, the things that I think we would be looking towards, John hit on the big ones. You know, for you to be able to control a domain, you have to be able to see and understand what's going on in that domain. So obviously, space domain awareness and being able to see and discern what is happening is of vital interest. He also touched on SATCOM. That's clearly another key piece. I would pull the thread on SATCOM a little bit more. He touched on it too. You know, we are seeing this revolution in SATCOM with proliferated LEO and vendors who are now offering multi-orbital regime capabilities. Now, our ability to move seamlessly from, say, LEO to MEO to GEO and back and forth, switching bandwidths and switching frequencies, we haven't quite gotten to where I think we need to get to. But we are moving in the right direction in having this resilient layered architecture on the space segment. We have to be able to do enterprise management and control, which we've talked about for many years, but now again the technology is allowing us to be closer now than it was many years ago, where you can seamlessly jump from these frequency bands to the various architectures without having to maybe go through the classic frequency allocation process that everybody has grown up with, where you call one of the regional SATCOM support centers and have to fill out your access request. And if we can automate that process, that would be hugely helpful to having this seamless dynamic movement across frequencies and bands there in SATCOM. As mentioned just a moment ago, to make these capabilities real, whether it's space domain awareness, whether it's commercial ISR or SATCOM, the underlying data technology has to elevate. So artificial intelligence, machine learning, data management, those technologies also have to evolve. So, and then lastly, I'll point to one where the Space Force is a small service. We have about 8,500 Guardians, active duty Guardians, and about the same amount of civilians. And with that small number of people, we have to operate these complex constellations. So our ability to do basic satellite command and control, we have to figure out a way to do it with less people and with more automation and with more artificial intelligence and machine assisted learning to help us make these systems operate more effectively. So I think I'll stop with that and turn it back to you, Ken.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Listen. So we're going to get back to the point John made a little bit earlier about leveraging commercial and in fact, in the context of some of the recurring themes of this AFS class summit, the recurrent themes that they have talked about the Ukrainian war for independence. We've talked about the threats of China and Russia. We've even talked about cyber threats and gray zone threats and those kinds of things. How are your organizations preparing for a conflict with those kinds of adversaries that extends into space? You mentioned, Damon, a minute ago about leveraging machine learning and AI, data processing and data analytics. I think John, you mentioned the ability to leverage commercial capabilities, and I'll insert the term hide in plain sight as a fractional user among a multitude of commercial civilian users on a commercial satellite network. How are we leveraging that? And then I think, Damon, you mentioned the panacea from a customer experience or a user subscriber experience perspective is to have your satellite terminal operate just like your mobile device, like your cell phone. In other words, there's a decision engine inside that it knows that certain applications need to run over Bluetooth and other ones run over Wi-Fi and other applications run over cellular. Now you even see companies like T-Mobile and the iPhone saying they'll add a fourth connectivity channel, which is a LEO satellite. T-Mobile, I think, is partnered with SpaceX, and the iPhone operates over Globalstar. So now, and as an operator or user, you don't touch any of that. Your decision engine in your device sorts that out on your behalf, and it happens in machine time. Now, that kind of a capability, which I think industry is bringing, because what you see in the civilian community among the subscriber base, and there are hundreds of millions of potential subscribers for this kind of a SATCOM internet service, is the gamer in the bedroom wants to operate over LEO because it has low latency, and mom and dad watching a Netflix movie in the living room or the family room want to operate over a geosynchronous link because of its higher capacity. And there's a decision engine that's going to go in people's homes that makes that routing of that traffic automated. And you would think that's the kind of commercial technology that can be leveraged in a DoD context. So back to my question, how are you, I'm going to start with you, John, back to you, is how are we preparing for a conflict that extends into space, and to what extent can we leverage these kinds of emerging capabilities? How does hiding in plain sight on a commercial satellite ecosystem change the decision calculus of an adversary? How does it change the decision calculus of what you do as a combatant command?
Yeah, this is just a fascinating discussion. I mean, we're hitting on the crux of the matter writ large. I have to start, Ken, by saying just your articulation of that seamless integration along the lines of your mobile device today, right? Agnostic to the user. We want that in space. We want that capability, certainly. That decision piece, of sort of a multi-networking. I mean, in many cases, space is just an extension of our terrestrial networks. So we want that ability, but I want to take it one layer higher on the wedding cake, if you will. Right, so all of that is happening, right? The right data to the right place at the right time. It's assured, right? So it's secured, right? It's enhancing our battle space awareness, and it's delivering, from a military perspective, a platform for us to integrate multi-domain fires. So when you start talking along that line, that layer of the wedding cake, you're really starting to talk about this utopian joint all-domain command and control system. So when we talk about, the decision capability of smart SATCOM, multi-orbital data throughput, let's start thinking about the decision support system associated with JADC2 that is going to fuse all this data, multi-domain, by the way. So here we are talking about space. Much of those other domains, air, sea, subsurface, right, land, is reliant upon space. So in many respects, the actual fusion connection piece is space, but it goes into a central fusion point, and it's that JADC2 calculator, right, that is going to process all that information at a Herculean rate, so that it can generate courses of action or decisional, outcomes for combatant commanders, for SecDef, for whomever the case may be, to look at and say, okay, this is what we need to do, right? And they select option 2, for example. We need commercial industry to partner with us in that venture. Absolutely critical. AI on top of ML-based networks. We need to have the cutting edge algorithmic warfare that goes with that to be able to enhance the AI. We need to get to a point where we literally come up with something called JADC2. And I would offer, by the way, break. We need to be able to, it's really the combined joint all domain command and control, because I think firmly we believe here at Spacecom that when we go into this fight mode in our domain, it's essential that we have our allies and partners with us, right? So really that all domain command and control system, decision support system must account and must integrate our partners, right? So I just, I felt like I would be remiss if I didn't take your articulation to the next step and talk about what this thing is called JADC2, which I know has been on the panels in many instances here with the AFS and the C.L.A.S.S summit. So that's what we're striving for. It's the Siri in the overhead kind of moment where if I'm a Navy guy, so I'm in my tactical flag command center on my carrier, on USS Nimitz, and I need JADC2, my maritime JADC2 variant, right, to be able to tell me, hey, here's what Indo-PACOM is doing, here's what Spacecom is doing, here's what Cybercom is doing. I'm overlaying an air tasking order with a space tasking order, with a cyber tasking order, with the the joint force land component commander task order, you name it, right? All of that is a kaleidoscope that's coming together. It's pretty incredible. I for the life of me don't see how we're gonna get there without commercial partnerships. So I would leave that with you, right? To answer your question about what are we doing to ensure that we're ready to go in the context of conflict in space, I think first and foremost out of the gate is establishing resiliency and redundancy to the extent that we can. And that's another area where we certainly want to be able to partner with industry and with commercial, particularly, space-based assets, right? I mean, we're doing that today. And to your point about hiding in plain sight, we could spend quite a bit of time coming up with, concepts of operation where that would become very advantageous for us. If the adversary has no idea where the relevant data is transmitting, it's getting to the right shooter at the right time, for example. So I'm with you there, Ken. I look forward to those partnerships where we can develop and design capability that can do that for us. I'll give you a couple of examples of what we're doing organically in the military today to help build out a resiliency and redundancy. I talked about space domain awareness. That's kind of our top priority right now, is to understand our battle space. So right now, we obviously have a global array of sensors that do missile warning, and that in some cases can also do space domain awareness, kind of a multi-mission mode. So we have a lot going for us there, but we want to be able to enhance and build that out. So a couple of examples is we're looking at integrating the Army's TPY-2, known as TPY-2 radar system, which gives us quite a bit of capability in the context of space domain awareness. So we're doing that when and where it makes sense. And we're also integrating the Navy's Aegis platforms with their Spy-1 radars. We have found that that is a very capable system that can also augment space domain awareness in areas where we may not have great coverage. And as you know, ships, mobile, they can go wherever we need them to go. Not to mention, there's a lot of other things that you can do on ships. So, we're exploring multiple venues, multiple avenues to be able to build out capability along the lines of resiliency and redundancy. Okay, I think I've spoken enough. I rambled.
John, that's fascinating, and thank you. I tell you, I've been an advocate of hybrid networks. I've been an advocate of different acquisition models in order to enable our warfighters to operate seamlessly across different commercial networks, to operate on multiple networks at different orbital regimes simultaneously, the way we talked about, where low latency traffic goes one direction and other traffic we're calling high capacity or something goes in another direction. It requires a change in acquisition model. It might even require, I would think, because I would want to be a smart buyer of commercial SATCOM, which means that I would want to assess quantitatively and empirically the performance envelope of different satellite communication networks using different military applications. If you run a business, a dry cleaners, or you run a law office, you can go online and you can assess how different satellite internet services would perform in your use case. Okay, but to my knowledge, I don't know that there's never been a comprehensive assessment how military apps are supported over those same networks, and whether that military traffic looks and appears like normal pattern of life over that commercial network, or whether it stands out in some way and is observable or detectable with somebody using machine data analytics or machine learning to try to see where you are versus hiding in plain sight. So I think there's some things there that turn our attention now to General Feltman, Damon, and your side of it as a space force with the acquisition community. You mentioned the commercial satellite organization that does the acquisition and stuff. Can you comment on any of that in terms of preparing for conflict, leveraging commercial, enable the warfighter to have these kind of commercial capabilities at their fingertips, roaming seamlessly in a hybrid context like that? Your perspective would be welcome.
Sure. So it's first off, it's tough to add to what you and John have said, because you really have hit the major tenets of the advantage commercial capabilities are bringing in terms of resiliency and redundancy. On the SATCOM side, clearly the fact that we have proliferated multi-orbit regimes and multi-frequency, multi-band capability, latency capabilities, all of those things are creating a unique type of resiliency that we haven't had in the past, where just the sheer number of systems has provided us resiliency and redundancy that we've never had before. Now, as we work to bring in the data side to manage that will create another level of resiliency and redundancy that we've not had before. If we can get to this nirvana state of being able to move seamlessly and ubiquitously, where the user doesn't have to build out a pace plan, that the network, as you talked about earlier, is actively managing in the background, the AI, the apps are managing it for him. That's another layer of resiliency and redundancy. And we see it, we're approaching a similar situation with commercial ISR capabilities, through Planet and Maxar and Black Sky and others, that now we have this proliferation of ISR that's coming. And not every ISR application, space-based imagery application, requires sub-meter resolution. There are plenty of applications that you can get the information that you need with 1 meter or greater. And so now there's going to need to be an AI-like management of that for us on the DoD side. I shouldn't say AI, but a more capable management of how we collect that type of imagery. The next place where I see us approaching is we're taking care of the space layer pretty well. We will soon be taking care of the data management and the data transport and the data movement layer. Now we have to get to the resiliency that's still here on the ground. We disincentivize the adversary from attacking us in space. And as John was pointing to, we might be able to disincentivize attacking the data transport because it's so ubiquitous and so rich. But we still have to get after, what does our ground resiliency look like? And so I pointed to it just a moment ago, commenting about Space Systems Command and how they've let some contracts to augment this satellite control network, the space control network. But we also have to be able to proliferate just how we do our ground space operations activities. The humans that are still in the loop, the humans on the loop doing the space activities, how do we proliferate that ground architecture? I think I will point back to one thing that it's not as elegant, it's not as, it's just not as elegant as some of the other examples, but it is quite important. And it's the fact that through the creation of the Space Force, and the bringing in of capabilities, unifying of capabilities that were once in the Army, once in the Navy, et cetera, we've actually achieved something pretty amazing on the military SATCOM side, and that is that now all of MilSatcom is in the Space Force. Previously you had the Army managing WGS, the payload. Previously you had the Navy managing narrowband. Now all of those capabilities are in the Space Force. They're all being managed there, and the regional SATCOM support centers and global SATCOM support management is all being run through the Space Force. So there's a unity of effort now that we previously have attempted to have, but is streamlined now that we have all of that under the Space Force and presented to U.S. Space Command. So again, maybe not as fun to talk about as some of these other things, but nonetheless an important resiliency and redundancy capability that's been brought to bear in the past year or so.
So when we think of Space Force or Space Command, I know Space Command is a combatant command looking at a certain altitude, certain geography, right? But Space Force, importantly, what you're saying, Damon, is that you're talking about not just the satellite or the space aspect. You're talking about the satellite ecosystem, which includes the ground terminals, the ground segments, and all those things that make the operational capability a reality. And so you got to provide all of that, serve all of that, manage all of that, acquire all of that. You're looking at it in the full fullness of the ecosystem.
Sure, and if you don't mind, I'll circle back to use your comment to circle back to one of your earlier questions, and you used the term the new space economy in your conversations with Tori Bruno. The resiliency is more than just the machines that are in space and the data layers that we're moving things around on. There's the resiliency of the space economy that the United States and its allies rely upon. So the ability to build spacecraft, to build space systems and put them into operations. And so I'll point back in September, it was mid-September, I think, the White House Office of OSTP, Office of Space Technology and Policy, or Science Technology Policy, published a paper on STEM education in the United States. And it's not just STEM education in the classic sense of universities, it's getting after trade skills and what you might call blue collar workforce in the space ecosystem. How do we build up that capability so that the thousands of engineers that we're graduating every year can turn to on the factory floor a competent workforce that has the adequate training to do fabrication of spacecraft, to do the fabrication of rocket systems on a scale that we'll need to in order to have resilient space systems in the event that we get into a conflict and we have to rapidly replenish our space systems. So resiliency is not just a service function, it's a whole of government and a whole of nation function of having a trained workforce out there.
It's a great point. It's a great point. So I'm going to go back to John, Admiral Watkins. What about as we start to realize the vision of operating warfighters operating seamlessly across the entirety of the blended commercial and military satellite ecosystems? Okay, it does change the decision calculus of an adversary, because you now have commercial assets that could be targeted. Okay, and in fact, if we do this right, the adversary may not know whether warfighters are operating over a particular commercial network or whether they are not. If they are operating at it, it may be in certain periods of time when they're running certain applications. It may be, and maybe not in other times. And it may be that that they're just a fractional user. Okay, I mean, a very small percentage of the capacity is. But when we saw this in the Ukraine, we saw certain commercial assets used in the Ukraine, and so the question comes now is what is the role of Space Command in terms of potentially defending the entirety of the ecosystem, commercial and military? I think you and I have spoken about this topic a couple of times. I think we introduced the idea that in the naval context, okay, the Navy's job is to protect the sea lanes for commercial commerce, and is the Space Command's job similar to that or analogous to that? I'm interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. No, I mean, we're seeing this, right? The Ukraine-Russia situation right now is a perfect use case of watching how commercial is really carrying the day to a great extent. But we're also seeing that in the Russia-Ukraine case, that Russia realizes that. Okay? They see that the commercial satellite services are playing a key role in support to Ukraine. So the adversary is now thinking, is calculating, what do I do about that, right? And so we know that the conditions are there today for potential adversaries to possibly deliver space-based effects against commercial assets. In short, the president, our guidance in our Unified Command Plan specifically states that the president has assigned us the role of protecting all U.S. national security interests, our space, military spacecraft, our allies and partners, and when directed, to protect critical commercial space-based assets. That's where we are today, Ken. I think that's going to evolve. My opinion, no one else, but I think that that will evolve. You know, the Navy analog is great because, you know, today the Navy, a merchant vessel carrying an American flag in international waters, if under duress, a United States naval ship will come to provide aid, protect and defend.
It has for 200 years.
And it has for 247. That's for 247 this year. And that's 20% on launch, right? Which is a wonderful theme for us. Go Navy. But yeah, so it's you know, this is new territory. This is new territory. But I think it has to, you know, we're going to have to be able to situate ourselves to be able to protect and defend. And that's, you know, that's a part of building capacity right now. The ability to be able to protect and defend not only military assets, but, you know, allies, partners, and ultimately critical commercial when directed. It's the future. It's where we're at.
Well, and I would think that since it takes the entirety of the space ecosystem to provide the capability, not just the satellite, but the ground terminals and the ground infrastructure and those kinds of things, I would think that potentially defending the commercial space capability, the ecosystem, would fall under the protection of the U.S. You know, the umbrella responsibility of the U.S. military in some context that might all not be under the Space Command, but I would think it would be incumbent upon this nation to protect those types of capabilities that are commercial companies, American companies that are operating. Let me ask you, going back to you, Damon, how about from a Space Force perspective, does this kind of thinking, you know, if our warfighters are going to operate on commercial networks, does it change how you think about acquiring, supporting, training? Does it think about how you support the combatant commands in a Space Force context? What are your thoughts?
Sure. It's going to be an interesting evolution here, and we're gonna have to move fast on this evolution, because one of the great stories of how commercial has supported the Russian war against Ukraine is how Starlink, and I'm using them just as the example, not a government endorsement, but I'm just using them as an example, is when they were under cyber attack, their ability to quickly, you know, internally address the cyber vulnerabilities and iterate on their system and bring that, you know, restore services at a pace that is just admirable. I'm not sure if we have the skill to move at that pace. So we clearly have to evolve our internal skills for our government networks, our government systems. But if we're operating on a commercial system, then you have to kind of figure out, well, whose job is it to do those types of responses? Is the fact that I'm transiting through a commercial system, who has that obligation to do that, protect and defend? Those are some of the gooey details that are going to have to get worked out. And you know, it's going to be shared. I'm sure there hopefully there won't be any missteps, although, you know, just the nature of as we move out into something like this, there may be some early tension points, but we've got to work out those types of relationships. Meanwhile, I'll point out that within inside of Space Force, we have organic cyber protection capability, cyber defense capabilities. That has to grow. And we also have our own wargaming series, wargaming and exercises like Red Flags, like oh gosh, the name escapes me right now. Our cyber warfare exercise. Yep. To go after and train ourselves to be able to respond to this environment. So we aren't sitting back and not doing anything about it. We are actively, you know, trying to evolve our capabilities. But again, you know, John has done a fantastic job of pointing out that the history of this nation is to, when directed, provide support to those who are supporting military activities. So I can foresee a day where it does become a more active thing that the Space Force has to do for our commercial providers.
I'm not surprised. I really appreciate your comment. I'll tell you also, you know, commercial companies are using data processing, data analytics, so gathering enormous amounts of data on their user subscriber base. They're identifying usage trajectories, usage patterns of life, so that they can better provide a better customer experience, and to each of those subscribers on an individual basis. Excuse me. In some degrees, they're also doing that. That activity supports a cyber defense, because they're able to see trends and evolving cyber threat vectors. In some cases, they can anticipate those even ahead of time. So those are commercial capabilities, I think, that can be drawn upon by our warfighters. Listen, we have about a minute or two or three left. What I'd like to do before I toss it back to David and Scott is ask each of you if you wanted to offer a closing comment, a thought, maybe that you wanted to bring out in this venue, but we didn't get an opportunity to because of time or whatever. So I'm going to start with you, John, and then come back to Damon.
Hey, first, again, I want to thank the AFS Class Summit Series for this opportunity. It's been a real honor and a privilege. I've learned a lot here today. Let me just say one thing. In the Navy, we talk about 1,000 ship Navy. We don't have 1,000 ship Navy, but we have coalition partners, to amalgamate to make that 1,000 ship Navy. I would say in space, we almost need the 1,000, and this is the fill in the blank, commercial partners to get to that 1,000 mark level to be able to, ensure here at Spacecom that we never have a day without space. So again, thanks for this opportunity. I'll turn it over to Damon. Damon, it was a blast seeing you. Take care, brother. Stay safe. Over to you.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity for closing comments. And again, thanks to American Future Series for inviting me to participate. It has been fun. John and I worked together at U.S. Space Command for a couple of years. And my closing comment will circle back to my opening comment that today is the transition of our first CSO to our second CSO. And over the past 3 years, it has been amazing to watch both U.S. Space Command grow from nothing to where it is today, and for Space Force to see where it went from nothing to where it is today in such a short period of time. We can't lose sight of the fact that we have built a functioning combatant command, and we built a functioning service where just a few years ago it didn't exist. Now, we inherited lots of pieces and parts, but that's not the same thing as inheriting capability. We have built an amazing capability over the past 3 years in both the combatant command and the service, and it is a great day to be optimistic about the United States and its allies' ability to command and control in this domain. So, Ken, back to you.
Well, gentlemen, thank you both. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice. Thank you for your leadership in this domain. In closing, I would like to just thank Rear Admiral John Watkins, who is the U.S. Space Command Deputy Director for Operations, Training, Force Development, and the Director of Information Warfare, and obviously his friend, Brigadier General Damon Feltman, who is the Mobilization Assistant to the Deputy Chief of Space Operations, Strategy, Plans, Programs, Requirements, and Analysis at the U.S. Space Force and the Pentagon. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm going to toss it back to David and Scott in the studio.
Thank you, Ken, very, very much. And gentlemen, we ditto what Ken just said. Thanks for your service. But today, more importantly, thank you for all that you shared with us. It was above and beyond. We've had a lot of panels here, and we think they've all been great, but you guys were just above and beyond. Wouldn't you agree, David?
Yeah, and the one thing I will comment on, and I like the last point, what you all have done in such a short period of time and building this capability, it wasn't exactly from scratch, right? But you had to cobble all these pieces together in such a short period of time and build a world-class capability the world has never seen before is impressive. And we are grateful to you and all of the people under your command for doing that.
Yes, we are.
We wish you the best. Godspeed in your mission.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were very, very good.
And of course, it's always great to have Ken leading it, right?
Well,
that doesn't hurt.
Ken's been great. He's been outstanding.
Well, even if you are listening, we'll say nice things about you. So we're going to do some more of this, Ken. As you mentioned, we have an opportunity here to recognize some folks for their contributions in the space realm. We're going to bring General John Hyten on, who is the namesake of our award. This is the Hyten Award. I'll say real quickly, General John Hyten was the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs until recently, and he was one of the guiding forces that helped set up the Space Force Space Command originally. And we honored him back in July with Sir Richard Branson and others,
back
et
at the
cetera.
beginning of the summer. Right,
with
right,
his service,
right.
et cetera. And he very graciously has agreed to be the namesake of this award.
Awesome.
And so he has selected someone that we would like to have Ken help present this award to. So when they come on, we'll have General Hyten come on, and then after that, we'll have Robbie Shingler of Planet, who is our recipient, and then ultimately they'll have a little conversation afterwards and talk about
tremendous.
how we
Very
got
good.
here, how
Yeah.
Robbie got here, et cetera. But Ken, if you would, if you would give us your thoughts a little bit about the John Hyten Award and this notion of leadership in space. This is an area of your area of expertise. I'd love for you to just provide a couple of words while we wait for General Hyten to join us.
Yeah, I'll tell you, on behalf of all of us at Comtech, on behalf of AFS, I think that General Hyten's I'm thrilled to be part of the team that's introducing him, honoring him, the namesake of our AFS Leadership Award. We all know that John Hyten served as the 11th Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but I'll tell you, David, the place he really earned my respect, and I've known, when you're in the business 43 years, you get to know people, and you become you bump into people and you engage with people in a significant way. I can tell you that importantly, General Hyten, he ran the Joint Requirements Oversight Council that oversees all military acquisitions, and that's a position that he really fully leveraged. He's an engineer. He's a bold thought leader. He's an appropriate critic. From time to time of the plotting timelines, the all too often the overly risk-averse policy, practice, and acquisition culture that's working to develop next generation technology-enabled warfighting capabilities. And he earned my deepest respect. I think he earned some universal respect by offering some much needed, deeply appreciated, by being a voice for transformational change. His contributions to our nation are just exemplary. I am just thrilled to be a part of this. He is a friend, someone I deeply respect, David.
Well, I'd like to echo that. So I refer to General Hyten as a velvet hammer. So he's one of those guys that is smooth and articulate and gracious, et cetera, but he pounds away in order to get things done, right? And there was an interesting article one time written about him, about if John Hyten can't fix it, who can? With regard to acquisitions in our military. And it makes me think of the joke where the young boy is asking God, he asked God, he said, God, will we ever cure world hunger? And the Lord looks at him and says, I'm sorry, son, not in your lifetime. And then the boy says, well, what about clean air, clean water? He says, I'm sorry, son, not in your lifetime. And he says, well, what about the acquisitions process? And he goes, oh, son, not in my lifetime.
Well, we have I'll tell you, John Hyten's been a transformational, deeply respected voice for change. I mean, we have an acquisition system in the United States that's predicated on a process of invention. It's predicated on inventing things that have never been done before. And to some extent, while that worked for us for 50 years, okay, and now that the private sector technology is accelerating at such a rapid pace, and there's an opportunity, I can use this example. I can say that, in the beginning, to use a car analogy, in the beginning, the DoD had to invent the car because none existed, okay? And after a while, they learned how to lease cars because they could get just what they could roll the car every 3 years and get a newer model. Eventually, the DoD acquisition process needs to learn to go to the Uber or the Lyft model, where they call for exactly the car they need in the geography that they need it. They get an SUV, they get a sports car, they get a dump truck. And when you think of things like satellite capacity and the areas where John Hyten has been engaged, we're moving from the age of DoD inventing the satellite to DoD buying satellites from industry, to DoD leasing an entire satellite or a satellite beam, to now, in the conversation that we just had with Damon and John, you heard us talk about the Uber or the Lyft model, where frankly, warfighters are roaming among these commercial satellite ecosystems seamlessly and with freedom, and basically only paying for what they need when they need it, only paying for what they need exactly where they need it, and it's a win-win for the taxpayer, it's a win-win for the warfighter, and it's a game changer. So General John Hyten has been a champion of transformational change in this regard, and he, like I say, I have deeply respected. He's been honest and he's been candid. He's engaged with industry, and frankly called industry out when we were wrong. And so it's fantastic. I'm thrilled to be part of the AFS and the award that now is his namesake.
Thank you for those comments. And we're now joined by General John E. Hyten, the namesake of the Hyten Award, the Hyten Leadership and Innovation Award. General, glad that you're here. I hope you heard a few of the things that we said. We were a little bit glowing about you. I hope you're not blushing, but we are big fans, and we're very, very thrilled and very, very appreciative, grateful that you've allowed us to name this award for leadership and innovation in space, and that you're our namesake. We appreciate that, and we're glad you're here with us. So we have a little sound problem, General.
You are on mute. There you go.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
You're good to go. You're good to go. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Somebody in your end must have fixed my problem. So thanks very much for doing that. Hey, I heard the very end of what Ken was saying, and I know it's enough to be fully embarrassed, but not nearly as embarrassed as much as I'm about having an award named after me. That's really embarrassing. So, but I appreciate it, and I appreciate what you're trying to do with the American Future Series. So it's good to see you, and thanks for what you said, Ken. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well deserved.
And then just a little bit of background before we connect you here. We're going to present this to Robbie Shingler, who you nominated and recommended that we honor for many of the things that Ken was just talking about. We'll bring that up. But General Hyten is currently leading a very important nonprofit. It's called Club for the Future. That is led by and run by Blue Origin. He's also an advisor to Blue Origin. And he is working very diligently to inspire the next generation of astronauts and other scientists and engineers, et cetera, through STEM education, et cetera, and encouraging people to enter into STEM fields and in particular into space. And that's a very important work. And I think everyone needs to be aware of that great work that you're doing with Club for the Future. And we really appreciate the work you're doing there.
Thanks very much for mentioning it, because, as I was trying to figure out what to do, I've already run really large organizations and been involved in the highest side of government. But I really want to give kids the opportunity to experience the amazing life that I experienced. And it was because I got interested in science and math as an early kid. I got interested in the space program. It drove my entire life. And if I can just get a couple of kids to be that excited, that'll be all worth it. And Jeff Bezos and Bob Smith at Blue Origin have an organization called the Club for the Future that is just that not only gives monies to a lot of worthwhile organizations, but they allow me to travel and talk to kids and talk to teachers and talk to educators and try to just get people motivated about the future. And that's really, in this phase of life that I'm in right now, that excites me as much as anything.
Oh, wonderful. We salute you. And what I thought we might do now, General, is have you introduce Robbie Shingler, and you might tell us a little bit about him and why you thought it would be appropriate for him to be recognized with the award that bears your name.
So, Robbie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good to see you.
Welcome, Robbie.
Good to see you, Robbie. So, Robbie and I have known each other for, many years. We'll just put it that way. It hasn't been forever. It hasn't been since I was a captain, because, gosh, when I was a captain, Robbie was probably in grade school. But we've known each other for many years, and I really came across him as he started down the episode with Planet. And to be honest, I was trying to figure out how to take advantage of commercial at large from where I was sitting at Space Command, then Stratcom, then as the vice chairman. And we were, and in many ways still are, having a challenge of leveraging the commercial industry. But I remember sitting down with Robbie, and I think it was at Planet in California, and looking at the capabilities that they had. And we talked about the importance of transparency and how a picture is literally worth 1,000 words, and a picture from space could be worth 10,000. And I said, when bad things are happening on this planet, if we can immediately put a picture out on the web that shows really what's happening, then I wanted that to be, I wanted the Department of Defense to be the customer that drove that. And I think there's still a huge, and we are a customer, the Department of Defense is a customer with Robbie right now, but and many of the others in that industry. But I think the amazing thing that's going on and why I'm really excited about recognizing Robbie is, well, Robbie, why don't you describe what you did in your company? And I'll be, I know the general story, but it'll be fun to hear your words rather than me telling the words of what you did right after Russia invaded Ukraine here 6 months ago.
Yes.
And what you did, how you did it, and then I'll come back and say why I think that's so important to the world.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And General Hayden, it's an honor to be awarded this the namesake of your award with AFS. So thank you. And I think to back up a little bit, just so that we can understand the trends around where we are, then we can come immediately to where real-time information can be really valuable to the planet. Like you, I've always been motivated to work on projects of consequence with people that inspire me and push me. Throughout my career, it's really been with seeing accelerating technology and its applications for space. And so I went to undergrad in the late 90s. And so I was able to build satellites when I was in university studying engineering physics with the pioneers of small spacecraft. And this was before the CubeSat was a standard. And then after about 9 years at NASA, where I learned deep systems engineering, building teams and technology. Importantly, I learned to look at our planet from a planetary perspective and how interconnected things were. So 11 years ago, I started Planet with two of my best friends, where we saw the convergence of technologies, miniaturized electronics and high-performance electronics with cloud computing. And importantly, at that time, about a decade ago, you could get access to space with secondary payloads. And that has always been one of the major barriers of innovating and doing things in space. So we decided to shrink a satellite, mass manufacture them, autonomously operate them, and then build the distributed sensor network in space with the mission to image the entire world every day. And about halfway through that journey, about 6 years ago, we started doing just that. And so today we have a 6-year recorded history of everywhere on the planet. And this has been an extraordinary capability, but importantly, we got lucky with another piece of technology, which is artificial intelligence and machine learning, which needs a whole bunch of data in order to train models and understand indication and warnings, and really give near real-time information about the rapidly changing planet that we all live on. And I believe at this time in the 21st century, we need a factual shared reality for what's happening on the ground, where we can see emerging risks, whether it's security risks or environmental challenges that we have today, and to shift behaviors to accelerate us toward a more prosperous future. So we think that we're only about 1% of the way there, a decade in. And that's why last year we decided to become a public benefit corporation and listed on the New York Stock Exchange, so that we can, because we believe that the Earth observation community, which is a community, it's not just Planet, can play a vital role in helping to shift toward greater peace and security with open societies, as well as move the global economy toward a full cost economic system by valuing nature. And we need to act fast because we are in a planetary emergency. So thank you, AFS. Thank you, General Hayden, for your leadership and honoring the 850 people at Planet that has worked really hard to get to where we are today, but then also to inspire us for then the next decade to use space to help life on Earth. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And
thank you, Rob.
I don't know if you have it, but General Hayden commissioned a award. His was silver. We've upgraded yours to gold. I don't know if you got yours, but you should around your office somewhere have that gold rocket.
It's in the office. I'm on the road right now, so I don't have it.
Okay, as long as you have it, we're happy.
Can't wait to hold it up.
So you don't keep it in your glove compartment?
Don't carry it everywhere. No. Okay. So glad you got that. And General, what I thought we might do from here is Ken and I and Scott, we might step aside, and you guys can have a few minutes to maybe finish out this conversation a little bit about where you see things going, the various questions you wanted to address with Robbie, and we'll just say congratulations and thank you for being a recipient of this award. Thank you, General Hyten and Ken. But we're going to step aside, and we hope you have a great few minutes together.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Robbie.
Yeah, congratulations, Robbie. Well done.
So, David, I can talk to Robbie for days. So, you want us to finish at 10 minutes till the hour? Is that correct, or is there? Just give me a time, and I'll track it.
That would be 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, yes, sir. Just 10 more minutes, but that would be great.
All right, Robbie. You and I get to talk for 10 minutes, which is great. So let's go back. Let me just make a couple of comments about what you said, but then I want to go back to February too. So transparency to me. So the way I look at the United States, our country has faults. There's no doubt. You can read the newspapers. I actually don't recommend that, but our country has faults. Everybody knows it. But as General Dunford once said in front of Congress, we're the good guys. And when you're one of the good guys, you shouldn't be worried about, being completely transparent with what happens on the ground around the world. It's just factual behavior. And in today's day and age, when you have a cell phone, you can take a picture of anything around the world and boom, it's right there.
Yep.
So if you're the good guy, it's to our advantage to have people showing what is happening anywhere around the world. And sometimes, like in the middle of Eastern Europe, it's very difficult to get factual information about what is happening. But with the advent of ubiquitous space imagery, and that's what a number of companies now provide, but Planet being one of them, we have the ability to show what happens around the world. And that is to the advantage of the United States of America. It's the advantage of everybody that has the desire for freedom around the world to understand what is really going on. And the other amazing thing that it does to me is it eliminates the false narrative, especially if it's timely. Because when bad things happen around the world, the people that initiate those bad things almost always try to put out a false narrative. Vladimir Putin is probably the best at that. A false narrative always comes out. But boom, when there is a picture of facts on the ground that's actually happening right now, everything changes because now you have truth. And truth is the most powerful thing on this planet, no pun intended. And so shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the second Russian invasion of Ukraine this year, Planet and others started putting out imagery of what's happening on the ground. So tell me about your decision process, how you decided where to put the imagery, and what kind of feedback you got from that, from others around the world.
Yeah, well, I think the Ukraine example is one of two things that has really shifted the defense and intelligence community to embrace commercial and unclassified data. So let me talk about Ukraine first. With our system doing the undiscriminate scan of the Earth every day, you can see quite a bit of troop buildup. And you can see the indications of that happening where the pattern of life was one where it didn't seem like it was just a mere exercise. But having that information available, where you can see beyond like what you're tasking, you see all of context, really not only did that allow for the US and our allies understand what was happening, but it also allowed for other nations too as well, where they're able to take a look at information and see the emerging risk. And that leads to coordinated action. I think, so great, we knew that this risk was coming up. The cabinets around the world were already talking about it, understanding that that action was about to occur. And then on February 14th, there was a false flag exercise where Vladimir Putin said that he was withdrawing. And the same exact day, the pontoon bridge popped up across Belarus. showing that in fact they were invading in from the other side. Because that was available immediately, journalists got it. The public narrative changed. It allowed for the United States and others to more or less say this is a belligerent actor, and they're not honest. And for that to happen so quickly, getting in the OODA loop of a belligerent actor, it changes the equation. And that also then allowed for coordinated action, whether it's sanctions. It allowed for more aspects of free societies to understand the emerging risks so that they can make their contributions in their highest way, whether it is a humanitarian organization that is collecting facts and data on the ground for potential violations of the Geneva Convention, or humanitarian organizations to anticipate the movement of millions of refugees and foodstuffs and services to be most efficient and effective. And also surprisingly, because the narrative was out there, the world knew what was happening. Citizens were able to really allow for our elected officials to move fast. And citizens are also employees. And so one of the things I think that wasn't coordinated, but actually happened, was because the public sentiment was one where we were recognizing what was happening on the ground. Global companies unilaterally pulled out of doing business in Russia. And so I think that we're going to see more and more of these things over time. And this is one of those this is one of those things where it's a bit of a revolution of military affairs. We'll look back at this war in a couple of years more clearly and see where unclassified and open and commercial data allowed for, cell phones on the ground and satellite imagery from above for researchers and journalists to triangulate truth on the ground and tell that story in near real time. I think that if this occurred in 5 years from now, we would have seen those emerging risks much more and actually mitigated more of the conflict. But being able to actually have real-time information about what's happening really informs the public and collective action.
I think I've told you this story before, but the first time that really was critical to me, I was early in my time as the vice chairman, early in the General Miller's time as the chairman, when shortly after the Soleimani strike, Iran attacked Al-Assad Air Base with ballistic missiles, and we had all of the classified information that told us exactly what was going on, exactly how they were trying to attack Al-Assad, and it was clear that they were trying to kill Americans because of the pattern. But we couldn't tell anybody because all the information we had was classified.
Yep.
And then Planet, it showed the actual missile strikes on the ground at Al-Assad, and it was a clear pattern. It was a pattern of where the strikes happened. It's a pattern of where our people would be in large unison if we didn't have warning and get out of the way. And as soon as we had those pictures, we could then sit in front of the media, in front of Congress, in front of the world, and say, this is what Iran was actually trying to do because of the unclassified imagery that was right there. And that's also allowed us to take forward and declassify some of our classified capabilities in order to move that narrative forward. Because again, truth in a free society is a good thing. And that's what we should always push. And if we ever screw up and the truth points a finger back at us, that's okay too. That's the way our nation should work. So
I think that example is also one where it was hard because with that same information, you can do battle damage assessment. And the Iranians didn't have their own sovereign capability. They can get it through some of their allies, but having that information really quickly is something that then could result to another strike. And so there's this balance between how much openness we actually we do and how quickly it is available. And I think that is something that we're going to learn how to do that together as a coordinated team. It's going to earn trust. And there are some situations where, in fragile states and personally identifiable information that one can collect from space as well. We really have to think about those unintended consequences. And so it's not as straightforward as open it all up. It's something that actually we need to ease together and change the equation so that free societies are the one who win in the open. And so it is a transition. But I think once we actually retool up to see the value of openness as critical toward how we operate, toward how we actually tell a story and have coordinated action, when we actually tool up to do that, we're going to really accelerate the openness. And I think that we're in that stage right now.
Yeah, and I think you said it right earlier when you said this is a very critical point in history. And it's a history that the commercial sector of the United States is still where innovation is happening. It's amazing the innovation that's happening. But we in the Department of Defense, we have to figure out how to leverage that and be partners in that as we go forward. And there's a policy discussion of that partnership that goes forward too. And it's very complicated. And it's not just an easy, it does not open up the floodgates and just dump everything on the world. You actually have to make moral decisions about what you're going to do. And ideally, you want to make that in partnership with the people that are going to have to live with those decisions. And in many cases, that's the United States Defense and our services. This is going to be an interesting world we live into, but I'm just thrilled that I get to thank you publicly for taking a risk a few years ago and leaving NASA and walking into a world where you actually didn't know what was going to happen. But that's what innovation is about, and that's what this country is about. It's about people like you who take a chance and you have a vision for what the future can be. And then the vision becomes actually a lot bigger and a lot more complicated than anything you saw. But because you started down that path, you're helping make the world a better place. So thanks very much for doing that. And I appreciate you allowing me to, and America's Future Series to recognize you today. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you so much, General Hayden. It's an honor.
Thank you.
General, thank you very much. First of all, for the award in your name on behalf of the America's Future Series, and also spending the time you just did with Robbie. And Robbie, you must be quite the gentleman, because for the general to say you're the recipient of this award, that's above and beyond. So congratulations on the award, and congratulations for all you continue to do for our great nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's good. He seems pretty excited. No, he's
And
quite a young man.
it's
Yes,
interesting to
sir.
hear the backstory and what happened in Ukraine and how
absolutely
the world is changing and how this made such an impact.
Yep.
So we're going to move on.
Okay.
And from that,
thank you, General.
Thank you, General. It was wonderful. So now we have an opportunity to have one of our friends from Deloitte join us, and this is going to be great. Brett Lubert, I'm glad you're with us, and you're bringing on board one of our old friends, Craig Miller of Viasat, and we're honored to have him back. And Craig has been a big supporter of the America's Future Series. Always has something interesting and introspective and to share. And we're really looking forward to that. And I want to thank you, Brett. If you would tell our audience a little bit about you, of course, and then maybe introduce Craig a little more fully. But we want to step out of your way, and we want to look forward to your conversation.
Sounds great. My name is Brett Lubert. I lead our U.S. space practice, and I work across Space Force. So at Deloitte, we're helping our clients with a broad range of services in this truly exciting market. It includes things like strategy, IT modernization, defense and cyber operations, supply chain and back office transformation. So a little bit about me and the passion I have for this particular topic. I have a background in engineering space systems, and relevant to this conversation, I spent several years as a systems engineer building a globally and tactically deployed communication network for the DoD that relied heavily on commercial SATCOM providers. And at Deloitte, we actually do a pretty good amount of work with the Space Force's Commercial Satellite Communications Office, which leads me really well to our guest, Craig Miller, who sits really at the nexus of military and commercial SATCOM. So Craig is the president for government systems at Viasat. In this role, he is responsible for leading the company's global defense business, which exceeds $1 billion in annual revenues by delivering cost-effective, innovative solutions to challenging defense requirements in satellite networks, tactical data links, information assurance, and cybersecurity. Before I give the mic to Craig to finish out his introduction, we're both electrical engineers. I figured that out based on our bios, and I doubt we ever thought we'd be in the unfortunate position of following General Hayden in a panel. Really, just truly, I guess an honor that we're sort of here, maybe on the same level as General Hayden. I don't know. Craig, over to you.
Hey, Brett, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, literally walking in the shadows of giants here. So pretty cool to get to share the stage with someone like General Hyten. Tough act to follow, but hopefully we'll try to keep this one interesting and engaging. I think we've got some interesting topics here about the use of commercial capabilities in space and what that means for the DoD and the way forward. So I'm excited about the conversation here.
That's excellent. All right, let's get started with a couple questions here. So, with adversaries rapidly developing their space capabilities, what are a few of the new emerging space network capabilities that the DoD and our allies will use to keep pace?
Well, I think at the macro level, this is a really good transition from the conversation that we just watched, and really the proliferation of commercial capabilities and the rapid advancement of commercial capabilities. And sometimes we talk about the democratization of space that's happening, but this is a real effect of it. The commercial Earth observation capabilities have been transformational. We've seen that in the conflict with Ukraine, where you can rely on commercial capabilities to see, for example, exactly where GPS works and where GPS doesn't, and troop movements, even the electromagnetic spectrum can be monitored by commercial capabilities. And there's just so much data and so many capabilities out there that this is a whole new world. Historically, this has been the province of DoD purpose-built capabilities, but now there's this incredible data out there that can be leveraged. And that side by side with that, there's a proliferation of commercial communications capabilities out there, and some of these capabilities, we hear a lot about the proliferated LEO constellations, but the Viasat-3 network that we'll be bringing online too, both of these capabilities have incredible capacity, orders of magnitude more capacity than what's available before. And these commercial capabilities also have defensive features or inherent defensive capabilities that would put them into the realm of what would in the past be considered protected SATCOM. But these commercial capabilities have resilience attributes that rival military SATCOM capabilities, and the pace that they're being developed, it's just going so fast that it gives it's a potential advantage that can be leveraged by the DoD. And so the ability to use some of these commercial capabilities and to bring them into a network that they can use and to leverage this data in real time and at the speed it's being created is a huge potential advantage that the DoD and our allies can leverage.
Yeah, I think on a similar sort of theme, right? So we've seen Space Force leadership talk about the priority in the next 5 or 10 years around building a sort of resilient network architecture, resiliency in all levels, disaggregation in all levels. How do you think about and approach achieving resilience, and how can government and commercial space sector kind of work together on this?
Yeah, and there's a couple of ways to think about this, and so there's multiple ways you can measure resiliency. One obvious way that's in the news that you hear a lot about is resistance to kinetic effects, and so distribution and proliferation are a way to mitigate the potential kinetic effects, but cyber defense is really important. So one of the things where you create with proliferation and distribution, for example, you create a larger attack surface. And so, you have to make sure you have an adequate cyber defense or a top-notch cyber defense against peer adversaries. Jamming is going to be an issue. And so we see the proliferation of low-cost portable jamming. And so our FFX against these satellites are going to be an issue. Simply congestion too. If a network is full and you try to surge more capacity onto it and it doesn't have the room to bring more capacity on, that's a kind of failure of resilience. And so there's all these dimensions that you have to measure resilience, and really no one network's probably going to be the best at all of them. And then just in the concept of creating an architecture around resilience with all these different attributes to consider, there's sort of two approaches that you can take. You can try to make an individual network more resilient. So this is historically how MilSatCom protected networks have been. You try to make one network that's incredibly resilient and it's hard to disrupt. And you can do this for a certain set of requirements, but it tends to be very expensive. And you still, in any one system, there tends to be single or a few points of failure. And so there's always some attack vector that you can get to it with. It may be in the cyber domain, it may be in the ground, it may be in the space segment, it may be in terms of performance, but trying to make one network the end all be all uber resilient network is very expensive and tends to be prone to failure. The other approach is by adding more networks or by adding optionality. And this approach is much more scalable. It can be much more flexible. And if you do it right, it can be a lot less expensive. And, you know, in the context of the previous question where we were talking about this incredible proliferation of commercial capabilities, if you can bring all these different commercial networks into a portfolio with your own purpose-built military networks that may be able to do some very special things that the commercial networks can't do, and you're also able to bring your allies networks in there, and you create this sort of interoperable enterprise. Well, that's a pretty powerful tool for resilience, because if you have many different paths the data can travel over, different frequencies, different orbits, different ground networks, totally different protocols on the networks, that gets to be a really hard problem for an adversary to shut the whole thing down. You might be able to get a little piece of it, but then you go operate on another piece of it and they may not even know where you are. So the approach to resilience that I see as the best for Space Force, and you know, General Raymond has talked a lot about this, and he gets this when they talk about their space hybrid architecture and their space hybrid networking, is bringing together as many different networks as possible, creating optionality, and that's how you're going to stay resilient, and that's how you stay ahead of our adversaries too.
Yeah, I love that, and I think there's a lot of parallels to what we've seen in the world of IT in general, right? I mean, we're putting that in the space segment, we're putting it on orbit. A lot of these concepts are really great to see they're happening there. So what can be done to help accelerate this integration between commercial and military assets so they can talk to each other?
Yeah, and this is a hard problem, but the cool thing about it is there's sort of existence proofs about how to do this. And if you think about, you know, I'll just set a little bit of context. If you think about what the internet is, it's a collection of disparate systems that are very different, right? Like you have 5G phones and LTE phones, and you have Wi-Fi, and you have Bluetooth, and you have TCP/IP. And for those of us that have been around a little longer, there actually were protocols before TCP/IP, and it wasn't TCP/IP came out the winner, but there was other standards and circuit-based networks before datagram-based networks were the winner. And there's a set of protocols and a set of networking standards that sort of emerged to glue these things together. And that's really the right way to approach this too, is to look at these networks as individual networks and try to glue them together at the networking layer or even the application layer. I'll just say that the wrong way to try to do this is to standardize at the physical or waveform layer. And so there's been attempts in the past to say that this is the right waveform to use, or this is the best protected waveform. And that always creates difficulty in interoperability, because if you specify a waveform, then you're basically having to build a system around it, and you're going to make a bunch of trades that are going to create an inefficient system for anything other but that specific CONOP. But if you let the networks do their own thing and automate themselves and glue them together at the higher protocol layers, that's how you get interoperability. That's how we all have interoperability in our lives, right? We all, probably everyone on this webinar has a gateway router at home that does Wi-Fi and hooks to your cable or your satellite internet or whatever. In some cases, it does Bluetooth too, and it does protocol translation. And so having those gateway devices that can do protocol translation between different networks and having that network layer interoperability lets the networks go at the pace of the commercial market that's driving them, and then you can sort of glue them together to create that high level interoperability. And this is a hard problem, but the cool thing is the internet is the sort of existence proof that you can do it.
Yeah, I was hoping we wouldn't have to dive into the pros and cons of like token ring, Ethernet, and all the other kind of technologies we've seen over time. I would wonder, the government has long used bandwidth from commercial SATCOM providers. We saw this a lot in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, just completely saturated the military networks and looked to offload that into the commercial there. I mean, just this fiscal year, commercial SATCOM office within Space Force is forecasting over $2 billion of opportunities for commercial SATCOM services. So I'm wondering, just maybe paralleling that IT example we gave before, are you seeing increased interest in fully managed SATCOM services from the military, or do you see this being a similar evolution to like a cloud service adoption type?
Yeah, and I think we're seeing motion towards managed services on the SATCOM side, and I think that's really good. And we work closely with the commercial SATCOM office too, and we know them really well, and I'm really encouraged by the direction that they're taking. And this is organizational change can be hard sometimes. And there's a long history of putting together networks in the mode of what I call network integration. And that's where you buy some terminals and you buy some gateways and you lease some transponder bandwidth, and then you sort of integrate a network together around it. In many cases, those components are provided by different vendors, have completely different security postures, have completely different capabilities. And like any network, you're only as strong as the weakest link of your chain. And that tends to create situations that aren't really flexible and aren't really scalable. And that's the promise of managed services, where you have this flexibility and scalability. And a lot of the newer satellite networks, our network, the LEO networks, they're all managed services. And that seems to be the direction of the cutting edge commercial satellite communications capabilities. And the value of that is these networks are designed to work at scale. And so when the DoD adds its users and adds its partners to it, it's already part of a population that a network is designed to scale into, and it gives them the flexibility to add them. You don't have to buy it opens up new business models, because, for example, when you lease a transponder, you have to lease the whole thing, whether you use it or not. But in a managed service, you can pay by usage and you can pay by the gigabyte, and you basically only pay for what you need. And the service provider is able to sort of arbitrage their capacity across their other users. And it potentially creates a huge cost advantage for the DoD. And so that $2 billion of commercial SATCOM that Space Force Cisco is going to be buying, they're going to get a lot more bits for it than they would in past buying transponders and buying bandwidth. And so you also get network modernization built into that, right? So every single one of us that's a SATCOM provider and that has a commercial SATCOM service, you've got market pressures pushing on you to improve your flexibility, improve your cost per bit, improve your cyber defense, improve your efficiency, improve your latency. And so those market pressures come for free for the DoD when they buy a SATCOM as a service. And that I like to think about it as it's a change in the paradigm from acquisition-based competition, where the DoD would historically acquire something every 5 to 7 years, and it sort of draws a line in the sand of technology. But with a managed service, you get market-based competition, and you get the value of the free market pressing on the providers for you, and you get to ride the state of the art of that free market. And so I think the Space Force sees that, the government sees that. We see it in the Army too. They're looking at SATCOM as a managed service for their logistics network. And I think it's an exciting time, and the government is poised to get huge benefits from this as well.
That's great. So there is, and I think sort of similar to that sort of resiliency, there's a lot of hype around LEO right now, and rightfully so, around lower latency and things like that. But there's still room for geo capabilities and other orbits. How do you see, the sort of mesh of all these different orbits? How do you see defense sector's future use of geo versus LEO or MEO space capabilities, all around that topic?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, this is something we look at all the time. And, my view is every orbit has value. There isn't one orbit that is the best orbit. It's like anything else where, for example, LEO, you mentioned, is good at latency because the satellites are closer to Earth. But there's so much more to any network than just the space asset, right? It's your ground network that affects latency too. And so do you have the right ground network that leverages the advantage of your space network? And so LEO is certainly good for latency, but GEO has advantages too. Just because of the nature of the orbital dynamics, GEO has the ability to concentrate capacity in regions versus spreading it across the entire coverage area. That gives GEO a little bit of flexibility to move capacity around in ways that other orbital regimes can't. And it's our position, and we look at this a lot, that GEO has better cost efficiency or bandwidth efficiency. And so one of the metrics we like to think about is gigabits per megabuck. And so the amount of data you can get on orbit per dollar, and GEO is going to be better at that than LEO. And so at the end of the day, GEO is going to be a little bit more economically attractive, but LEO has advantages, and then MEO has advantages too. In some cases, it has elements of both, and it can be kind of a Goldilocks zone depending on your ConOps. But really, the answer for DoD, and going back to the resilience conversation, is you need to have the ability to use all of these orbits, because in some cases you may care about capacity density. In some cases, you may absolutely care about latency. And in some cases, one user may care about it one day, one thing, and the other day, the other thing, or it may change by the minute. And having that sort of ability to leverage all these capabilities in a hybrid network and having the ability to have automation make those choices for you so that you can use the right network for the right ConOp. And sometimes it may be the same user might have some data that should go over LEO and some data that would be better off going over GEO. And having the automation and the software-defined networking to make those choices for you is resilience and is value. And that's where I hope to see the Space Force and the DoD take their network enterprise.
All right, bring us home. So what are you seeing in sort of the newer commercial space developments or technologies that we should be looking out for in the next year? And what is Viasat excited about?
Yeah, well, obviously, we talked about LEO. So that's the expansion of the LEO capabilities is really exciting, and the simplicity and easy use of those has been really good for the industry. We're pretty excited about the Viasat-3 constellation that we'll be rolling out this year. And so starting in a couple months now, we'll launch the first of our Viasat-3 satellites. And those are GEO satellites where each satellite is more than a terabit per second of aggregate capacity. And that's spread across thousands of beams and potentially millions of users. But this is nearly an order of magnitude improvement in capacity and capacity economics. And so these are by far the highest capacity satellites on orbit. We'll launch 3 of them over the course of the next year. And altogether, they'll give us 5 terabits of total capacity. And that's 10 times more capacity than we have on orbit now. And so for Viasat, we're really excited about the expansion and what we can do and the type of services we can provide by basically having 10 times more capacity a year from now that we have now. And I think it's going to be transformational for us. And I think we've been working with the DoD and the Space Force. These satellites have some really interesting defensive capabilities and some really interesting resilience attributes in terms of being very resistant to jamming effects and being very flexible and being able to geolocate interferers. And we're really excited about the capabilities that we're going to be bringing online in the next year. And we expect to see the continued proliferation of commercial capabilities in general. And it's a really interesting market right now. It's a really interesting time in the space industry. I don't think we've seen this much change this fast anytime in my career, and I've been at this for a while. I'm really looking forward to the next year or two in space. It's going to be really exciting.
Well, I'd love to revisit this panel in that time frame and then look back on it and say 10 times as much bandwidth is not enough anymore, right? So we're quickly accelerating on that level. So really appreciate your time, Craig, and all the interesting insights and what Viasat's doing.
Yeah, Brett, thanks. It was great chatting with you, and I'll take you up on that offer, and we can talk about this in a year or two. And I think it's going to be one of those things where if you build it, they'll come, and we'll be like, holy cow, we need 10 times more bandwidth again.
That's right.
Oh, that's great. Great. Brett, Craig, can't thank you both enough. Great conversation. Outstanding conversation. Thanks so much for being a part of this. We really very much appreciate it. They were pretty good, weren't they?
Yeah, thank you both.
Yeah,
thank you.
that was
Craig.
wonderful.
Good to see you again.
That was wonderful.
Yes, sir. So we have another great conversation coming up, and we want to make sure that they've got time. So we're going to move along quickly in a military
fireside
style.
chat with a few folks.
Yeah, we have a great crowd, actually. So I want to thank Joshua Carlson, who's with us, for organizing this with Dauntless Space. He'll tell you a bit about Dauntless Space, and he'll also introduce all of these great folks that he's put together. And I happen to be a fan of Orson Scott Card, in particular, having been a fan of Ender's Game and all those things, which he says is not his best book. So I got to find who is.
You better find the best one.
The better ones. If he says there's something better, I got to check it out. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Joshua here, and we're going to let you guys have a great conversation. We'll get out of your way, and we look forward to coming back at the end of your chat.
Knock it out of the park. Go for it.
Excellent. Hey, guys. Yep. There we go. Sorry, I was just adjusting for a second. Hello, everyone. Very happy to have the entire crew here. We have an amazing set of people that we are going to have on this panel discussing space, the opportunities, particularly beyond orbit and out and beyond that into cislunar, and then also China, the threat, and being able to really tie these two together. As I mentioned, my name is Josh Carlson. I'm author of Space Power Ascendant and also the managing editor for Dauntless, which is a magazine that examines space issues, and particularly we will look for brave and dauntless visions of what the future could be like, and look for good, well-researched papers to be able to document that for a expansive online audience. Joining me today, we have the lovely Namrata Goswami, who is joining us as one of our Chinese experts. We also have Jonathan Ward. Dr. Goswami and Pete Garrison recently wrote Scramble for the Skies. Jonathan Ward's book is China's vision of victory, which I think he did a very good job of documenting China's plans throughout the ages. Also joining me are Steve Quast and Christopher Stone, both with extensive backgrounds in space. And then, as mentioned, Orson Scott Card, author of Ender's Game, and also joining us for this panel as a futurist. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you for joining me. If I could just do a quick sound check with you all to make sure that we're all good.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Josh. Nice to be here.
Hello.
Outstanding.
And I'm
Okay, so I'm sorry, say again.
No, you're fine.
Outstanding. Okay. Oh, good. So, hey, we've got a lot to cover, a lot of big brains, and trying to just jump right in. So, the previous panel was discussing orbital space and the importance of that, but beyond the orbits, maybe reshaping the question a bit. Beyond the orbits, why should we go to space? What do we hope to benefit from doing that, more than just necessarily exploration, or that might be part of it?
Yeah, I can start, since our book is called Scramble for the Skies, the Great Power Competition to Control the Resources of Outer Space. So beyond just orbital investment, I think one of the reasons why countries like China are going to space is because of the economic potential of space, beyond just low Earth orbit or geosynchronous orbit. So they also talk about a concept called Earth-Moon space, which is interpreted as cislunar space. So 3 reasons that why we need to go to space is because, first of all, there are resources in space, especially on the lunar surface, like iron ore, silicon, water ice that can sustain life. Second, the asteroid belt has resources like titanium, platinum. And finally, I think the final destination and desire and philosophical desire of humankind is to expand beyond the limits of their Earth habitat, right? And so these are some of the reasons why I think we need to go beyond the orbital dynamics into deep space.
Excellent. Thank you, Nami. Anyone else from the panel to have a different answer or highlight something else?
Not a different answer, it's just an augmentation, but there are a lot of us who have worried for many years about extinction level events and would really like to have some representatives of the human race, preferably a very mixed group, that would survive something like that because they're already in space. But that also means that we need to have habitats, both orbiting and planet, asteroid, or moon-based, that can sustain themselves for a long period of time without having to be resupplied constantly from Earth. The less we have to take off from Earth and get out of that gravity well, the better it's going to be for all of us. And the better the Space Force is going to be able to do its job. So getting a representative portion of our DNA off planet sounds really good to me.
I can add something, which is just in the context of the US-China competition, which is going to be the dominant geopolitical exercise of our lifetimes. We're badly in need of a new frontier. I mean, what's happened already is that China has essentially caught up to the United States in many of the economic domains that exist on Earth. And we're going to badly need to transform this contest into one that we can win, which means that we need new frontiers, new discoveries. And I think this, sort of capitalizes on something that America has got, which is a very powerful sense of imagination, a sense of discovery, and then the ability to go and execute on what we can design in terms of a way to win in space, and to use that as one of the key elements that allows us to transform the US-China competition. At the foundations of it, it is a contest for economic power. That's just true throughout history. The top economy tends to ultimately, as the Chinese Communist Party put it, shape world affairs. That's been our role for 100 years, and we need to secure that role, which means we need to basically make use of everything we can that's transformative. And this is one of them.
So I'll add one other point that hasn't already been punctuated, and that is that when you take a look at the human race as an economy over time, when you experience these secular slowdowns that we see globally right now, there is nothing more powerful for the prosperity and the health and the security of the human race than to expand the marketplace. So in many ways, in addition to the points that have been made, which I think are all very important, there is a blessing where we can use this expansion of economic benefit to solve some of the dilemmas terrestrially that we might be bumping up against and we see no way out. This will expand our turning room to solve problems for humanity that we could not solve within the terrestrial realm. That's a very important historical context when you take a look at civilizations and the journey of civilizations with one another over time. And if we do it right, if we abide by these principles that people are talking about with the rule of law and the respect for every human being in this economy, where entrepreneurs can make good risk decisions to provide novel and useful things to the human race, and we hold people accountable for behavior that's counter to these values, then we have a chance of actually increasing and uplifting the human condition in a positive way, as history has shown when you have these secular slowdowns and you can increase the economy. So there are massive muscle movements for the human race going on right in front of us now, and we are talking about some of the building blocks to make sure we do that well.
Perfect. If there's no further comments, we'll move on to the next question, because we've just talked about the importance of going to space. We've already kind of started to frame it in the context of China, but we're going to transition to a really direct conversation now about we've identified this as a amazing opportunity. Unfortunately, we are also not alone in that. The Chinese have also identified it. And so what are their plans in space, particularly looking at cislunar, lunar, beyond?
I mean, I can start again. So, and since I work on China specifically, so I think if you want to understand the Chinese space program from a civilizational perspective, there are three very critical goals that they've identified for the next 25 years. One is that they have included space in their grand strategic concept of who they are. And this is a very fascinating shift in the last 7 years after President Xi Jinping came to power in 2013. So space is no more seen as a domain out there. It is seen as an intrinsic part of what China wants to become and a very critical part of their civilizational discourse. So one way you can empirically prove that is that if you listen to the speech that President Xi gave to the 20th Party Congress, he utilized the word national rejuvenation and civilizational greatness about 40 times, which is a real re-emphasis on Chinese civilizational greatness vis-a-vis the Western-led international order. The second reason, the Chinese long-term goal, and this is where the specifics come in, they are looking to establish a base on the moon by 2036 in collaboration with Russia. And the goal is not to send humans there, which is the American Artemis program. Their Chang'e mission's goal is to actually utilize their robotic capability, which was articulated by Wu Weiring, who's the chief designer of China's lunar mission, in an interview he gave to Oxford University, where he argued that the resources on the moon are going to add to the economic capability of China, but also create a possibility of launching from the moon with much less energy. So that's why the moon is of such strategic value. And the final goal, of course, is to go to deep space, but also to ensure that China has the leadership in articulating the rules of how you engage with space, as well as dominating the access to space, which is low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit, and cislunar space. So these are some of the goals that they have identified through their speeches, white papers, as well as interviews given by their lead scientists.
I'll also throw in there, if you don't mind, on the space dominance piece, there is a military application of that, and that's obviously one of the areas that I focus on. And that is they not only want to reach out and to become a great space power, to be the leader of the international system, things of that sort. They also want to have space dominance from a standpoint of preventing others from having the access and the freedom of maneuver in space. So one of the other things that they're looking at beyond the robotic lunar base is the addition of maneuver advantage, or what they call mobile warfare advantage, in space, using everything from the weapon systems that they're already building deep magazines of, ASATs, counter space, directed energy, but also nuclear thermal propulsion type of vehicles that allow them to, on one tank of gas, if you will, be able to maneuver across orbits and out into cislunar space and back by around 2035. Currently, the United States has the ability to do that. They've had it for quite some time, and they're working on some programs at DARPA and other areas. But having that ability to go where they need to in a quick amount of time instead of taking days or weeks or even hours to get there on propellant that can be depleted and thereby impacting lifespan is something that will be really a big game changer for them. And I think that the United States should be looking at that as a way to counter if we want to maintain the leadership role to advance the values that we see fit, as well as having the ability to have space superiority in case of conflict, which, as we've seen throughout history, as economic power and economic and commerce expands into different frontiers, to use Jonathan's term, obviously conflict will follow. And if we want to maintain the ability to defend our interests, we need to have a space force capable of doing that.
Yeah, absolutely true. I think just to add to this, the point about the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, which is the guiding sort of overarching concept in the whole hierarchy of CCP thinking. And it's really not Xi Jinping's original idea. I mean, it originated in the 90s, and even before that, Mao Zedong in the New China. I mean, this is a mission, and Xi Jinping calls it a mission and talks about its importance. And this is the overall idea of restoring China's central position in the world. That's what we're up against. I mean, space is one domain of this idea of essentially moving China to center stage, displacing and dismantling the US-led order. And we haven't seen this kind of contest maybe since the early Cold War, when the USSR was really sort of in its sort of fittest state, so to speak. So we're up against something that's much more effective, much more efficient than the Soviet Union, much larger than Nazi Germany or Imperial Japan. And they see this as a piece of an entire structure of pretty much every facet of human activity that has any strategic value. And just to pull something out of the recent 20th Party Congress, I mean, from Xi Jinping, he says, "We have witnessed major successes on multiple fronts, including manned spaceflight, lunar and Martian exploration, deep sea and deep earth probes, supercomputers, satellite navigation, quantum information, nuclear power technology, airliner manufacturing, and biomedicine." So it's one of different industries and technologies, which they call the emerging strategic industries and technologies. And they see that as a suite that leads ultimately to superiority in Communist Party power. So we really need to look at it in the whole context. And at the same time, we have to understand that it's going to, there's going to be a kind of geography to space that Namrata in her book, which I'm a huge fan of, compares space exploration to the voyages of sort of, Christopher Columbus and others. And that's been done, but, we're living in this thing where again, we have to unlock something new. They know that. Their own lunar, mission leaders have already compared the moon and Mars to to islands claimed by China in the East and South China Sea. So they have a deep sense of what they intend to do on Earth's geography. And now they are also looking to space for that. So I think we need timelines that we can execute on, and we need to accelerate this mission and, quite simply beat them. That's what the new space race is. It's the fact that it's something that exists with real timeframes that we have to simply get there first. And their partnership with Russia, which no one should have any doubt about the significance of that. I mean, they've been supporters of Putin's invasion. Chinese and Russian nuclear bombers exercised in Asia during Biden's visit to Quad countries in Tokyo. So quite a deep relationship there. That's not going away. So we're up against Russia and China in this, and they bring different capabilities here and different sort of historic advantages. So it's going to be quite a thing. And we should look at it in its context, understand its importance to our adversary. And then we should also be comprehensive in terms of how we view the potential of space for all of our technology and industry.
Yeah, it's important for our viewers to not misunderstand the nature of this competition. And NAMI has said this before in different forums, but it's worth reiterating now. Don't think this is going to be like the Cold War against the Soviet Union. Even at the height of their power, they didn't even reach close to 30% of our gross domestic product. So they were literally weaklings compared to the American economic might. But right now, when you take a look at full economic throw weight, even though China may be the #2 economy in the world, they have more throw weight than America because they don't have a yearly budget that Congress has to approve, and they don't have the balance of power that makes it hard for America to focus money and vision after a goal like China can. So we need to understand this is a totally different game. America has never encountered anything this aggressive, and we better be on our game when it comes to competitive advantage and making strategic investments, or we are going to lose this fight.
If I may add something further, I mean, to go along with that, General Quest. I mean, absolutely right. When I was writing China's Vision of Victory, I had to revise upwards the percentage of the Chinese economy, from my first draft to my final draft, because it was just growing and gaining on us. And that's still true, whatever people say after this party Congress. I mean, it's still a growing economy. But, the way that they do this, it's through their corporations, the state-owned and state-backed corporations. So this is something that, as our private space sector burgeons, and that's been probably the most important thing that's happened on the US side in quite some time, our companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and others are up against major sort of Chinese megaliths, state-owned enterprises that have an infinite line of capital going into them, that have the entire resources of the state. An interview here with some of the leaders of the Chinese lunar exploration program points out, which Chinese companies are involved in that. It mentions that I think 1,000 units, it says, are contributing to this program. But then it highlights, 3 here, which are the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation, China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, and China Electronics Technology Group Corporation, all of which are military corporations. I mean, these are the companies that build Chinese military aerospace. So the other side of this is not on their side, peaceful exploration. I mean, this is the Chinese military going to the moon. This same interview includes, the declaration of intent to establish a base research center at the South Pole for the sake of water and other, water ice and other benefits. But it's China's military companies that are going to lead this. So we're in a military space competition, whether we like it or not. And our private sector is going to be up against companies that have very, very different rules and objectives and support than we do. So we have to understand the systems competition that we're in is one where I think we'll have innovation advantages, but they'll have certain advantages in capital and planning that we need to be able to surpass as well.
And I'll just add on top of that, if you ask the question, why go out into deep space? Why go to cislunar space? Because the Chinese are there. And space people that I've been talking to in DC that just a few years ago were saying, and some of them still are, that we don't need to worry about cislunar space for another 20, 30 years. Well, the Chinese are planning in the next couple of years to build navigation and timing, SATCOM kind of, stuff around the moon. They already have a comm relay in L2, which is a Lagrange point on the far side. And a lot of that is like, oh, big deal. Well, there's a lot of applications that can be used from that besides exploration. And to John and Steve's point, there are military applications of this. So this is not the same as the Soviet Union. They may have demonstrated some capabilities back in the Cold War, but the Chinese have the plan and the strategy and the will and the capital to make them reality. And they have a good track record of keeping on their plans within a year or two of when they plan to do so. So something to keep in mind.
And they have our capital too. I mean, that's part of one of the bigger pieces of the contest is that we're still mainlining hundreds of billions of dollars into the Chinese economy. And that does, flow into companies that are deeply tied to the Chinese state.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
Josh,
yes, Nami, last thought.
Yeah, just quickly, because after listening to, and especially Chris, when he made the point that they meet their timelines. So that's something I think when you think about the comparative assessment, one of the ways that they are able to showcase to the world, because this is a competition, not just with the United States, but also to attract partners, right, through the Belt and Road Spatial Information Corridor. So one way countries are really impressed with China and joining into the BRI is the fact that they're meeting their goals and their deadlines. We think that's not important, but for messaging, strategic messaging purposes, if you read public policy, that's critical. And that's what China is doing. And I'll finally end by saying that one way that you can empirically, again, showcase that space is becoming a very critical part of China's thinking is that in the current reconfiguration of the Politburo, you have 2 space scientists that have been included among the 9 members. And then among the 200 central committee members, about 25 of them are space scientists and rocket scientists, and also those who are from science and technology, which is a very new phenomenon for China. And so you can see that they are upgrading science and technology and space to the level of critical infrastructure, which I don't think the US has successfully done as yet. And that could also lead to a disadvantage.
Well, so the next question that we were going to discuss was going to be China's goals in space and why we should be concerned about them. I think we've kind of already hit on that, but asking that specific question, is there anything that anyone on the panel would like to add to that particular question? We've already kind of expanded on the fact that we're facing a military, really a military that is actively going to the moon. A lot of people know for the United States, for instance, that Neil Armstrong was chosen to be the first man on the moon specifically because he did not have that same military background. Buzz Aldrin did, and he was the second specifically for that reason, because NASA wanted to set a good standard of peaceful exploration, and that does not appear to be China's goals based on the discussions we've already had. Is there anything else that anyone would like to add to the previous discussion that we've had so far?
Orson, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was waiting for the little yellow bar to go around my face. What concerns me from a historical perspective is we may have already lost this competition because their decision-making process is way quicker than ours. Doesn't mean they make better decisions, but it does mean they make them. And I can imagine the political wrestling that would have to go on for us to start funding something as massive as a base on the moon, or as a defense system in space against other space-based attacks. It's just, I try to imagine who in Congress would champion it. We're the United States, which means we don't start getting ready until it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
Only now, too late is not, like it was in World War II, where we still had time in our isolated North American location to recover and rearm. There'll be no such time. Once they have deployed offensive weapons in space, they have the high ground, and we can't really take it back very easily without having to do Herculean efforts that would cost way more than trying to do it now. So we're bad at anticipating the future. Fortunately, our commercial wing is better, but they aren't planning on how to exploit the military uses of space. And so I just worry that the acquisitions process, that the decision to appropriate money for what we need is going to come down to why don't we take care of the problems here on Earth instead of spending it all in space, which is asinine. It always has been. But it's also constantly brought up among civilians. And then the additional problem that there are going to be people who regard the idea of space conflict as unthinkable. And those people have a voting bloc and are able to have influence in Congress. So we are not an efficient decision-making and forward-thinking system here. We do a lot of good second guessing after, but not before.
Yeah, so this to put a point on that, because that's a great comment. They are culturally strategic. They are playing our own attributes against us. And by 2049, they want to have so insidiously strangulated the American economy and set the stage for a cislunar control and dominant maneuver environment that America goes out with a whimper, that they win without having to fire a shot. And they're using our open culture and our trusting society as weapons against us. This is an information warfare as much as it is an economic and a technical warfare. And in the information domain, they are trying to put America to sleep and lull us to a sense of complacency until it's over without firing a shot. That's really important for us to understand.
And I'll just add on top of Orson and Steve's comments there, is one of the things that concerns me from my perch in DC is that the current political leadership, regardless of what branch they're in, are pursuing things that might have been good 20, 30 years ago, such as norms of behavior, test ban treaties, things that essentially, while good in and of themselves, essentially cede the initiative to the other side because they're not party to those. They really have no desire to be party to those. And any of those arms control or related things that they promote are usually designed with very difficult ways to measure them and to make sure that they're actually accurate. So I think in addition to not making good decisions, we have a tendency since at least the end of World War II of ceding the initiative so that we're not perceived as an aggressor. But this action has already started, like I mentioned before, like everyone's mentioned on this panel before. And I think we need to stop trying to pretend that it's a future problem when it's a now problem.
And I think we haven't lost yet. We really haven't. I mean, what we've lost is a long period of being able to get ahead of these sorts of things. But I think America is going through a substantial national awakening on this issue, and so are many of our allies. And one of the key things that we have to remember is that the US alliance system alone is 50% of world GDP, and I think about 65% of global wealth. So once we go through the economic side of US competition, US-China competition, which will require a form of economic containment, cutting them off from the key inputs of the major centers of the world economy, we're just going to have to get that done. Then their game changes quite a bit. I mean, they can't really do all of this space or anything else on the menu without having full-on market access, technology access, and access to capital markets from the wider world. So, they're able to play the card of market access to China, and they've played that for hundreds of years. But we can play ultimately, if we do our if we do this right, the card of access to the global economy. That's still American-led, it's still allied, it's still democratic. The vast bulk of it is there. Then this swings into the emerging world where we have to win other contests. But ultimately, it's still possible to put a stop to the economic and geopolitical rise of China, to put barriers on it, and ultimately to retake the initiative in all this. It happens in the economic arena, and that all has to be translated to space. But I think once we start to win the broader structure, and this has a great deal to do with our private sector, our investment tendencies, our engagement with China, which at this point really, just has to be pulled back. We have a giant capacity in the future, but we do have to regain the lost time. To the point that was made earlier. And not only could we wait, and we tend to, until some kind of attack on us has been made in our history, whether Pearl Harbor or otherwise. We were 3 times the industrial power of both Germany and Japan when that happened, and we had been 10 times the industrial power of Japan in the prior decades. So we're not in that position today, but our alliance system is far superior. And if we're able to bring India to our side and gradually do this with other major nations, the preponderance of power is still in the free world. But we have to be smart, and we have to be better decision makers. That's absolutely true. This requires leadership, and not just in Congress. I mean, we have to have a whole of America approach. It goes way beyond Washington and well into our private sector. And we ultimately have to have this country and all of our allies on a similar page about what this contest requires.
Yeah, and Josh, to answer your question as to should we be concerned about the military developments in space from China, right? I think yes, because I think what General Quast said is really important, that how are they actually undermining the American leadership in the world, including military responses to, for example, rebuilding artificial islands in the South China Sea, being aggressive in Taiwan, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? One way the Chinese have succeeded in this asymmetric capability, as they say, is to undermine American confidence in response mechanisms, because they have showcased their anti-satellite weapon, their laser, their missile technology. And so what happens is that, and also they have their own independent radio navigation system now. So how has this played out? One is that when China went ahead and built artificial islands in the South China Sea, the US and other allied nations were not able to respond because of the fact that China had that capability to threaten, right? And also, don't forget, they are a nuclear weapon state. And if you look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the very fact that President Putin went to meet President Xi just before the invasion happened tells you that there was implicit support from China. And I argue that if China had not shown that implicit support, Putin would have hesitated, right? And then the final contention, which we really need to think of when you think about military application of space power, is that recently China has funded studies through the People's Liberation Army Strategic Support Force, where they have articulated and argued a strategic priority of looking at American private space companies as a threat to their national security, including SpaceX, Starlink, Maxar. And they argue that a very similar situation can repeat itself, for example, if China is to take over Taiwan, that Starlink or Maxar or some other company that is US-based will collaborate with the US military to come to the support of national security and American deployment of their military power. And so they have actually identified counter space weapons and capability to limit that influence. So I don't think that has been recognized as yet as a very critical development in Chinese military thinking on space as well, including the US private sector in counter response. So those I think we should be concerned about.
Thank you all. As we're getting near the end of our time, we're going to combine the fourth and fifth questions we had planned. So we're going to discuss for this last section, and then we're going to get to closing statements. But what is the United States doing in space, and what else do you think we should be doing? Whether that's doing something different or doing something more. Nami, would you like to start us off, please?
I was hoping the others would do, but anyway, so so I think what the US really needs from a grand strategic perspective is to make very clear to the American electorate why the US is actually so interested in space, right? Both civilian and military capability. I don't think that articulation is happening. And I talk to so many different conferences, school students, university, and I don't see that kind of grand strategic posturing, which Jonathan's talking about, right? For example, the US still has an advantage, but then if you don't know what you're competing against, you might not have that grand strategic vision. I think second, the United States also need to prioritize space to a critical infrastructure. I know some of my colleagues have talked about it, but I think space is so critical to everything the US does, including military deployment of forces. So that's something the United States really need to do. Finally, I think the US really needs to have a map of cislunar space and space resources. I don't think that is at all in the national imagination like it is for China. For example, China is the only country that has a state-funded program of space-based solar power, right? The US is nowhere there. So if you are not competing with concepts that China is putting out, or for influencing the general understanding of space internationally, you might be seen as doing just traditional space ventures, like going back to the moon to send humans again. So I think those are the things that the United States really need to do, and today.
In World War II, we entered the war out of the tail end of the Great Depression and focused our entire economy on preparing to defeat both of the major enemies. And so we geared up to use all of our economic power. There's not a chance of that happening now without shots having been fired. In fact, what we're actually doing is dismantling our economy bit by bit. The recession we're in now is entirely government caused. And the fact that we have large constituencies that want American power to be curbed, who are in America, and large constituencies that are placing higher priorities on things that will not pay off for 300 years, if then, instead of trying to gear up to compete against an economy that is not limited by the Kyoto protocols, that is using energy however it wants, and without a thought of carbon, as far as I've heard. And we are trying to do this with our feet in manacles. Well, I guess they wouldn't be manacles then, whatever they're called. And we really will have to wake up the public to the need before they will insist on their government not paying attention to fringe groups and gear up the main American economy to prepare for conflict in space.
I think, what I would add is we need something like a national business plan for space. I mean, something that's got a very clear time frame and then clear capital requirements. I mean, I'd love to see what it actually costs. Like, what's the CapEx? What's the OpEx? How do we do essentially a 20-year look at the four corners of the problem? And what's pretty much everything we would want to achieve in the next 2 decades? And how do we then accelerate that? And how can we use capital to do this? Because we still have a capital advantage over our adversaries. I mean, that was one of the actual results of the US-China engagement period, was the amount of wealth that was created by us moving into finance and technology and out of manufacturing. We need manufacturing back, but we do have, $126 trillion in net national wealth. You add the alliance system to that, and it's quite the bulk of the economy. So if we can figure out what it costs and learn how to execute, we'll get there faster.
I just want to add, I agree 100% with the point that Nemi made about critical infrastructure. I've long argued that space is not just a part of critical infrastructure, but it's critical infrastructure in its own right. Especially GPS. If you look at how China is using their PNT system, Beidou, they're using it as sort of a tool set to make the BRI states bound to Beijing by requiring all of their projects, their economic building projects, to be linked to that timing signal that's controlled out of their control center. In addition to that, I think in order to maintain or to sustain any advantage we have, or to even get to space superiority, which we don't really have the ability to have right now because we've been focusing space so much on terrestrial support functions, that we need a space force that is actually capable of being an armed service that can actually protect and defend not only the things that we've had forever, but the stuff that's expanding. If we're going to be able to protect our interests in cislunar space and even beyond, we're going to have the ability, the capability and the capacity to do so. Right now, the Space Force is way too small. 3% or less of the entire DoD budget is spent on Space Force, yet the DoD is pushing for this joint all-domain command and control and everything else that's going to be almost 90+% dependent on space-related assets, including the tracking layer and the transport communications, things of that sort. So we're essentially creating for ourselves an Achilles heel, even more so than it already is, which is what the Chinese view our space capabilities as a key center of gravity to be exploited, and they're doing a good job at it. I'll also add that the declassification system needs to be fixed or pursued, I should say, in order for the civilian public to understand the situation is going on right now. So the fact that I think General Thompson, who's the Vice Chief of Space Operations, mentioned several months ago now, that we are essentially attacked daily, and the attacks may not be a kinetic missile shot, but we are being hit in more reversible stuff, whether it's laser, high energy, type of jamming, things of that sort. And we are seeing that happen day to day, and that's going to only continue to increase. Cislunar space can be leveraged for various military advantages, some of which, I can't get into in this forum, but I will just say that there are a lot of advantages to be had from leveraging deep space. And so I think if we're going to get to this kind of future that John and others have talked about, we need to raise the flag that this is a now problem. It's only going to get worse if we just continue to sit back and try to deal with yesterday's issues. We have to think boldly and have a strategy that we'll actually get to, and that won't be continuously changed every 2 years to, I believe it was General Quast's point of the budget. So we need to be able to fund that. In fact, one last thing I'll mention on budget, the Space Force's budget for a lot of the counter space and other issues, other things that we need, don't even have a president's budget request beyond in the out years. So every budget has a 5-year plan, or supposed to, and everything sort of trails off after about FY 24, 25. And Congress knows this. They sent a nastygram back to them saying, what the heck? But in order for the public to really understand this, we have to be more vocal. We have to educate them about the seriousness of this, and that just as it was 100 years ago with sea power, it's very important that we understand cislunar space is going to be no different, and it will impact their lives on Earth. So I'll just leave it at that.
So Joshua, I know we're out of time, but there's one comment that has to be made here that encapsulates all of this, because you can be overwhelmed by the 1,000 things that need to be done. A nation without a vision will perish. And China has a vision, we do not. This has to be at the national level. It has to inspire the American people. And that will congregate all our entrepreneurs around that vision. And we will solve these 1,000 problems with the innovators in America. That's the only way we're going to do this, with our political system and with our culture. And we don't have a vision that's big enough to solve the problem.
I think that's a great spot to leave it at. I think we're unfortunately out of time. I mean, I wish we could have had at least another 30 minutes or so on this. Yeah, 2 hours at least.
Next time.
Hey, that sounds good.
We'll
fill it up. Don't worry.
Thank you, Jack. Oh, I could build an entire day around this. I want you to know that, and I would love to do that. And the last 2 points that made, Scott Card made a point earlier about will and focus, et cetera, in our society. General Quast, your point at the end, that you can be overwhelmed by the tens of thousands of things that need to be done in order for us to succeed. But what we do need is a country with a will and with a focus and an understanding. We're very much like that frog in the water. The water's getting hotter and hotter. It's actually boiling and we don't even know it, right? And I don't know what that seminal moment is, what that moment is going to be, what that trigger is going to be for us to galvanize around this and become focused in a way that enables us to compete with China. But it is people like you that have this, have the knowledge and the gravitas, et cetera, pushing this point. All we can do is make people aware of it and give you guys a voice. And I hope you'll continue to do that, because this is an existential threat to the United States and the world and our way of life. And if we do not get ahead of this, if we don't catch up, because we are in fact behind, in my opinion, having talked to hundreds of folks like you who are smarter than me, if we don't figure out a way to catch up, it's going to be too late. It's kind of like that Austin real estate market where you thought you were going to buy the house, but it's gone now, and I'm sorry you can't buy it. It's just too late, right? So thank you so much. Joshua, thank you for putting this together. And you guys are going to continue this conversation. And I hope perhaps that Mr. Card and you will continue this theme and maybe come up with a way, as Nami has said, to focus how does America get the knowledge, et cetera, and understand the mind of the Chinese and figure out a way to compete with that. So I'll thank everyone else, and we'll leave Orson, Scott Card, and Joshua to continue the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
So actually, finishing real quick. So I know Nami, I've heard Nami, I've heard Steve, I've heard other people talk about this and talking about the importance of vision at this moment in time. I think it would be an appropriate capstone. We talk about 1492 and Columbus and all of this stuff, that the Europeans sailed across the Atlantic and began a new period of exploration and expansion. What's really interesting is we often don't talk about the other nation that was also in the process of doing a lot of that same expansion about the same time, right around the 1420s or 30s. The Chinese actually had a treasure fleet that they were sailing under Admiral Zhang. They reached at least the African coast, because we have certain villages in Africa that have extensive amounts of Chinese DNA because of the sailors that shipwrecked there. But the Chinese didn't have a vision for why they should engage in this expensive and culturally disruptive expansion into the greater world through sea power. And so instead they turned inward and they burned their ships. And because they did that, you couldn't have seen it necessarily in 1492, you couldn't have seen it probably in 1530, but rolling around to about 1820, 1830 at the start of the Opium Wars, suddenly you had European powers arriving and they dominated the world system by that point. And China didn't really have an option, unfortunately. And China has never forgotten that. They call the next 100 years between about 1849 to 1949, the 100 years of humiliation. And having talked with Nami and Jonathan and a couple of others, I believe that is among the cultural grievances that drives them to this current space expansion. And this is the nation that we are up against. They know what happens if they don't expand. They know the side effects of it. They have no intention of experiencing those again. And I think that the United States can beat them, but we need to get ourselves in gear, because it's a deadly serious struggle, not for us and for our children and for our children beyond them as well. So on that note, Scott, I don't know if you wanted to make any further comments on that before we got into the questions we were planning on discussing.
No, I mean, I have lots of things that I want to say, but I realize what I really need to do is find ways to disseminate the ideas from this panel to the public to try to change minds. I doubt that I can change more than 500 minds, but if I do 500, then maybe somebody else can do another 500. But it's important to use whatever means we can, even if we're going to be like Winston Churchill warning about Nazi Germany and staying out of power and being ridiculed and humiliated for it. Nevertheless, it was said, and people were aware of the ideas. And so I'm hoping that I can contribute to that, since I can't contribute anything to the science.
Fair enough. So one quick thought on that, because I know you're being very humble, and I certainly appreciate that about you, as we've had a chance to get to know each other a little better. But one thing I think that is in a particular strength of yours that you bring to this struggle is the ability to craft fiction that allows people to see a vision for the future that has not yet arrived. And talking about the importance of vision as a nation, this is part of the importance of the entertainment industry, of information warfare, in a sense, as we talked about, that it's possible to show people something that hasn't happened yet. And it was said that Star Trek, a lot of the stuff they have in Star Trek, they had viewer screens, they had communicators, they had all this stuff, that we basically got all of that. The question, of course, is, was it going to be natural technological development anyway, or did people see that and go, hey, that's really cool, I want to try to make that? I've seen kind of both arguments on that, but being able to achieve a vision in space needs people to craft stories that help people see what it would be like. Obviously, the technology, the financial backing, advocating at the elected official level. There's all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, we need, as we said, it needs a whole of America approach. So we've talked a lot in our previous panel, transitioning a bit. We're talking about the previous panel and talking about space expansion. As a futurist, I'm curious, as we look to settling on Mars, as we look to settling on the moon, as we look to settling in other locations, what are your thoughts on some of that space expansion? What will that shift in human culture, both the settlers themselves and then potentially the wider culture in general?
Well, let's put it back into a time when we had a similar situation, which is when Europeans were colonizing in the Americas. If you made the commitment to go, you were probably never coming back. You were committed to it. Or if you were coming back, it would be at great expense. You would lose months out of your life and always possibly die on the sea. So we have to be able to show our citizenry, the world's people, that that it's desirable to go to space, that they can make their fortune in space without being the owner. You don't have to be Jeff Bezos to make a fortune in space, that they can do a better job and earn more money in space. And even then, we're likely to have breadwinners from families go into space to try to make that money, leaving their family behind, which is not how we need to spread through space. We need to colonize. So we need to be able to show that you can go to our base on the moon and have plenty of oxygen, no worry about that stopping, and live there for the rest of your life, have your career there, have your children there, have them grow up there, and maybe visit the Earth now and then if we can figure out a way to compensate for the gravity. And, figure that this is now where you live. We have become lunatics instead of earthlings, and science fiction writers that are better than me have already explored this. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein is probably the best of those. But there was nothing about that made me want to go live on the moon. Now, I'm admittedly a homebody. I have no desire to climb Mount Everest. I don't want to do anything. My bucket list consists of sitting home and watching TV. And so you're not going to get me in space or anybody like me, but there are ambitious people who are going to feel that the space is where they want to go and take their family if they know the cost is not going to be too high. The cost endangered their families. I mean, look at the number of people whose children died in the colonization effort of the Americas. And yet they made the sacrifice knowing that was possible. And we need to be able to inspire people to be willing to sacrifice the things that they have anticipated in their life in order to do something that they could not have anticipated, and live in one of the habitats, one of the orbiting habitats, perhaps preparing for a Mars base, but more importantly, working among the asteroids, mining them and sending home the materials that we need. So I think if we can make that attractive, then we'll have enough people who want to go. But until we make it so that they want to go, and not the worst of our people, but certainly not just the best in terms of education and ability. We need to be able to have a proletariat in space as well as an elite. And when we're ready for that, when people are eager to sign up for it, then we'll have backing. The backing will come when there's somebody to send. But right now, if you have a 3-year training program in order to even get on the spaceship, nobody's going. Just a few people who are willing to take upon themselves the name of astronaut, and I salute them, but the sacrifice is as great as getting a medical degree. And the rewards are not commensurate. And so I think we need to be able to have a route into space for regular people.
So this is kind of a follow-up question. Wondering if you have any thoughts on where do you think that would come from? Are you thinking commercial space for that? That commercial space would need to expand maybe some of the SpaceX or Blue Origin craft, or are you thinking something else for making it more available to more people?
But you're asking the question that always bothers science fiction writers, which is how do we get there from here? Usually they do it backward because they show a future without any clue about how we got there from where the readers are right now. But we have an idea of things we want to accomplish, but we don't know how to get there from here because we won't know until it happens. You know, I knew years and years ago, 40 years ago, that the Soviet Union was vulnerable and could easily collapse with the touch of a feather. But what was the feather going to be? What was it going to be to trigger it? I had no idea, and so I was taken completely by surprise in 1989, just like everybody else who was alive then, except for Daniel Patrick Moynihan. And so and he's dead, unfortunately, but I think that we have to recognize that as long as we're trying to make things workable, and then publicize the results, disseminate our findings, then if you have SpaceX saying, we're mining asteroids, sign up here. There will be a 6-month training period so that you can learn how to operate the equipment. And then we're going to go out into space. And during the voyage, where we're in 0G, or at least have that available, we're going to learn how to use those tools without gravity, or with just the minuscule gravity of an asteroid. And, you know, I think that you'd get volunteers if he offered that right now. There are people who would love to do a job in a place that has never been done before, like the people who build bridges or skyscrapers. You know, unfathomable that they would be willing to face the dangers that I would never face. I'm an acrophobe, and you're not getting me up in a framed skyscraper. But the advantage that we'll have then is that people will have, it'll be a money-making venture. And without knowing that you can make money, I mean, the people coming to the United States from England, they were coming because there was land. And for them, that was how you lived, is farming the land. And that brought a lot of immigrants from the other European countries that came. But we're not offering land up there. There is no serious real estate. When you land on an asteroid, your object is to destroy it. Slowly, saving all the pieces, but destroy it. And so it's not going to be your home for longer than a few months, I hope. And so your home is going to be this spaceship. And that's what we are lacking, is a design of a spaceship that looks remotely attractive to us. They tried. 2001 tried to show us guys on a treadmill and, you know, trying to maintain their physical health and so on. But I didn't see anything fun going on. I didn't see any interactions between the people that made me want to keep company with them. And I still haven't seen that. I would never have been wanted to be on the, whatever the name of the ship was, in Alien. I didn't like any of those people. You know, we have a picture of space being for truly dedicated people or the worst of humanity. I mean, that's what we've had in our films and television, or we've had just pure silliness. So, you know, I have no quarrel with Battlestar Galactica in either of its iterations, but we aren't talking about anything that anybody will go, oh, I want to do that in either of them. So I think that there are so many roads to getting to a good place, but I think the first of them has to be making the American economy the strongest in the world. And right now we are doing the opposite. We are weakening ourselves by our own choices. And we need to have the relentless purpose of being wealthy enough to use our surplus to spend trillions of dollars getting into space.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So talking about expansion into space, more than likely, we kind of talked about it with the lunar expansion and how China is planning on using, among other things, machines. Because of that, and because of some of the harsh environments that we would most likely encounter at first, and it might take time for us to build the technology to be able to make it sufficiently safe for humanity to exist long term. There'll likely be at least a good reliance, if not a great reliance, on AI. And there's potential that in order to improve it sufficiently to be able to operate in those environments, potentially with a significant time delay between that and the nearest control, then you might be getting AI that might be approaching sentience or having extreme critical thinking skills, be part of that AI ML thing. Could you mind sharing your thoughts on some of the concerns or mitigations you would have for that?
Well, I'm not worried about AI becoming sentient. I think that we still don't even understand what our brains do and how we think. And given our ignorance about what intelligence is, I just don't see that piling a whole bunch of processors together and then clever programming are going to make something that is sentient and intelligent. What we have, though, is amazing tools that we can delegate mindless tasks or difficult tasks to. And so the idea of using AI while it's still not safe for humans is great. Very expensive, but it's a great idea. But that doesn't get the human race off the planet. And so I never want to lose track of the goal of having people growing food in space and growing their own oxygen. And, you know, the stuff that has been in science fiction for ages, we can't lose that vision. If we think we're just going to send robots to space, what does that do for the human race?
Yeah, no, well said. Okay, so honestly, I think that answers it pretty well. I don't have a lot of a follow-up on that one. So for humanity,
so I didn't even have to mention HAL in 2001.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. On a side note, though, when you mentioned in the previous question, when you mentioned the craft and aliens, I was actually having that vision when you were talking about it. I think it's funny that we both went to that one as not what I would consider a commercial for wanting to go to space. Go to space. Here's the ship you can be on.
And yet Firefly did the same kind of thing, only made the people charming instead of repulsive. Makes a huge difference. So maybe we need to have a charm school for people going to space. I don't
know. One of the best written shows I've ever seen, actually, as far as space goes. The characters were very well done. So for humanity to embrace space and become fully multiplanetary, and you were just talking about the importance of it, I would say that we really come down to we need vision, we need technology, and we need systems to be able to encourage us. So talking through each of these independently. So a vision. What do you think is the right vision? What do we need to be? What do we need to have as the vision that gets humanity to the stars?
Well, the problem is thinking of a vision, the vision, because think of what happened with Apollo. What was the vision? Well, some of it was resentment and embarrassment that Russia got into space first. And so people were willing or eager actually to have us exceed them, surpass them in space. So that was the envy thing. But there's also, there were people who loved the idea of going into space and wanted to join the astronaut program, but not millions of people. And so the rest were just going along with the vision that the government held. And it was President Kennedy who articulated it and sold it to the public well enough that they were willing to continue it through LBJ and then Nixon. But then that vision was lost. Kennedy was long dead, and nobody knew where we were supposed to go from there. NASA had its own opinions. NASA had never liked manned flight. They'd done it because they had to, but they wanted to do more practical things. And they've done them. They've done amazing things, even after the shuttle program was discontinued. But now the people who are doing the new amazing things are the private corporations and the people who will bring space to more ordinary people. I mean, you know, if you can spend $500,000 to take a ride in space for a few minutes, clearly you really have more money than you need. But when we have people able to take a passenger service to move to the moon, you would never do it just for a trip. That's not a vacation spot. But to move there, knowing that you already have a job, knowing that your job is needed because you've already been working remotely, then we'll have people wanting to go. But it'll be their own vision of what they want to accomplish, their own personal ambition. But a national vision does take a leader like Kennedy, even though people forget, you know, all we hear now is about Camelot and how wonderful it was. There were a lot of people who hated Kennedy and the whole administration and who thought they were, and they were dangerous. I mean, Robert Kennedy and John Kennedy were doing crazy things with the CIA, and the Bay of Pigs was a disaster, and moving missiles into Turkey was stupid beyond belief and provoked the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, we had a government that should not have been trusted, but we trusted them. And we followed Kennedy's vision, and it did get a man on the moon, several men on the moon, and a flag sitting there. And I'm kind of happy about that, but it's been a long time because we are not relentless, and the Chinese are. And so what we need is the vision for the people who can make relentlessness happen. And that's in the bureaucracy, who thrive on slowing everything down. If you don't have the power to slow down a project or kill it, you're powerless, because nobody has the power to make something happen. Even the president can push, but it's like trying to push a noodle up a rough board with your nose. You just keep losing ground. And so we need to have, please don't think I'm anti-democratic here, but we need to have a mechanism that is independent enough that it does not require congressional approval for every step along the way. Now, NASA didn't have to have congressional approval on a lot of things, but they still had to get their funding, and that's good. That's good oversight. And so we need to set up mechanisms for the separate aspects of going to space. Space should not be a thing. There should be many things that involve going to space. It's what Bill Gates said years ago, and I scoffed then, because in those days, the internet was just a set of brochures like you find on a rack in the grocery store in the 90s. But he said, I want to make the internet, the web, an extension of everybody's desktop. Well, not nobody uses a desktop, but it's an extension of their phone now to be on the internet. And it's constant. There are people using search engines at dinner, on trips, every time whenever somebody has an argument, a bar argument, you settle a bet online. And so his vision that the web is part of your computer, I think has been completely achieved. I feel like I don't really actually have a tablet unless the hotel I'm in has Wi-Fi, so I'm connected to the internet. The tablet becomes useless except for playing nuisance games. And I'm saying that with a tablet that right now is useless because the internet is down in the hotel I'm in. The only reason I'm able to take part here is because I have a phone that can serve as a mobile hotspot. And so I was able to hook up my laptop that had the capability to be visible and audible to my phone. You would not have wanted to have a view of the side of my face while I was taking part. So we need a vision like that space is just part of doing business. just as many people are working in companies where going to India to work with a team of computer programmers is part of being a game designer. You go to help supervise the staff that is going to work in India at a much lower pay, and then you'll come home. But maybe not for a year. Maybe you'll go native and stay. One huge advantage we have, though, is that there are no Aboriginal inhabitants. As far as we know, ain't nobody out there. We're not going to be stealing land from the Indians. And while I've already heard some environmentalists going, oh yeah, we're going to go and take pollution out there. Yeah, that's where we want the pollution to be, is off Earth where it can't kill anybody. And we need to know that when we're going out there, if we use land for a base that we need, that have to make it a defensible Fort Apache on the moon, there's not going to be a displaced population that we have to concern ourselves with. We're not going to have refugees until we actually have physical war in space. So we have so many things that can spur individual people's vision that I think that's what we need, is a variety of possibilities. And so if Elon Musk gives us one set of possibilities and one set of things that he and his company are going to do, there will be other companies to compete with him. And that will become one of the visions. And maybe it's asteroid mining. And maybe it's space tourism, though I think that's a ridiculous thing. But they had Roman tourism during the Roman Empire. And when you took a trip, you were gone for years. And so maybe we'll have that. But what we don't have yet is a level of technology that allows us to survive in space by exploiting the materials that are available there. We are not turning space rock into oxygen yet, I don't believe. And if the only available water on the moon is at the South Pole and the Chinese are going to be there first, then we got to figure out a way to make water on the moon too. Because if we have to have payloads of water being lifted out of the Earth's gravity well, this is not going to be economically feasible. So I want to see those technologies that make life sustainable. And maybe we'll get those first. Maybe, possible.
Yeah. I was going to say real quick, Scott, so you're already going into the technology part of the question, and that's great. Let me just pause real quick on the vision. I just wanted to reflect real fast. I read a really interesting article one time about how the fact that JFK was assassinated actually assured that we went to the moon, because it was in his honor, so to speak, that we were willing to carry on when, as a matter of fact, if he hadn't been assassinated, it's not certain that it would have survived through Lyndon Johnson's, through his presidency and then through Nixon, where we ultimately achieved it. At least the argument from the article is because it was almost seen as the last wish of a martyr, that we were willing to go through incredible gyrations to make sure that it happened.
I think that we saw that in many other areas too. Kennedy was never able to move civil rights an inch. It was impossible. His party contained most of the segregationists, and he wasn't a Republican. But after he was assassinated, Lyndon Johnson was able to use the penumbra of Kennedy to recruit Republicans to join the liberal Democrats to pass civil rights legislation. And so the moon is yet one more product of that you can make it happen if you have a profit. Now, I haven't mentioned profits because they also lead to Jonestown. And Kennedy was the one who died, not millions of people. But we want to make sure that if we have a prophet leading us to space, it's somebody worth following. It's not a lunatic. It's not somebody who's doing it to aggrandize himself, but rather somebody who's doing it because he has a vision or she has a vision of what life in space could be like for human families to propagate a new space civilization or space civilizations. And that's where it's going to be possible. But mentioning Kennedy, I didn't plan it that way, but I think you're right that article that you read points to something really important. I don't want somebody martyred for this. But I do want people who are willing to devote their lives to it.
Yeah.
And we have some.
So yes. Well, thank you. We have technology and systems that what do we need as far as technology and systems, including like societal systems and stuff like that. Touching really quickly, you mentioned already, we need to have better technology to sustain life. We need to have, for instance, bioregenerative capabilities in space so that you can have a self-contained living situation. Are there any others here? And then we'll move on to the final question. But hitting on technologies and systems really quick, what in particular do you see that we need to be developing?
If systems can include the human systems, what we have to understand is that not every human society is geared toward going into space. Not every human society will function well. On board a ship, it has to be strictly a dictatorship. That's what the British found, other people found in their navies, in their exploring vessels during the age of sail. And that's got to be the case. There can be no democracy on a spaceship. Once you've landed and you have a functioning, self-supporting society, then you can experiment with genuine democracy where every single person has a vote because it's a small enough group, or you can have the rotating tyrannies that dominated a lot of the city-states of Greece. I mean, Greece is such a great exemplar. If we have multiple cities separately governed on Mars, it'll not be long before we have an Akkad who wants to the group that wants to dominate the others or link them all together to make one society, because that's what humans do. And they're going to be the imperialists. They're going to be the people who want to destroy another one because of a rivalry. And they're going to be people who want to set up a football league that plays among the different stations and cities on Mars. But what we need is a society of people at first who are willing to subject themselves to authority. And that actually means Americans are supremely ill qualified for that. Americans who've been through the military are qualified. If you've been in the Marines, if you've been taking orders and that decided your life, you had to go live where they told you to live, you're ready to understand the exigencies of authority in space. At the same time, everyone in the military knows that they think their officers are idiots and that they have no confidence. They have confidence in the officers directly above them if they're not idiots, but you go up 3 or 4 levels and the soldiers all know that they're all idiots. And they go, why are we doing this? You know that. Every soldier is complaining about that. But that's America. Maybe some other country has a culture where they go, I am glad to be following the Fuhrer, but I don't think we are going to produce any of that from us, nor is it going to be desirable to have that be the dominant kind of society in space. So we have to figure out ways and institutions to translate the semi-democratic government we have, a Republican government, not the party, but a republic like the Roman Republic at first, that is adaptable to small communities ranging from orbiting stations that are maintaining satellites and replacing the ones that are zapped by enemies, to moon bases, to Mars, to asteroid miners. We need to find ways for people to live together in that close confinement. And I'm not worried about people murdering each other. Murder happens much more readily in large societies where you can become anonymous and not have to pay the price. But we're going to have legal systems that are able to, that we can live with.
Excellent. So unfortunately, our time is drawing to an end. But
I'm sorry, I babbled too much.
Oh no, that's perfect.
No, I go off on a rant, and somebody has to interrupt me.
Well, it works out very well because otherwise it would have been a lot of awkward silence. Yes. So, but for the last questions, really, as a futurist, we've made it to space. So we'll say we're in the year 2200. We've got extensive space holdings. what does the future look like at that point? What sort of things do we get to see, and what do we have to look forward to? Ending on a
Well,
relatively optimistic note, ideally.
Relatively optimistic. Based on what is going on right now and the government we have now and the government China has now, I assume that by 2200, the language of space will be Chinese, but they will have adopted an alphabet that is exclusively used. They will get rid of their wonderful, beautiful set of signs, and they will instead use an alphabet that can be easily and quickly learned. They will also abandon tones, because those are the hardest barriers for people to learn. So Chinese will be transformed. It's been transformed before. Tones only came in the last 500 years. And so we'll see what that's become. So that's a future, one future. And by then, who knows? I mean, Chinese people are not by nature less democratic. They desire democracy and freedom every bit as much as people in any other country or culture. They're not aching to have somebody tell them what to do every minute. They're aching to be able to make their own decisions and to be able to provide for their families and for themselves and rise in stature in the community. That's the aspiration of humans. That's what we are. That's what we evolved to want. And so that's my initial vision, is that America will have lost its place. We will instead be emitting no carbon.
Stopped.
Guys, can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Yep, I can hear you.
Joshua and Mr. Card, that is a brilliant conversation you guys have been having, and I do promise to give you as much time as you would ever like to have at our next event. I will literally set aside a half a day. You talked a little bit about how we can get to space and what it's going to take for us to sort of galvanize ourselves and to crystallize around this, to focus, to become relentless, as you said. And you talked about what it will be like when we're there, and I really do appreciate your look at 2200, what it'll be like into the future. I would love for you to come back and get into greater detail about what it's going to actually take to make that happen. What's going to take to, what seminal moment will have to happen for this vision to come to fruition. That was brilliant. I hope you will come back again. I'm going to read all your other books, by the way, and everyone should.
No. It's not a duty, please.
No, it'd be a lot of fun. And Joshua, thank you for putting this together. Really appreciate it.
By the way, please remember that Joshua is the one of this pair here who actually knows things. I mean, I speculate, but he knows the technology. He knows what's actually happened. I speak in ignorance of so much. So I hope to come back and learn, which I've already done a lot of.
Well, that will happen. So we appreciate it. So we'll let you go for today. I want to thank you again, and we're going to bring on our next guest, and I want to thank you both.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
No, that was great stuff.
That was fantastic.
It really was.
I'm a big fan.
Phenomenal.
By the way, David Webb, who's with us, is
Yeah,
a huge space nut. He's
Yeah.
a self-admitted space freak, and he's a big fan of Orson Scott Card. And maybe, David, you can come help us interview Orson and others next time. So love to welcome you and KT McFarland, National Security Advisor. We're honored that you were able to secure KT for us. It's a big honor to have her here. What I'd like to do is let you take it over. We want to get out of your way, but I want to thank you for all you've done for the America's Future series. I want to thank you for this opportunity here. We're looking forward to working with you even more in the future. And we're looking forward to this brilliant conversation that we know that you'll have with KT McFarland.
And I do as well. David, great to see you again. And to everyone out there, boy, it's great to be back. I remember a couple of years ago when we first did this with myself, I think it was General Petraeus and General Allen, if I remember correctly. And if not, David, please refresh my memory. If I open by telling her bio, we'd probably spend most of the 25 minutes right here. But for those of you watching, the opportunity to hear from someone of KT's experience, having served multiple presidents in the Nixon, Ford, and Reagan administrations, and most recently in the Trump administration in national security, but going so much further to understand the nexus of policies. While energy policy is important, economic policy is important, how governments operate and interact with each other, and so much more domestically and globally is important. It's the nexus of these policies, the nexus of these doctrines that help us function, not just as a country and a world. KT, you've been a trusted and close friend and advisor for many years. I have learned from you. You've gone from best-selling author to basically David's best read, as always on my shelf. And it's important that, you know, when I thought about this, and David and I talked about it, it's right here for us. KT McFarland, someone who brings depth and breadth of experience. As I said, if I kept talking about who you are and what you've done, you and I would be here much longer than we would be on my radio show. But, you know, we talked about energy and economic security, KT, and the nexus of those two terms and what it means to the United States, the U.S. energy, to our capabilities, our existing and long-term resources, as well as what it means to other nations around the world, and to those that would either be our friends or enemies, or sometimes our frenemies. So economic and national security, strategy, energy, all of this tied together.
Okay, what we realized in the Trump administration was, as we went into the Trump administration, understanding that something very big had changed in the last couple of years. And around, right after, say, 2010, a little bit after that, the United States sort of ended.
Yeah, I do believe we've lost KT there for the moment, gents. Is that the case?
Yeah, we may have lost her, and I think her crew is trying to help her get set back up. And but while we have you, you know, the thing that you guys are talking about is economic and national security and how they're related. And I know this is something you speak on quite a bit, and this is something you wanted to have a conversation with KT about. And it's funny that this was the exact same thing that Orson Scott Card brought up, that we have to remain the strongest economic power in the world in order to make our visions, including the space vision, actually a reality.
Right, they do go together. And the nexus of that is also the economic capabilities of energy as an industry, what it provides for the nation, what it provides in building a stronger economy that lets us explore space. How do we explore? We research, we innovate, we test, we move forward, and these things have a cost. So our economic foundation, of which energy is a key part, one of the key pillars, is absolutely what's necessary for us to move forward as a nation. If you think about our ability to produce on the domestic scale and on the global scale to help not only this country, but other countries, it's because we have the economic foundation to do that. And energy as an industry is not just a driver of our daily lives. Everything we're using, the technology we're using now, the clothes we're wearing, the transport of goods, the provision of services, all are part of this entire infrastructure that matters to this country and to everyone, regardless of your position, whether you're on radio like me or you've served multiple presidents. But in whatever way we do this, it's important to understand that intersection. I think we have KT back here now, and speaking of energy, you know, energy drives our technology, and sometimes the technology tends to give us a little bit of a challenge. So let's see if we can get her back on the line, as I like to say on air. KT, do we have you, or are we still muted? I think, okay, we're getting a little help there. All right, and once we've got
The
her
Chinese,
unmuted.
okay, so David, the Chinese have now made sure that they're connected to this. And so it's okay to go forward now because they're all listening. 1.3 billion people have tuned right into your show, David.
Well, you know, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does follow me on social media and occasionally show up. So actually, that's going to be an important part of our discussion too, which is China's need and their consumption economy when it comes to energy and other factors. But, you know, let's start with where we were, energy and economic security. And, you know, something else I don't want to forget is the policy history of energy in this country as you began with the most current position within the Trump administration.
Right. Okay. So we realized that about 2010, American engineers and geologists and scientists, and particularly entrepreneurs, realized that we could get energy, oil and natural gas, out of rock, shale rock. We always knew we could do it, but we never figured out how to do it in a cheap and efficient way. We did figure it out in about 2010. So we, coming into the Trump administration, realized a couple of things. Number one, not only could America become energy independent, but we could become energy dominant, which meant that we, American energy companies, could make enough for us and make enough to export all over the world. And as a result, we would replace Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia. We would become the energy superpower of the world. As a result of that, we would drive the price of energy down because American companies could make a profit at $50 a barrel for oil. The Russians, other countries, they needed it at $80, $90 a barrel because it paid for their whole country. You know, they were nationally owned companies, unlike American privately owned. So we knew that if we could become energy dominant, we could do three things. Number one, and you always talk about this, economic security at home. We knew we would really have a terrific economy as a result. We would bring energy prices down, oil, natural gas, gasoline. But we knew that internationally, what we would do was we'd bankrupt our adversaries. We knew that Russia needed oil at $80 a barrel. If it was selling at $40 a barrel, the Russians couldn't afford to do a darn thing. And historically, Russia, every time oil prices have been high, they're one of the world's big oil exporters. They would rebuild their military, they would invade their neighbors, and they would have proxy wars around the world. We knew low energy prices would bankrupt them. They couldn't get in any trouble. And then finally, for the environmental reason, we knew that the countries and companies in the world would want to replace dirty coal, expensive oil with cheap, clean American natural gas. So we come into the Trump administration and we realize that not only would that keep Russia in its box, it wouldn't be able to invade Ukraine or anybody else. It'd be great for the American economy. We could replace Russia and others as the main dominant energy supplier to Europe, therefore getting Europe off of the energy blackmail that the Russians were imposing. And then the final sort of free gift with purchase, we realized that we could tell the Middle East countries, especially the Saudis and others, look, you can't count on high oil prices to fund your countries and to fund your societies for years in advance. Therefore, you better find a way to have peace in the Middle East so you can diversify your economies. And that's exactly what happened. All of the above happened. As a result, the Middle East countries wanted the Abraham Accords, peace with Israel. The Russians were kept in their box. They couldn't invade Ukraine. The American economy had never been better. And so it all goes back down to energy security. And we, unlike every other country in the world, we have the ability to make oil and natural gas out of shale rock. And our rocks are the best rocks in the world. So we should go back to doing that. Unfortunately, Joe Biden comes in and, the first thing he did, like 5 minutes after taking the oath of office, he started canceling the American oil and natural gas industry. He declared war on American fossil fuels. As a result, Russia got rich. It could invade Ukraine. The United States economy, poof, we all know where that is. And inflation started skyrocketing. And it really has done nothing good for the environment because a lot of countries, especially in Europe, are now going back to dirty coal to heat their homes this winter.
It's amazing that when you look beyond the ideology and you look to the business and the effects of it, how important it is to have the right policies. And when you have something you want to do, let's just say for the moment, this is what Joe Biden and his administration really believe when it comes to American energy, and they want to do it and replace it with, you have to ask the question, with what and how? And is it redistributable? Is it affordable? And you and I have talked, this is not just a global power, a national issue in the sense of ignoring the community and the individual, because in the end, energy is a part of our lives. Economic security is personal security from the community level, from the individual in the home, those facing increased prices, the uncertainty. So it's not just companies. Companies are made by, for, and employ people.
Yeah, think about it if you're in Europe right now, if you're in Germany, you're in Britain, you are facing prices that are going to be 10 times what they were last year to heat your home this winter. If let's say you're in the Middle East, what the knock-on effect of the war in Ukraine, for example, is that the Russians are blockading the ports so that the Russian and Ukrainian foodstuffs are not going to make it out. Ukraine supplies something like a third of the world's grain. It's not going to make it out this year. What's happening in the Middle East, which is their primary source, they're not going to have food this winter. So you're going to now have an environmental crisis, a humanitarian crisis, and really soon a refugee crisis.
Yeah, and a growing instability in nations like Egypt, for example, that require on a great amount of wheat imports. By the way, here in the United States, as a result of this conflict, fertilizer, something that's required for our agricultural areas in the country. We're the breadbasket for so many other countries as well as other countries. So these effects, when it comes to policy, go even further reaching. You know, you mentioned Europe, KT. Moldova, this story just came out. In Moldova, and we're thinking about high energy prices here, say in the Northeast, the upper Midwest, increased diesel fuel prices while we're facing a shortage of diesel that's around the corner. But in Moldova, it's not that they can't afford it, which is also an issue for some. It's that they may not have access to that energy. So energy and security go together. And if you don't even have the goods to purchase and the ability to purchase them, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's not just can you afford it? It may not be available. I mean, for example, countries in the Middle East, if they can't get their food this winter, you know, or if the food prices are high, okay, the UN, other countries, they'll contribute. They'll buy the stuff at a higher price so that there's not mass famine. But if it's not available at any price, then you are really going to see all of these terrible effects that I've talked about. And, you know, okay, in America, we're going to be fine. It's going to cost more to heat your home. It's going to cost a lot more to drive your car. It's going to cost a lot more to go to the grocery store every week. But we will eat and we will get through this winter. There are parts of the world and the civilized world. This is not some third world. Maybe they never had these access to these goods before. We're talking about, you know, sophisticated European societies which may not have energy this winter. If the Russians continue, and for example, in Ukraine, they're bombing all the civilian infrastructure. So that in Ukraine, just earlier this week in Kyiv, the capital, half of the people didn't have access to water. And half of the people didn't have access to electricity. Now, if you're an individual family, who cares about what's happening on a global level? At a personal level, you can't heat your home. You can't get food for your kids. You can't even get water that you can drink. So we're talking about sort of major cataclysmic crises that we haven't seen, well, we really haven't seen in decades, if not centuries, in some parts of the world. And we're looking at right in the face for this winter.
You know, let's go beyond this. And, you know, this picture, not this picture, but this topic, energy and economic security, are interconnected, and so many other nations are involved. Matter of fact, in a sense, the whole world, even though it may not be direct, as you mentioned, in some of those, you know, societies, third world countries, they feel the effects in a different way, if at all. But when you look at other parts of the developed or developing world, and we can't ignore the Asia, the Indo-Pacific region, and this kind of rollover effect when it comes to China, Indonesia, India, where they get their energy from. You've got India buying communist crude from Venezuela and propping up a regime that has destroyed one of the most prosperous countries, for example.
No, it's even crazier than that, David. So what's happened is that the European countries and the United States say, we're not going to buy Russian oil. We're not going to buy Russian gas. So the Russians are saying, fine, okay, no problem. We're going to sell to China, probably at a reduced price, because that's what the Chinese are going to get it at sort of bargain basement prices. And India is saying, okay, well, we got to buy it from somewhere. We're going to buy it too. And both China and India have not gotten on board with all of these sanctions against Russian energy. But what's happening is Europe still needs to, you know, Moldova, as you're talking about, the Europeans still need energy this winter. So they're buying their energy from China and Russia. And they're buying it from Russia indirectly. So China's buying it, India's buying Russian stuff. They're kind of slapping a new name on the side of the tank, and they're then shipping it and selling it in Europe at a much higher price. So as a result, I mean, it's just all screwed up. And it all goes back to that initial decision of President Biden to just stop the American energy industry. If he would only turn it back on, it would fix the American economy. It would solve the problems in Europe. Putin wouldn't be able to continue his war in Ukraine. It would solve the Europeans' energy crisis. And it would, by the way, make countries like China, which are totally dependent on imported energy, it would make them beholden to the United States. And yet somehow it doesn't seem to be the desire of the Biden administration to do all these wonderful things by merely turning on American fossil fuels again.
Let's talk about that need to turn it on and what we can do. You're right. A decision shuts down from the Keystone Pipeline. The EPA is weaponized states, EPAs. That's our system, right? And for people watching around the world, hey, it's no different than watching your own government. Sometimes you look at what's going on and you say, are you kidding me? I couldn't live my life that way. However, to turn it back on, and today's a good day to have this discussion. Matter of fact, it's a little bit too apropos in a scary way. And we've just come out of Halloween because the Fed just announced that they're raising interest rates again. That means that producers, explorers, it will be more expensive for the energy industry to do business, whether you're a mega like a Chevron, an Exxon, or otherwise, or those multiple companies around this country and around the world that provide the infrastructure to turn on energy to make it work right to the point of shipping it to the point of consumption. So how do we, from a policy through an actuality perspective and process, turn on American energy? And if we can explain it here, maybe our policymakers will listen.
Okay, it's not that complicated. So number one, people will say, well, it's going to take forever for new wells to be drilled or new liquid nitrified, LNG, natural gas. Okay, it's going to take a while, but I sat down with one of the country's billionaires, who is the leading sort of oil distribution guy in the country. And I said to him, but, even if we tried to turn it on tomorrow, even if we took all that red budget, even if we encourage the energy companies to go ahead and explore and produce, it's going to take a couple of years. And he said, no, it'll take 6 months. Because the energy business, oil and natural gas, is the prices are set by the futures market. So if countries and companies think, oh, well, America's back in the energy business, they're going to make liquefied natural gas, they're going to explore oil, they're going to turn back on the Keystone Pipeline, the prices are going to go back down to where they were just 2 years ago. And that really starts solving the problems. But the other thing is the red tape is killing us. The red tape the Biden administration has added exponentially to the amount of time it takes to get any of these things up and going. For example, so you have natural gas. You can't, it's in the air. What do you do to natural gas? How do you ship natural gas? Well, you liquefy it, you cool it. So liquefied natural gas. To build a liquefied natural gas terminal that would go from, let's say, New Jersey to Europe, it takes more to get the permit than it does to build the product, to build the building, to build the facility. So just take away the red tape and let the free market take care of itself. It fixes the American economy, makes gasoline cheaper. You can heat your home this winter. It's great for our business in Europe because the Europeans can get off of the Russian energy and the Russian blackmail, and they can actually be guaranteed to have energy this winter. And at the same time, it bankrupts the Russians. And so Vladimir Putin, he can't afford to keep fighting this war. Right now, he's making more money than he has ever made because of high energy prices. He can fight forever because he can pay for it forever. Why not take away his ability to go to war? I'm a Reagan Republican. I mean, I grew up and I was a foot soldier in the Reagan Revolution. I worked at the Pentagon when President Reagan declared that we would try to win the Cold War without firing a shot. And he understood that the way you do that is to use America's strategic advantage. We're really good at technology.
So it looks like we've had another dropout here, guys. Well, David, looks like we've got KT McFarland coming back. We'll have her back in just a minute. And while she's doing that,
I'm back now.
There you go. All right. I'll have to call Washun Ying and tell her, please let us just get through these 25 minutes.
I'm so sorry, David.
Anyway, go ahead, KT, as you were saying.
Well, I just think it's a no-brainer that we should turn back the American energy industry. It's good for the country, good for the economy, terrific for our national security and foreign policy. and it's great for the environment.
You know, you use the word futures, and you're right. Energy, a commodity, right? Whatever form it is a future. And these companies, and I'm sure there's someone looking right now that's saying, "Oh, this is the fossil fuel cabal of two," and they're talking about all this dirty this and dirty that. Might I also remind them that nuclear energy is clean energy? It's very useful, and that's something else we should develop. But you know, these companies, they look to the future. They research, they develop, they're looking at all forms of energy. The trick is to get it where it can be redistributable, it's affordable, and it can continually function in good, bad, cold, hot, light day, no wind or wind at all. So all of these companies are investing because that's what companies do versus policymakers who work off ideology. So let's talk a little bit about the investment in all these new forms of energy.
Okay, look, I would love to get to the point where we have renewable energy. And the problem is it's not there yet. The infrastructure isn't built. It's going to take 5, 10, 15 years. I'm looking at a bridge. How do we get from dirty coal to clean, renewable energy? You know what the bridge is? It's natural gas. And that's what we have in abundance. In the United States right now, this is already stuff that's been discovered. Who knows what we even have that hasn't yet been discovered? We have enough natural gas to electrify the world for hundreds of years. Not just our country, but the entire world. And why we don't choose to do that, I think, is a travesty to the environment, because you know, we're not going to all go to windmills right now. Maybe we will someday, but we're not there now. And so how do we get electricity to our industry, to our homes, to our country?
And we've had a dropout again. Seems to be my turn for technology to get in the way here. We'll get KT McClellan back.
Okay, so
all right.
But I'm back now. Let me just tell you, if you ask those people, well, totally it's the Chinese. What do you think? They've just got this national security law that says you can listen into everybody's everything. Anyway, but if you ask a real environmentalist, where do you think electricity comes from to power up my Tesla? I think they think it comes from the wall, you know, the socket in the wall. They don't think of where is it generated and how is it generated. Well, a lot of it is generated with coal, but it can be generated with natural gas. And so that's what I'm advocating. I mean, it's an economic issue, but man, it's a national security issue as well.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hat tip at this part of the conversation, because one of the founders of the series happens to be, and he's long past now, a man who believed, especially when it comes to natural gas, that we needed to expand. We needed to export from the U.S. to Europe, as a matter of fact. That's T. Boone Pickens. I mean, he put a serious effort into this, KT. He talked to European governments about building reliquefaction plants, better infrastructure, because we had so much here and have so much, we can ship it over there. You look at the Norwegian fields, for example, the UK with an undersea pipeline that goes from Norway to the UK. We look at the Baltic pipeline, just opened, as a matter of fact, with stops, as I like to put it, in Denmark and Poland. You're talking about sending energy where it needs to go, and an infrastructure needs to be built. If you want to talk about global cooperation, what about global cooperation with energy from freer nations with better economic models, helping others improve their situation?
David, that's the way to go.
Well, KT, you're absolutely right. I really appreciate your saying, in particular, the notion of a bridge. As you said, every reasonable person wants to get to clean energy. But over the next 10 or 15 years, especially if we can neuter the Russians, it's in everyone's best interest for us to be energy independent. And I appreciate your making that point very, very profoundly and very clearly. And I want to thank David for this. I do apologize for the technical issues. Would love to have you both back. And I appreciate your mentioning T. Boone, because he did say, you know, that pipeline can easily turn west as it can south from Canada, right?
I remember interviewing him years ago and having that conversation, and he was so far ahead of his time on that thought.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he was prescient.
Yeah, he was. He became a good friend. Of course, I just knew him well, and yeah, he was incredible.
Absolutely. Well, thank you both. We'll have you back. Apologize for the technical problems, but it was
Thank you very
fantastic,
much.
and your points are well taken.
Thank you, guys, and we'll do it in person next
Thank you.
time.
Amen. Amen. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
McFarland.
bye.
Okay, so we're going to move along because we've got a couple of other
Good.
really
Yep.
fantastic folks
Right.
to round out the day.
Go for it.
All right, so Sam Caprellian, we're going to bring Sam on from Deloitte. It's great to see you, Sam. Appreciate you being here. And I want to thank you and all the other leaders that Major General Kim Kreider put together to help us organize and execute these events. I want to thank you for being part of that team, help put this together. And you're going to have a break. I think it's very fitting to have a very, very senior leader with NASA help us close out the day. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you and Mr. Cabana, and we look forward to hearing your insights.
Well, thank you. And thank you to all the organizers of America's Future Series, all the fantastic speakers we've heard over the last couple of days. And most of all, thank you, Bob, our NASA Associate Administrator, for joining me on this final fireside chat of this wonderful event. And Bob, it's great to see you again. We were just together back in August at Artemis 1, and we're really excited about the next couple of weeks as we build up to the 14th. But for the here and now, I'm excited to talk to you about your reflections on your last 30 years of amazing accomplishments with NASA, and to tap into some of your future vision around NASA, where the opportunities are that you see ahead. It's a really exciting set of times we're in right now, as you know. Times are changing, technology faster than ever, more interest in space at an all-time high across dozens of nations and industries, a new space ecosystem that's vastly different than 5 to 7 years ago. So much to talk about. I'm very excited. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, my pleasure, Sam. You just gave my talk for me. I don't have to say anything. You covered it all in that gamut. No, it's great to be with you, and I'm really excited about sharing all the neat things that are going on at NASA. I am passionate about this.
Great. Well, let's get into it. We're starting to see some amazing images and science being made possible by the James Webb Telescope. Lots of exciting live stream and asteroid redirection. Very exciting times.
James Webb. Sam, it's absolutely amazing. First off, I remember seeing it out at the Northrop Grumman facility before it was packaged up and shipped down to French Guiana. And that was back during COVID. Didn't get a chance to go down to the launch for a number of reasons, but I watched on TV with the administrator that Christmas morning. What an amazing Christmas gift to have that beautiful launch on that Ariane 5. Perfect. And then to have everything deploy. That was unbelievably complex, the deployment of that facility, and then everything worked. And the pictures that have come back, I got to see them a little bit ahead of time, and now having seen them, in fact, if you walk outside my office, I got blow-ups of James Webb pictures on the outside, on the wall across from the entrance to my office, and it just amazes me every time I look at them. One of my favorite pictures back prior to James Webb was the Hubble Deep Field. And you can go out, everybody knows what the Big Dipper looks like, right? And you stick your hand up like this and look at your little fingernail under the handle of the Big Dipper where there's nothing. And Hubble, in that little area, saw hundreds of galaxies and stars. And James Webb is looking back even further. To put it in perspective, everybody knows what the pillars of creation look like, that fabulous Hubble telescope picture, right? Put that next to the James Webb picture of the pillars. And you look at the background, and not only are the pillars just absolutely more amazing, but there are just hundreds of more stars and galaxies in the James Webb picture than there are in the Hubble picture. It is changing our knowledge of the universe. It's shown that light actually bends. It's just absolutely awesome. And then some of the other stuff, you mentioned DART, the asteroid redirect. How amazing was that? And seeing the pictures, and they expect to change the orbit just a little bit, and it changed it significantly, like 30 times more than they thought they were going to be able to change it. And then to see what the asteroid was made of, everybody thinks asteroids are, there are different types, right? And it was kind of a loose conglomeration when it impacted all the ejecta that came off it. Just, we continue to learn all the time. Now we got another mission coming up here. It was actually supposed to launch a little earlier, but they had an issue out on the West Coast. But JPSS, it's a Joint Polar Satellite. It's a NASA NOAA project for weather forecasting. That's going to launch here now on the 10th of November. And there's a really cool experiment on it. It's called Lofted. And it's this inflatable decelerator that's going to be tested. And, you know, just really neat technology. We got a launch coming up here on the 6th, and that's going to be out at Wallops, and that's a Northrop Grumman cargo supply mission to the International Space Station. And we do science on the space station too. You know, one of the cool experiments on this is the biofabrication facility. We're actually making, you know, human tissue. In the past, this thing made part of a knee meniscus in space in microgravity. It's made heart cells, and it's going to be going up, learning more about 3D printing of actual human tissue in space. You know, it's so many things that are going on from a science point of view at NASA. It's just, it's truly exciting. I just am absolutely amazed every day.
Fascinating stuff.
I got to jump ahead. Since I'm talking launches, all right, we got a big one coming, right? We got
We
Artemis.
sure do.
You know, we rolled back in, and boy, am I glad we rolled back into the barn when Hurricane Ian. I was looking at the track, and the track of the hurricane went exactly between the launch pad 39A and B. If that rocket would have been out on the pad, it would not have been good. So when we weren't able to launch that last launch period, we couldn't stay out on the pad. We had to roll back into the vehicle assembly building. So 1 minute past midnight on Thursday night, Friday morning, in the middle of the night, we're rolling back out to the launch pad for a launch of Artemis 1 on the 14th of November. And that'll be our first launch attempt in this launch window. It's going to be a night launch. And I don't know how many of you have seen shuttle launches at night, but they were absolutely amazing. They turned nighttime into daylight. Now this rocket, we've gotten kind of used to watching these smaller rockets lift off, and they kind of lift off majestically, not real fast, kind of slow and majestic. Well, think back to what a shuttle launch was with those 3 RS-25s, 3 shuttle main engines, and the 4-segment solid rocket motors. The Space Launch System has 4 of those liquid hydrogen oxygen engines that powered the shuttle, and it's got 5-segment solids. It's just going to get up and go. And I can't wait to see that rocket lift off. Now, this first Artemis flight, it's a test of the Orion capsule around the moon, but not landing on the moon and without a crew. And it's going to go further beyond the moon than we've gone into deep space than ever before in this special orbit around the moon, and then come back. The biggest thing that we're going to get out of this is a test of the heat shield at lunar reentry velocities to ensure that it's safe for crew. But it's a complete check out of the Orion spacecraft prior to flying crew on it. The Artemis 2 mission, the next one up, is going to be with a crew to the moon, but not land on the moon. And then Artemis 3 will be to the moon with a crew and actually land on the moon. And in the meantime, we're working on developing the lander, going out for a procurement on a second competition for another lander also. We're developing new spacesuits. We're going out with a contract for a lunar terrain vehicle. And the goal here is eventually have a habitat on the moon, but we want to be able to learn how to live and operate away from planet Earth, doing it on the moon, learning what we need, eventually going on to Mars, okay? So it's just an extremely exciting time. And the other part of this is we want to go to the South Pole of the moon. And why do we want to go to the South Pole? Because there's water ice there. And when we find water ice, if it's as we expect, and there's supposed to be tons of it there, that's hydrogen and oxygen, that's fuel and air. We want to be able to utilize the resources on the moon and eventually on Mars when we go there, in situ resource utilization. So we don't have to carry all that stuff with us. So a lot going on in human exploration as we head to the moon and onto Mars. It's just truly an exciting time for NASA and our nation's space program.
Fantastic
I keep
stuff.
going, Sam. I got more.
I know. let's talk about, we talked about Artemis and how impressive it is. Let's talk about some of these capabilities, what it means for the future of human exploration around the moon and then Mars. And, what role does Artemis 1 play from a longer term perspective? You touched on our ultimate goal of getting to Mars, learning on the moon, how to live. What technologies do we want to test further? You talked about water and other natural resources.
Yeah, and I kind of covered that. I think one of the neat things about as we go back to the moon, we're not going. It's not like Apollo. It's not just NASA doing it by ourselves on a 2 or 3 day camping trip. We're going for an extended period of time. We're learning how to live and operate on the moon for extended periods, but we're doing it in partnership. We're doing it in partnership with industry, and we're doing it in partnership with our international partners. We're going to have the Gateway in orbit around the moon in this NRHO orbit, this near rectilinear halo orbit that allows access anywhere to the lunar surface. So the Orion capsule will dock with Gateway, transfer to the lander, and go to the lunar surface. The Gateway is like a mini space station around the moon. We'll be launching the first elements, the PPE, the power propulsion element, which is solar electric power, and the HALO, Habitability and Logistics Outpost, that's built by Northrop Grumman. Those will be the first elements of the Gateway. And then on the Artemis 4 mission, Artemis 4 is going to be a bigger rocket than Artemis 3. It'll have the enhanced upper stage on it, a greater lifting capability. And we'll launch to the moon and take the European module to the Gateway. But this will continue to grow. It'll have airlock on it. It'll have the docking port for Orion and the lander. And you can, it'll be human tended. It won't be permanently crewed, but it'll be available to be able to do robotic research on the lunar surface as well. The other thing that we're doing as we do this in partnership, Sam, is the contracts that we're doing, for example, the rover that we're going to have on the moon. If we only have one crewed mission to the moon a year, that rover is going to be available for science use when NASA astronauts are not there. And so just as we have rovers running around on Mars, a robotic capability with arms being able to do science, these rovers are going to be available for science when from a robotic means when crews are not there. So a lot of things doing different. Some services contract, some strictly NASA development, but the goal eventually, as we move on to Mars, is to be able to commercialize the moon just as we're going to commercialize low Earth orbit.
Bob, let's touch on that. A lot of our leaders on this call tangle with transformation and changing their organizations, changing behaviors, changing ways of thinking. And when you were at Kennedy as the director and now at headquarters, you've had a passion around changing the organization and transforming the agency overall. And a big part of that has been around commercialization. So can you talk about some of the hurdles that you faced as we looked at that business model when we think about driving more towards commercial providers? And what do you think about from a risk standpoint, from a business standpoint, as we get more towards that model you talked about around commercialization?
Sure. So, I mean, first off, I believe it's NASA's goal to set the course for where we're going. NASA leads the way. NASA builds the commercial and industry partnerships, our international partnerships, and sets the path. But we need to decide what is it that NASA does by itself and what is it that commercial industry is capable of that we can work on together. Change is a fact of life. And, I always say the only people that aren't changing are those that are 6 feet under, and they're changing too. They're rotting away. So you gotta embrace change and make it work for you. And you can't get better without change. If you want to improve, you got to have change. Okay, so embrace it and make it work for you. And I think the most important thing is to have a clear vision of where you want to go. And oftentimes, this is driven by, at the Kennedy Space Center, what drove us to have to change was, it was the end of the shuttle program. The Constellation program had been canceled, and we got this new C.L.A.S.S program that only required one launch pad and one mobile launcher and one bay in the high bay. That's what we had to make successful. Now, we didn't necessarily have to do all the other things that we did, but we said, what's in the interests of our nation's space program? What is going to help us? At the time, commercial crew was coming aboard. We were getting commercial cargo was going. It was a transition time for how NASA acquired its services. And we said, we have a lot of facilities here that would be available for commercial use. So we went out with notices of availability. And initially, not all the companies that sought out the use of NASA facilities, they weren't all successful. And it was an iterative process. It wasn't like everything happened all at once. We set a course on where we wanted to go, and then each year we iterated it. Well, as we have transformed, and man, I give Kathy leaders and her team great credit for what they did and accomplished with commercial cargo and commercial crew. An example, working with SpaceX, we signed an agreement with them in July of 2014 to utilize pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. They had their first launch off it in January of 2017, just 2.5 years later. And now look at what that pad has done with the Falcon Heavy and with the Falcon 9, with the crew and cargo to the International Space Station. We launched our 5th crew to the International Space Station on the Crew Dragon now. Had we not allowed them the use of that pad, had we not taken up this commercial model, we'd be relying on Soyuz vehicles still to get our crews to the International Space Station. What a boon for America's space program to do what we did in that commercial transition. Well, we want to take that a step further now. We want to commercialize all of LEO, all right? NASA wants to be able to focus on that hard job of exploring beyond our home planet, establishing what we're doing on the moon, going on to Mars, making a presence beyond planet Earth and in our solar system. And we don't want to have to continue to maintain and operate this huge International Space Station. It's going to come to an end. It's going to reach the end of its life, but we don't want to give up low Earth orbit, right? So we've gone out with commercial LEO destinations, and we have 4 companies under contract now to develop a commercial capability in low Earth orbit. Now, I don't know if they're all going to be successful, but that's our goal. We want to be one of many users buying what we need in low Earth orbit, as opposed to owning and maintaining the entire operation. We've made progress towards that, just as we did with commercial cargo on the COTS contracts and crew. We're slowly looking at how we transition into low Earth orbit space station commercial operations. As everyone knows, we have a contract with Axiom. We've worked with them, and they've flown their first crew of commercial astronauts to the International Space Station for a visit, accomplishing science and working. Learning how to operate, partnering with NASA on the space station. Eventually, Axiom is going to have a module on the space station as they grow to have, their own space station. So I think it's, we enable that. And I think utilizing our resources to help enable that commercial market, it's really important. That's the future. And then we can focus on that hard job of exploring beyond our home planet.
Great. Let's pivot for a second. Over the last couple of days at the C.L.A.S.S summit here, we've heard tons around national security and our competitiveness from a number of leaders from military and national security sector, from various industries. NASA's leadership in spaceflight has long been very effective as a diplomatic tool as well as any other. As you look forward, how do you think NASA's programs today will contribute to diplomacy down the road, and how will NASA play from that standpoint?
Well, I think from a diplomacy point of view, there's soft diplomacy, and I think NASA fills a huge role in partnering with our international partners to enable that. As we explore beyond planet Earth, we're going to do it in an international cooperative effort. And we have a number of companies that have signed up to be part, or countries that have signed up to be part of what we're doing as we go to the moon and Mars. Our traditional partners, you know, ESA, Japan, Canada are on board, and others are also looking to partner with us as we explore beyond planet Earth. So, you know, obviously when I talk about international partnerships right now, it's extremely challenging with what's going on in the Ukraine, you know, but I want you to know that from an operational point of view, we are safely operating the space station. And it's critical that we have an integrated crew on board, because the two, you know, the Russian segment and the US segment are not designed to operate independently. They require our electrical power. We require their propulsion to keep the space station safely on orbit. And we want to have an integrated crew. So that's why we're flying a US astronaut on a Soyuz and a Russian cosmonaut on the Crew Dragon, so that if there were an emergency where a crew had to come home, you have somebody that knows how to operate the systems on both sides. You're not stranded with just all, you know, US astronauts or all Russian cosmonauts on the space station. So I can tell you that in spite of all the challenges that we see because of what's going on in the Ukraine, on the International Space Station, we are still working together in a very professional manner.
You know a little bit about the ISS. Some on the phone may not know that today's the 22nd anniversary of continuous human presence aboard the station, and that also that together you and Sergei Krikalev, cosmonaut, you connected the first two modules of the ISS. So fantastic memory and great anniversary that we're remembering today.
So it's now our flight was a little earlier than 22 years ago. We actually launched in December of '98. The very first module of the space station launched in November of '98, and that was the Russian FGB, Zarya, which means sunrise in Russian. And 2 weeks later, we launched with Unity and connected the two and powered everything up and went inside for the first time. But it wasn't until October of 2000 that Bill Shepard, a classmate of mine from the Naval Academy, I also flew my first space flight with Bill on the shuttle. He was a flight engineer. And Sergei Krikalev and Yuri Gudzinko launched to the International Space Station. And since October 2000, you know, bottom line is anybody that is 22 years old or younger right now in the world has never known a time that there wasn't someone living and working in space. And that's pretty amazing when you consider all the issues that we've had back and forth, that we continue to be able to work together. I think you know how we work together in space with all our international partners is a great model for how it should be. You know, I look back on my time on orbit, and I am blessed to have gotten to do what I've done in my career. And I always told first-time flyers when I was chief of the astronaut office, when you have a spare minute, stick your nose up to the window and make a memory, all right? Because no picture will do it justice. Do not take a picture, just make a memory. It's like when you go to the Grand Canyon, you look at it and you're just absolutely amazed. And you take a picture and you come home and you say, it wasn't like that, it was so much better. And it's the same being in space. And to look down on the Earth from 250 miles high, and just you see the curvature of the Earth and that thin little hazy line over it, that's our atmosphere, that's all it's protecting us from that harsh void of space with its ultraviolet radiation and extreme temperatures. And space is just the darkest black void you can imagine on the sunlit side of the Earth. But the Earth, it's just this beautiful blue jewel of a planet. And you don't see, you know, the boundaries between the nations. You just see Earth. And it's you know, people talk about going to the moon and Mars and living on Mars and stuff. They don't realize how harsh the environment is on Mars and what it takes to get there. It is not planet Earth. This is, yeah, I looked around. There's no place close by that this is nice as where we are right now. and we need to take care of it. And I think NASA does a pretty good job of that, also monitoring our home planet and keeping folks informed about what's going on. But yeah, it's very special.
Bob, let's talk about the future. If you think about, say, 50 years down the road, what do you see our grandchildren or even their children, exploring and enjoying in space? What is space going to be for them?
I'm not much of a prognosticator. I probably wouldn't have been right. When I got selected to be an astronaut, I thought we'd be on Mars by now. So we got a lot of work to do. But I do like science fiction, and I don't know how many of you folks out there watch. It's called The Expanse. I think it's on Netflix. It might be on Amazon. I don't know. But there's 5 seasons of this science fiction, and they got people living on the moon, living on Mars, living in the asteroid belt. And I don't think that's 50 years from now. But I do believe it's our future to establish a living presence beyond on planet Earth. I mean, we are explorers. It's in our DNA. It goes back, from when Columbus crossed the Atlantic, and we continue to explore and break boundaries. And I think we're going to continue to explore in space. And I really hope that we do it in a international cooperative manner, that when we leave planet Earth, it's not from any one nation, but it's in this, people of planet Earth. So we got some work to do, but I believe that, 50 years from now, we will have commercial space stations. I go back to, people ask me, what do I think about these private astronauts? And I think I'm all for it. I'm kind of a history buff, and you look back at aviation, and Orville and Wilbur, December 17th, 1903, they flew 120 feet in 20 seconds. 120 feet isn't even as long as the space shuttle orbiter, right? And aviation just was kind of flat, and it's taken off exponentially, right? We're in space, we're on this flat part of the curve back here. If you think back, through after World War I, they had all the excess airplanes and stuff, and you could pay $5 and go up in a Jenny and see the family farm from 2,000 feet, right? But that's these suborbital flights today. That's Blue Origin going up and coming down and landing. That's kind of like those flights were. You think about aviation, flying the Pan Am Clipper across the Atlantic or in the Pacific. Shoot, that was only the very, very rich that got to do that. Everybody else was, most were on a steamer or steerage on a steamer, going across the Atlantic. So the very rich that are going into orbit now, there are analogs. And as aviation took off exponentially and became less expensive and opened up to everybody, I think eventually, space is going to do that. I mean, that's certainly the vision of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, to make space affordable to fly lots of people. So we'll just have to see. But I do believe that 50 years from now, we'll have a commercial economy in low Earth orbit. We'll be exploring beyond our home planet. Hopefully we'll be learning about Mars with humans on Mars. And I think that space is going to be open to more people, and hopefully a lot more folks will have the privilege of seeing what I got to see.
Fantastic. Bob, you've been a Navy fighter pilot, an astronaut, a shuttle commander. You've flown dozens of different aircraft. Can you tell us what one of your favorites was?
That's kind of like, which is my favorite kid, my 3 kids. Honestly, it's my daughter. Everybody knows that girls rate better than boys. But, I think, one of the most fun airplanes that I flew was, and probably the most, I'm trying to think of what the most sophisticated aircraft I flew. I guess the fanciest aircraft I flew was the F-18, but the A-4 Skyhawk with the P408 engine in it, it almost had a 1-to-1 thrust ratio. And Heinemann's Hot Rod, here was an aircraft that was designed in the 1950s that was still flying in the 90s and the 2000s. And when I was at Pax River, I was flying the A4 with the P408. And my first flight was in, it was February or March. And they said, now don't overspeed the gear. And I said, you're killing me. It's an A4, not a problem. And I just remember it was a nice cold day. and I took off, full throttle, pull the stick back, and holy mackerel, 225 knots was the gear speed, and it's going to shoot right by it. I pulled the throttle back, pulled the nose up. It had so much performance, and this thing was, the design on it, it was just a simple airplane, but it was so maneuverable. It had almost a 360-degree roll rate, and it actually had a backup flight control mode that if all the hydraulics failed, you could disconnect from the hydraulic system, and basically with cables and torque tubes, if you stayed below 220 knots, fly the airplane and get back safely on the ground. But and I'm not a big guy, and the canopy rails were right here, and if I went like that, my head hit the top of the canopy, and the HUD was right there, and it was really like strapping on an airplane. It was fun to fly. And a T-38 wasn't bad either. I miss having that T-38 to jet around the country. That was pretty cool too.
Bob, I think we're out of time. This has been such a pleasure. You're a national hero. I want to thank you personally for all your service you've done for us as a nation. And I've really enjoyed our time together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. And I want to thank everybody. We have an awesome space program. And I think this is just an amazing time for our nation's space program. NASA is going to continue to charge ahead, build those coalitions, and lead the way. And go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Well done. It was a great conversation. Can't thank you enough. And Bob, I just want you to know I'll see you in your office tomorrow morning. I've decided to come to NASA. I'll be your newest employee. I'm fascinated with everything you've shared with us today. It's above and beyond. So on behalf of America's Future Series and everybody that's watched this over the last 30 minutes or whatever it's been, it has been above and, would you not agree? Are you ready to be an astronaut?
Well, it's exactly what I want to hear, which is all the great, wonderful, cool things they're doing. So
me too.
You've sparked our imagination and our interest once again.
Yeah. Above and beyond. Flying high. Thank you both so very, very much. That was great stuff, wasn't it?
It was. Thank you very much, Sam. You have a great evening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, General Bolters. How are you, sir? So we've got a sound problem with you. We can't hear you yet.
Are you on mute?
I've got you loud and clear. How you me?
Now we got you. That's great.
Sir. So take it away, Scott.
Well, I tell you what, I recognize that gentleman on the bottom of our screen.
Mm-hmm.
The Honorable Pete Sessions. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Scott, good to see you and David, and thank you very much. What a pleasure it is to be with you, Scott. I recall 20 years ago when we were at a cold, miserable time, and I watched you stand up and bark out a conversation with the crowd, and everybody was with you. And your insistence to stay with this America's Future series is commendable, and thank you very much. My best to Carol.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll certainly pass that on to her. And thank you for all of your incredible service to our great nation for, decades. So you're, thank you, Pete. It's great to see you, and thanks so much for being here. You're a great friend.
Thank you very much, Scott.
You're both national treasures. And Congressman, I want to thank you for your support as an advisor to the America's Future series and all you've contributed. And we're so glad that you're here today and that you were able to bring in General Bolters. I've been wanting General Bolters to speak for some time, so this is sort of a bucket list thing. So I want to say thank you for that.
Well, it's a real honor. I will tell you, it kind of happened not as a mistake, but as a pleasure of pride. General Walters, as you know, was Supreme Allied Commander in Europe for the United States, and he has just engaged now coming back to Texas as he departed the Air Force career since '82. And he and Charlene decided that they would move and make Texas their home. So, of course, the Bush School is courtesy of how we get him today. But I'll let you do your stuff, David.
Well, really, that's all we want to talk about. As I mentioned, we've watched General Bolter's career. We've worked with the staff in the past to try to get him on board. It took you, Pete, so I'm glad you're able to do that. And it also may have taken retirement or quasi-retirement, because I know you're never going to retire fully. Really thankful for the Bush Institute, the Bush School, et cetera. And what we would love for you to do, Pete, is for you guys to have sort of a fireside chat. You know each other well. We're really interested in hearing what the Journal's perspective is on sort of where we're at and how we got here, and especially where he thinks we're going with regard to Europe and all the various geopolitical and military defense issues that are before us right now. Love to hear both of your perspectives on those kinds of topics.
David, thank you very much. It is a pleasure and real an honor to welcome General Walters to America's Future series. This is an important discussion that I think is on many tables around the country, and that is a discussion about what are we supposed to think about the world today. It seemingly a couple of years ago seemed like we had confronted and we're confronting those that may be adversaries or those that we choose to be adversaries with us. And today, I think as a member of Congress, there's a bit of uncertainty about what America thinks about Europe, what America thinks about China. Perhaps more importantly, it's the confrontation that lies directly in front of us, and that is in Ukraine with Russia. And I really talked to General Walters early this morning and said, I really want you to lay out, first of all, what you see. Second of all, what you think, and what the strategy should be, and what result we're after. So, General, I'm going to let you really just dominate this conversation, because the last point I would say is, as always, the men and women, the talent of our United States Armed Forces lies within the leadership of people just like you, who are developing not just the strategic and tactical application, but growing our young people to be prepared for what's tomorrow. So if you could address that also, General Walters, welcome on behalf of what I would say, I represent Brazos County, Texas A&M, and thank you for joining us today as our guest.
Congressman Sessions, thank you so much. It's good to be home back in Texas, and it's good to be here at the Bush School of Government and Public Service. And as you well know better than the rest of us, having the opportunity for the last several days to spend a lot of time with some of the undergrad and graduate students has just warmed my heart. I've told them often, I feel like I'm looking at a slice of heaven. They make us very, very proud. They're studying very, very hard. And there's a lot of focus on our value system, and there's a lot of focus on grand strategy. And to David and Scott, thank the two of you so much for facilitating America's Future series. This action in itself is another one of those special things that we do in the United States of America that sets us apart from others. And everything that I know that we're talking about here, and just listening to Bob Cabana before us, promotes our value system of integrity and doing the right things from a democratic standpoint. And I'm very, very proud to be part of that process and part of that system, and having the opportunity to be here in College Station at Texas A&M is really, really warming my heart. Just a little bit about Russia and Ukraine and the global security situation. I think what this does is remind all of us that we as a United States, and certainly our other NATO nations, need to continue to strive very, very hard to be positive and agile global actors. And if you're a nation that wakes up and actually gets myopically focused on their own borders and their own geographical region, we've very quickly seen that what happens in Russia impacts China. What happens in China impacts Russia. And obviously the United States and all of NATO have touch points with both of those nations. And we are certainly seeing that today on the international stage. My thoughts on the situation are it can't be over with fast enough, but I don't think the index of the situation in Russia, Ukraine is going to be sooner rather than later. I'm very, very pleased with the response of many nations, to include nations inside of NATO and obviously the United States of America. If I could, for just a second, I'll talk about some of the things that the invasion afforded NATO to construct, which were helpful for NATO. And for most of you, you'll know that we've got two critical geographical sectors in Europe that are abut the region of concern, and that's the Eastern European nations of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, typically referred to as the Baltic nations. And then we have Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, and Slovakia in Southeastern Europe. And for many years prior to the invasion, we've always been focused on the security disposition and where the force elements are in those nations on the eastern periphery of Europe. And as one might imagine, Putin got exactly what he probably didn't want, which was an improvement in the force structure disposition of the military forces along those 8 nations that I just mentioned. And they're there for defensive purposes on behalf of NATO, and they're there to ensure that if 1 inch of NATO territory or any NATO domain is violated, the NATO nations will be ready to respond more so today than they have been in the past. And the other key change that has occurred, and it's continuing to evolve after my retirement, is the accession of Sweden and Finland into NATO. And I don't think it takes a very astute individual to note that this is probably one of the worst outcomes that Putin could have ever imagined. And that is exactly what he will continue to get. And with those 2 nations additions comes greater readiness on behalf of NATO from a lethality standpoint, from a resiliency standpoint, and from a responsiveness standpoint, because those 2 nations possess very, very mature capabilities, and they possess a lot of court sense with respect to what Russia does and doesn't like. And I think they will dramatically improve the IQ of all of us in NATO and certainly help shore up the actions that are taking place in the north. Our strategy has been pretty simple. I can only speak for the strategy from a military perspective that we embraced during my time, but we needed to ensure that we didn't start a war with Russia in Ukraine. We needed to always make sure that we continued to unify what was taking place with NATO, and we needed to ensure that we could do everything within our power to support Ukraine. And in all those endeavors, we had to realize that there was a NATO role, there was certainly a US role, and there are independent national roles, whether those nations are part of NATO or outside of NATO, that are doing all they can to support Ukraine. And one of the key elements of the strategy was to make sure that we understood that this was by, with, and through Ukraine, and that the value system of all the NATO nations, specifically the United States, were adhered to. And I know that Congressman Sessions is very, very keen on this issue of appropriate values. And the one thing that I will say is that that has been one of the areas that's been surprisingly strong during the time that I was there. And it's one of those areas that continues to receive great emphasis. And when it's all said and done, if we don't stick to the truth and stick to our national value systems, we wind up setting ourselves back. I'll close on this segment, just as Congressman Sessions kind of alluded to, the people that are involved in this process, the human capital, make all the difference in the world. And as we continue to have different levels of competition, crisis, and conflict appear on planet Earth, the more that these appear, the longer I live, the more I quickly understand how absolutely and critical it is that we have the best of the possible best representing our military and certainly representing our nations in the equation. And those young Americans that I'm visiting here with at the Bush School of Government and Public Service are very, very focused on grand strategy. And as you can well imagine, one of the things that really warms my heart is the degree of understanding that these 21 to 27-year-olds already have on how the earth rotates, and many of the key things that Bob Cabana just talked about from a NASA perspective and a space implementation perspective to help generate more peace in the future. So we have great folks, we have great people. We pride ourselves in the United States Department of Defense of ensuring that the generation that follows us needs to be quicker, faster, and smarter than we are. And if we don't take the appropriate time to ensure that our replacements are just that, we're probably stepping backwards. And I'm proud to report during my time, we continue a very, very sound focus in that area. And Congressman, I'll pass it back over to you.
Thank you very much, General. There has been much discussion about the world that we live in, and whether we're talking about China and Taiwan, or whether we're talking about the Chinese expansion across the Pacific. It is very important for us to put into perspective that I think that we understand the Chinese and work with them, as opposed to finding blockades or things that create bottlenecks, that create then perhaps a mistake or perhaps on purpose some confrontation. One of those elements has been, and we've seen it, that the United States has reinforced our desire to make sure the world understands we support Taiwan. In that world, how do you think that plays out to making sure that the Chinese see, at least at one checkpoint, that the United States has made decisions, and then how it looks at Europe with things that we do with Ukraine and how that plays? Is there one that plays to each other about how we react to one, maybe them second guessing us or guessing us in the Taiwan circumstance?
Congressman, I think you hit the nail on the head. The connectivity between those large muscle movements that you just described, I believe, is enormous. And if we jump up to 70,000 feet and we take a look at the grand strategy that is applicable in this situation, you and I both know that every nation on planet Earth is looking at the United States of America and looking to see if there's any buckle with respect to supporting and reinforcing our value system. And our approach to Taiwan, every single second that it continues with the positive campaign momentum that we currently have, is a demonstration of our willingness to support our value system. And we all know that what we do in the vicinity of China with respect to its reflections on Taiwan is being witnessed and looked at by all of the European nations. And before I left my previous posting, there was never a second of the day where we had a conversation about just Russia. It quickly transposed to a follow-on discussion with China, and obviously concerns about how the United States was approaching Taiwan with respect to the United States approach to the Ukraine and Russia. And if you take a look at all that involved, we as a leader of the globe, reinforcing our democratic value systems, bear a responsibility to stay the course with our support of those values and the approach that we've taken to Ukraine, and certainly the subsequent actions that the United States has taken with respect to China and Taiwan are very, very important. And at the end of the day, it's our value system in play, which has everything to do with the red, white, and blue at your 6 o'clock. And it's something that we have to keep in our cross-check at the lowest and highest levels of implementation of strategy and plans.
A few years ago, out at Pearl Harbor, I engaged Admiral Harris, Pacific Command, and he was quite blunt when he addressed a couple of members of Congress and myself, and he said, and I think he did this as ambassador to Japan, that he said every single thought about the United States military needed to be understand the number one issue and goal was to support the U.S. Homeland Security. That at all costs, they understood what they were protecting and what the fight would be. That's a philosophy, but it's also a strategy and then tactics that play into that. What is your perception today about the message that we are giving to our young cadets like you were in 1982 at the United States Air Force Academy? My nephew, who graduated from West Point, is now a Ranger. What message do we have that's active among the thinking of young people about their role in the military?
Congressman, it does start with Homeland Defense, in making sure that we all take the time to pass on the small tidbits of knowledge that we've learned over the years. And as you well know, and as Harry Harris well knew when he was the PACOM commander and subsequently the ambassador, was that what we do in today, the Indo-PACOM region, and what we do today in the EUCOM region, all of those actions to ensure the sovereignty of the nations with which we work with day in and day out help, obviously, in the defense of our homeland. Certainly Europe to the east, and certainly in Indo-PACOM to the west. And those forward actions from a deterrent standpoint afford nefarious actors like Russia and China from taking further steps, Russia to the west and China to the east. And every one of our activities, certainly in EUCOM and certainly Indo-PACOM, need to be, and are coordinated with our NORTHCOM commander and certainly with the department. And that is something from a basic architecture perspective that we need to ensure that all of our youngest and brightest have a firm grip on. And I would contend that when I was a cadet at the Air Force Academy, I got a little bit of that education. I certainly could have done with more. And I certainly would like to see the promotion of this discussion accelerated at the service academies. And I know that the Department of Defense is working in that area. It's a big bureaucracy. Change is difficult. But we need to continue to tweak the education to make sure that from an architectural standpoint, our young cadets have a real good understanding about homeland defense and about how important it is to make sure that from faraway lands and faraway continents, we're protecting our eastern and western flank. And when it's all said and done, this goes back to securing our value system and making sure that we can continue to be a world leader when it comes to generating peace on planet Earth.
Well, certainly there is a conversation that takes place in Congress now. We potentially might have a change from one party to the next. And the conversation among my colleagues, I'm a Republican. This is a non-political, nonpartisan event, but the conversation still is taking place about what, if anything, Republicans would choose to engage this administration, the State Department and the DOD. And as best I can tell you, that I would offer the viewpoint that we have tried to follow along with Chairman Adam Smith, who's the chairman of Armed Services. I think he has done a fine job of answering questions and being participatory with us about what is next and what is the view. But I don't know that we have engaged the administration on a plan, and especially if they come back and ask for more money. Where is that fine line between these dadgum Republicans now if they took charge and asking the administration, look, we'd like to know more because you're going to ask something of us, to where we can put it in a perspective to make sure we support it, as opposed to we're trying to go along with Adam Smith and what we believe is the right thing to do. I believe that there's a rocky time ahead if we do not clarify to the American people. So what advice would you give to me about the correct questions to ask that then we transmit to the American people?
Well, Congressman, I'm not really certain, but I do know that if those questions, certainly from a military perspective, have to do with increasing our readiness, the competition that exists inside of the members of the Department of Defense, and producing leaders in the future with the right value system and the right competitive nature, those are all worthy questions that I believe should be asked. And I would suspect that the administration and certainly the Department of Defense would go to the ends of the earth to try to get those questions answered for you. And our country is great because our Congress is never asleep. You're a demanding organization. You should be. And as we try to tilt this campaign momentum in a perfect direction, we should just all admit to the fact that there's nothing that we do out there that is anywhere near perfect. But as we look for the Northern Star, in military circles, which is really all I can speak to, Congressman Sessions, I adore a ton of focus on the readiness of our force, its ability to be competitive, its desire to be a great teammate, and its wantedness to support the Northern Star, which is our value system.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said, trust the military to support them. Trust the military who actually sees this conflict for what it is and less about anything other than what's in America's best interest. I well remember General Casey when he was Chief Staff at the United States Army, certainly my dear friend Michael Mosley, also a pilot that like you, that liked the F-15. They found a way to talk with each other about being supportive, working together. And this was a key element at that time that I think was their conversation with Congress. It is not off on the Army. It is not off on the Marine Corps. It is not off on the Navy. It is not off on the Air Force. And Michael Mosley became pretty sensitive about making sure that he was seen, that they were a part of that equation. I just can't imagine that we need to have those discussions today, because the world, while it's huge, it has become more complex and working together. Talk with me about working together and the needs that you see from your friends and the other branches of the service, what they need, what you need to be successful from an Air Force perspective, that you need to make sure that someone else covers a particular position. And we may be at the end of our time, but I'd like to ask for you to take time on that issue.
Well, I'll start, Congressman, is we need to take a comprehensive approach to defense and deterrence. And if any service chief just sees the need to be solely focused on his current service, number one, they're not. They are always applying every tactic, technique, and procedure that they can possibly come up with in air, land, sea, space, and cyber, to include the information environment and to include all the considerations that a good service chief and that a good combatant commander and that a good DOD needs to take into account with respect to the nuclear environment. And when we deter or defend in the 21st century, it's never as just one service. It's never as just one force element, like a plane or a tank or a ship. All of those force elements have to be networked together, and all of them have to have a comprehensive understanding of what is taking place in all of those domains. So as we continue to instruct the next generation and look to have those leaders in the future that can apply this comprehensive deterrence and defense, those are some of the qualities that we look at. And I agree with you. I grew up under the leadership of Michael Mosley, and 25 years ago, he would have given you probably the same answer. He was very, very focused on the comprehensive capabilities that existed inside of the entire DoD portfolio, not just the Air Force that he was the chief of staff of. And I'm proud to report, Congressman, the IQ that I see today in this arena is much improved over the past, but it's still not good enough. We got to continue to drive on it. And I think we're doing that, but we need to continue the hard drive.
Well, that is awesome. On behalf of each of us that have taken part of this, I think we would all wish you not only continued success as you migrate yourself from the United States Air Force, United States Armed Forces back to civilian life, but to say to you that, and they would know this from your attitude, your direction is to build those that are behind you to where they are better able to deal with circumstances, situations. I'm an Eagle Scout. Michael, General Mosley's an Eagle Scout. We always say, one leave our campsite better than the way we found it. But I want you to know that it is not by accident. It has to be on purpose. It has to be that we will continue to have men and women who are there for the right reason to do the right thing. Literally across the board. And I want to thank you for taking time David, I want to say to you that as I was thinking about this day, as you know, we had Bob Gates on, Secretary Gates on in April or so. We had General Walters today. I don't know whether you want me to go to General Dickinson, the 4-star of the Space Command, or whether you want me to go to Admiral Harris, who would talk about the China, the naval experience and those things that they see. But I will open this up and say, I hope that the membership, as they hear this, will know that that's where I'm headed next time. You tend to focus me, but I wanted to give you a heads up, either Space Command or the China experience of the Pacific would be our next meeting. And I look forward to that. And otherwise, Scott will tell you the answer, and that's what we'll do. General Walters, thank you very much. God bless you. And blue skies, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you both. And Pete, whomever you want to bring, just say when, and we'd be honored to have both of those and any others. General Walters, welcome back to Texas.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Great to see you both. Well done. That was just very special. And Pete, always good to see you, my friend. Thanks, Scott, to you both so much.
My best to Carol. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's one thing I have to say about Congressman Sessions. It's
Yes,
very,
sir.
very important to me, which is he has always stressed on the nonpartisan need for us to work together in unison to support the mission of our United States military in all facets.
Absolutely.
And he does nothing gets in the way of that.
Never differs from
Never
that
differs
either.
from that,
No,
et cetera.
I
And
totally
so
agree.
I salute
Totally
you
agree.
for that,
Yeah,
sir.
we both salute you.
Dedicated to the mission.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, what a great way to end today. Oh, couldn't have
Absolutely.
asked for anything better. That was great.
Right. And so we are going to put a cherry on top.
Okay, very good.
Which is Ken Peterman. Ken Peterman, who is the title sponsor with Comtech of our event today, of our Cyber Land, Air, Sea, and Space Summit. He has helped lead these in the past, and he's come back again, so he must be a little bit crazy.
Well,
but,
he too has been above and beyond. He really has.
yeah.
Just a great job, Ken.
So he's a glutton for punishment. You've helped lead all of this, had multiple conversations. You've summed these things up. And you do such a marvelous job of sort of putting things into perspective. And we would love to close out the day with you sort of giving your perspectives and maybe a few of the takeaways, et cetera, and anything else you'd like to share as we close out.
Well, thank you, David, and thank you, Scott. Listen, once again, I'll just say at the beginning here that Comtech is really pleased and honored to be your platinum, your title sponsor. This is it's an outstanding event. It drives thought leadership. It drives provocative thinking, and it brings us together. It brings us together to talk about the issues. The day two themes I thought were pretty consistent with what we saw yesterday, but interesting. Ukraine and China led the way. The use of commercial capabilities in the Ukraine, software-defined warfare, importance of interoperability and data sharing, and the impact of artificial intelligence. Not surprising, but topics that need to be talked about. David, when you introduced Zufeng Sao, and I probably butchered that name as well as anybody, but a Tiananmen Square survivor, talked about consolidated power in China and the Chinese Communist Party thriving on fear. Talked about the need to cut off China from key technologies and investments. And he talked about that we cannot underestimate that the Chinese government has found a way to control every aspect of life in that country. And that just anchors us. It recalibrates you as to the difference between our way of life and others. We moved to AI and security. Chris Benson, I thought, was on target when he said the future battle space will focus on software-defined warfare, mixed with massive data, AI, and warfighting platforms working together to accomplish a mission. I think that's a sea state change from where we were 10 or so years ago, and I think it's worth talking about. The 5-star award to Jeff Bezos and Amazon was fantastic. Comtech, I was thrilled to be a part of it. Focusing on our veterans is paramount, and we're so grateful for their sacrifice and service. I thought that was a just fantastic event. Jennifer Krischer talked about the war in the Ukraine becoming the first commercial satellite imagery conflict and the long-lasting impacts of that. I had a fireside chat with a combined duo one of Space Force and one of the Space Command. Rear Admiral John Watkins of the Space Command, Brigadier General Damon Feldman of the Space Force. They talked about extending the conflict to space, leveraging commercial capabilities, the opportunity now for DoD and warfighters to leverage commercial communications ecosystems to hide in plain sight, and how that drives a completely new and different decision calculus from an adversary perspective in how they attack, disrupt, or otherwise counter our command and control capabilities. We moved to General John Hyten Award for innovation and in space, and I thought Robbie Shingler was a fantastic recipient of that. I enjoyed discussion where he and John Hyten talked about the Ukraine. They talked about unclassified satellite imagery and commercial data having a major impact. And when Robbie gave the false flag example of how commercial capabilities played a major role, I thought that was really thought-provoking. I enjoyed my friend Craig Miller on the importance of interoperability in managed services. And then with a larger panel where you had 6 people on the panel, Joshua Carlson and others, I thought Chris Stone, when he mentioned and kind of brought into the reality that only 3% or less of the overall DoD budget is dedicated to the Space Force. That to me is when we talk about the expansive domain and the cost of that, I thought that was something to bear in mind. I really enjoyed KT McFarland, National Security Advisor. I enjoyed Bob Cabana, a NASA Associate Administrator. Bob specifically talked about the opportunities ahead, the future of NASA. He talked about Artemis. KT talked about energy as it relates to economic and national security. And then, of course, you finished off with Congressman Pete Sessions and General Todd Walters with really a capstone kind of finale, and I thought that was good. I'll close my perspective. A compelling and informative, a timely event, provocative, thought-provoking summit. It's been an extraordinary event in my mind. I've been to a number of these, as you know, David. This one I thought was really special. From a ComTech perspective, I'll just say we enjoyed this event. We have an amazing team. We try to be fluent in the future. We have an amazing culture of innovation that unleashes and empowers our people. We are passionate about relentless innovation, connecting everything and everyone, and setting ideas free. And this kind of an event really helps enable us to be more effective in our business. So thanks so much. On my side, I'll say thanks, and you've really done a great event. Thanks so much.
Well, you're very kind. And the last thing I think we need to say is there are a number of people watching and listening to this, and we would invite you to join Ken Peterman and other people like him to speak, host, moderate, etc. We are always looking for people who, first off, are nonpartisan, and 2, are prescriptive. We want people like the people that came today to share insights and suggestions, prescriptions, recommendations, solutions on how to ensure that America and its allies remain the strongest military, political, and economic powers. And through the patronage of people like Ken Peterman, this is possible. And we would invite any and all of those kinds of folks to come. Our doors are open, and we don't care about your affiliation. We don't care about anything. We care about policy. We don't care about politics. We care about the mission. And that is the way that Ken is, his DNA, he's structured. And we would invite any and all people who are positive and of goodwill who want to join us and share their perspective. Our forum is open for them.
Absolutely. No question about it. And Ken, again, we've thanked everybody for all that they've been a part of here today and everything that they've really put into this, making it all come to fruition after 2 great days. But I really mean this sincerely. You were just great. For somebody that's been in the broadcast business as an anchor for over 30 years, you were above and beyond. You really did a great job. So
Listen,
thank you so much on behalf
thanks.
of David and myself.
Just an engineer turned into a business guy, and I've been blessed with a lot of good teams that have carried a lot of water, and that's a little bit about what happened today. I thought it was about the event and all the thoughts that came forward. The recap was an easy thing to do. It was hard. It's hard to shut it off. There's so much to talk about that happened in the last 2 days.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Well, we're going to let you go. You have a great evening, and we're going to finish up with one thought. You can see all of this on YouTube. All of this is being recorded and placed on YouTube for on-demand viewing. Hope you don't. If you missed anything, go check it out there. Have a great evening, sir.